Parasocial Don Benitez. Gohan says, Don, you didn't go live yesterday? Well, I was live like 20 hours ago. Something like that. Lucas says W. Okay. Meow says Jesus, of course. I don't know what you're referring to. Olive says, I see you shiver with anticipation. Okay. Meow says, it's been 3 minutes. I'm sorry about being late. Olive says, I've also had Don appear in my dream. What the fuck? Oh, that's weird. I wonder what I did. Gohan says, I have camp tomorrow though. I don't know what you're saying. Lucy says, he. Okay. Gohan says, okay. Alright. Gohan says, I wish I can send a donation right about now. Thank you. Olive says, maybe you will tonight. Meow says, I didn't have Don in any of my dreams. Is that, I guess, maybe they will. Colin says, Don Legend. Thank you. Lucas says, W. Thanks. Cosmo says, hi. Hello, Cosmo. Ember says, hi, Don. Hello, Ember. Alfie says, Din. Okay. Ball says, what is the most embarrassing memory you dare to share? I mean, I really don't have any. It's kind of crazy. Tisha says, did you gork it in racial slur? What's that? Forsaken says, I'm new here. Hello, Forsaken. Ivana says, hi, Donnie Don. Hello, Ivana. J Short says, hello, Don. Hello, J Short. I Love says, what's going on, Don? Not much. Cosmo says, who are your favorite people who chat on here? I don't want to say. Jester says T. Okay. Charlie says, you remind me of L from Death Note. Okay. Renos super chats, hey, how's it going, Don? Hello, Renos. It's going well. And because of your super chat, I'm extending the timer. Timer extended. Aries says, I can watch your live, Don, but I hope you have a good day. You can't? Okay. Game says, hello again. Don, hello. Games. Yoshi says, SML movie The Secret Door. Okay. Forsaken says, W Don in the chat. Thanks. Meow says, hey Don, how has Sunday been treating you? Oh, that's a cool way to put it. Father's Day. It's pretty good. Socks, super chats. Really early stream, but you finally changed music. Yeah, I did change the music. Thank you for the super chat. Timer extended. UG says hi. Hello, UG. Red says hi. Hello, Red. 25 says archery pooped my pants. Whatever that means. Forsaken says, I've never got my name called on live before. Well, now you have. Red Hawk says hi. Hello, Red. Backroom says, Jesus loves you even though you're not a Christian. That's nice to know. Cold Slayer says, got coke? No, I don't. Tisha says, would you rather gain money or racial slurs? I don't know what you're saying. Ball says, oh, I had to do this discussion with the discussion that there was no more confusion. I don't know what you're saying. Randy says, I hope you have a parasocial fling. Okay. RM says, any advice on how to successfully flush my PS5 Pro down the toilet? Disassemble it. Fortnite says W. Thank you. Thelani says hi. Hello, Thelani. Red says, my dad died and you helped me cope. I guess I'm glad to hear that. This helps the stream. Krongel says, do you be pissin'? Yeah. Jacqueline says Germany. Okay. Giavi says, do you got more than 10,000 likes? I don't know. Max says penis. Okay. Thatcher says, can you please give me a shout out? Shoutouts are stupid. Bobby says wave emoji. Hello, Bobby. Dickie says hi. Hello. Zenny says, please give me a shout out. Shoutouts are extremely dumb. Keldon says, can you say Monoma blah blah blah? I'm sorry, I can't. I'm gonna learn how to pronounce it someday though. Silver says Turkey lost. Okay. TK says I'm Ted Lasso. Alright. Jovial says hi. Hello, Jovial. Cosmo says my whole family is watching you. Hopefully it's family friendly. You're joking. This is obviously not family friendly. Corinthian says, who's winning the World Cup? I hope the USA. Ball says, would you rather be blind or deaf? Deaf. Randy says, Don is lovable in a parasocial way. Thank you. Renos super chats, let's go. Longer stream. Crazy. Thank you. I will make the stream longer. I'm gonna make it longer right now. Thank you, Renos. I appreciate it. Red says, are we going to raid? When we do end the stream, probably. Mr. Washington says, are you a gamer? No. Definitely says, I'm fat. Okay. DRH says, do you believe in God or devil? I don't believe in either. Just Has says, tell me math question. 33 times 33. Cathal says, fuck. Okay. Thank you again, Renos, for that super chat. That's kind of crazy that you sent that amount of money. Novus says, do you remember me? No, I don't. Zach says, England gonna win the World Cup. Okay. Null says, guess what? Chicken butt. Okay. Someone says, you look like AI. Alright. Little says, I have a question. What's your favorite number out of 100? 24. Someone says, hello. Hello, someone. PP says, W stream. Thank you. Cold Slayer says, come visit Canada. Is there any, for what reason? Jacqueline says, emojis. Alright. Lewis says, hello. Hello, Lewis. Star says, you need some sleep. No, I don't. Little says, what's your favorite animal? The chimpanzee. Samantha says, hi. Hello, Samantha. Theo says, what's your favorite number? 24. Ma says, 24. Okay. Andre says, what's your favorite game? Minecraft. The Wind says, hello, I'm Wild Air. Hello. By the way, can someone tell me what currency this is? EGP? What is EGP currency? Just Scroll says, don't flush your PS5, give it to me. There's an option. Curtis says, oil up. I'm not doing that. Camden says, you're gay. Okay. Zach says, what's your favorite color? Gray. The Official says, chud. Okay. Jack says, what's your favorite movie? Eyes Wide Shut. Cold Slayer says, learn about Canada and meet nice people. Yeah, I mean, Peru has Machu Picchu. And, what does Canada have? Lamar says, sup. Hello, Lamar. Olive says, do you ever imagine what your chatters look like? Very rarely. Not really. Jordy says, Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. McGuire says, I just shit my pants. Okay. Fortnite says, sub. You don't do that if you don't want to. Tristan says, hi. Hello, Tristan. Saya says, do you hear about the Oliver Tree death? Yeah, that sucks. By the way, again, can someone tell me what EGP currency is? Your friend says, I think EGP is Egyptian pound. Oh, okay. Thank you. Area says, hi, broy. Hello, Area. Noob says, should I send a laughing disco? Whatever, do whatever you want. Arctic says, how are the kids? I don't have kids. Fire says, it's only $10 in USD. Oh, this is only $10? Really? But I still appreciate it. Just says 33xEE is equal to 1. Okay. Inno says, do you listen to Billie Eilish? I do not. Noctis says Egyptian CP currency. Thank you, Sea-Dog, for that weird flow state thing. Lilbro says Minecraft or Roblox? Minecraft. Gut says, who do you think you are? A streamer. Trevor says, what is your favorite thing so I can make an edit? I like super chats and money. Thank you, Genga, for that obnoxious 6-7 thing. Jen E says, hi. Hello, Jenny. Haroon says, can we crack? We cannot do that. Fiction says, why do you look so depressed? I don't know, man. R5 says, hey. Hello, R5. Adam says, hey. Hello, Adam. Manuel says, do you listen Beat It? I've heard that song before. Olive says, 67 gift, world is doomed. Yeah. Maybe I should turn off gifts, but I really like having more money. And by the way, thank you, Say Yes, for the disco ball abominations. Zach says, did you change your background? Not recently. Muhammad says, hi. Hello, Muhammad. Reno super chats, it's actually an Egyptian pound. Ironically, I'm not even Egyptian. That is a red super chat. That's a... Thank you, I appreciate it. EJ says, hi. Hello, EJ. You're not Egyptian, so... But are you in the country of Egypt, or are you using a VPN? Randy says, Goov. Okay. Tyler says, favorite color? Gray. Mr. Positive says, hello. Hello, Mr. Positive. Mara says, Maradona or Pele. I don't know those guys. Cool Kid says, who's on the raid? I'm not sure yet. Jordy says, hi. Hello, Jordy. Avery says, hi. How's it going, Avery? And thank you again for the big red super chat. I don't know how much that is in American, though. Elias says, do you like Harry K? I don't know that guy. Let's Go says, hi. Hello, Let's Go. Mara says, hi. Hello, Mara. Thank you, Peanut Butter, for the disco ball abomination. Jay Hansen says, least favorite letter? F. Really? Shino being super chats, I got into law school. Congratulations, Shino. The Chill says, yellow or blue? Blue. Catboy says, what's your favorite weapon on Minecraft? The bow, by far. Lou says, best lesson you ever learned. I'm not too sure. Maybe I should. I'm not too sure. Rana says hi. Hello, Rana. MRT says daddy. Okay. 632 says, if you read this, then you're gay. It doesn't work like that. Socks super chats. The red one is $100. Well, he sent it in Egyptian currency, so I don't know how much that translates in American. John says hi. Hello, John. Cook says, are you part of Pride? I am heterosexual, if that's what you're asking. Frozen says, how are you? I'm pretty good. Bone says $20. Is this equal to $20? Is that what you're saying? By Mocha says yellow or yellow. I don't know what you're saying. T says, why do people not care about the government eating us? I don't know. Fortnite says, are you gay? No. Richard says, are you gay? No, I'm not. Colt says, goon for 1,000. Not doing that. Slicksy says 18.70. So that is a translation. That's how you translate it? Okay. Nura says Ronaldo or Messi. Messi. Holly says hi. Hello, Holly. Dirty says she left me. I'm sorry. By the way, whenever I get a super chat, I'm adding time. I forgot to do that for the last super chat, so let me do that. Timer extended. Timer extended. United says hi. Hello, United. CR says Pele better. Okay. Riptide says dildo. Alright. Alex says hoy. Hello, Alex. Gray says, do you play Roblox? No. Hunt says, can you hold in your poo? That sounds gross. Trevor says, can you join my Kahoot? I'm not interested. Chris says, I sub. Okay. Let me add to the timer for this super chat. Timer extended. Willie says, Shay sis. Okay. Studio says, who is Pele? I think it's a guy in sports. Now let me add to the timer for this super chat. Timer extended. Brawl says, what's up, bro? Hello, Brawl. Die says, for real, 1 hour. I don't know what you're saying. Dan says, who is? What? Nen J says, can you say aura? Monster? There you go. Manito says, hey, still want the feet finder? No, thank you. Olive says, new music makes us feel so much more fast-paced. Perhaps that's a bad thing. Lucy says, it is 1,000 Egyptian pound equals 20 US dollar. 1,000 Egyptian pounds. So this is $20. Wow, that's smaller than I thought. But thank you still. Plays says, do you want to suck my dildo? No. Leon says, what's your funniest time in your life? I don't know, man. Beckett says, should I sub? Probably not. Eclipser says I subbed. Okay. Juju says, hi Don. How's it going, Juju? AND says, what TV is behind you? It's a fractal. Renos super chats, I think 50 EGP equals 1 USD. By the way, yes, I'm spending some time here, just really hot. Okay, you are in the country of Egypt. Alright, cool. Nana says, can I like and sub? Why not? CS says, hi, hello CS. Thank you, Blockcraft, for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Sarah says, hi, hello Sarah. Eldana says, what are you doing? I am streaming. Juju says, new music. Yeah, I'm testing new music. Bob says, would you have a pet pigeon? No, I wouldn't. Nena says, do you like porn? No comment. Green says, hello. Hello, Green. Alfie says, let's come in my cheese, hairy mouth. I'm not interested. Kyle says, I love scat. Okay. Mason says, hi. Hello, Mason. CM says, what is the stream? All I do is read chat messages. Private says, are you going to change the music every day? Well, the current plan is to add a new song every day to the playlist. Pav Fixer super chats, fuck the stupid comments. Respect your hustle. Well, I mean, I don't mind stupid comments, you know? I think stupid comments can be entertaining, and I don't really mind. Thank you for the super chat. Elias says, opinion on England. I'll visit there one day. Pedal says, what time is it? It's the daytime. By the way, let me extend the timer because of your super chat. Timer extended. Fortniter says, guess what? What? Sirs says, shout out my friend. Penis in person's asshole. Okay. By the way, thank you, Martha, for that silly flow state thing. Brawl says, do you support Trump or Kamala? No comment. Colt says, touch my dick. I'm not interested. Dirty says emoji. Alright. M says, what is up? Hello, M. Sign says, I tried to do a flip and landed on my head. I'm sorry. Colt says, laughing out loud. Okay. Mass says, Hasmo car, whatever that means. Trollers says, hello. Hello, trollers. Thank you, brothers, for that silly floating heart thing. Salmana says, hello. Hi. Isaac says, bro, I hate to tell you this, but the red dono is $20 and the pink one is $10. Yeah, that's... I haven't really thought about how poorly the... Yeah, that's interesting. Charlie says, I like dicks. Okay. I'm Jay says, want to be friends? Sorry, no. Marte says, I farted. Alright. Riley says, hello. Hello, Riley. Jaden says, hi. Hello, Jaden. I already read that. Hante says, do a Yoda impression. I don't like doing impressions. I'm sorry. Star says, why do you do these streams? One reason is money. And thank you, Connor, for that 6-7 abomination. Neo says, hello. Hello, Neo. Anthony says, you are mean. Why did you not want to be my friend? Because you guys are strangers. Sebastian says, hi. Hello. Lame says, 67. Okay. Random says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Yeah, rest in peace. Easy says, I suck dick. You do you. Chaos says, $50 one twerk goat. Not interested. It's Vika says, hi. Vika pronounced Vika. Hello, Vika. Evelyn says, are you gay? No. I love my cousin says, hi, you are cool. Thank you. Mongo says, one time I watched Battle for Dream Island for 89 hours. Is that bad? That sounds unhealthy. Personally says, hi. Hello. Personally. Atlaz says, I am gay. Okay. Fan says, do you have a Discord? I don't have a Discord server. Abdullah says, flag emoji. Okay. The official says, how's it going? It's going pretty good. Fanciest says, racial slur. Alright. Luke says, I hope you have fun in life. Thank you. Whimsy says, do you randomize the comments? No. I mostly randomly choose the comment with my computer mouse. Liam says, hello. Hello, Liam. Anna says, what are you doing? I'm reading chat messages. And thank you, 1 second, please. Jonathan for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Braslin says, hi. Hello. The gang says, do you like D? No. Sports says, hi. How's your day going? Pretty solid. Xmas says, your teeth are yellow. That's true. Brawl says, please choose me. There you go. Thank you, Private, for the 67 abomination. Brandon says, sup. Hello, Brandon. South says, I eat ass. Okay, okay. Ghost says, hi. Hello, Ghost. Thank you, Kesha, for the disco ball abomination. IMYM says, A. Hello. Ball says, do you get bored doing this? A little bit. Street says, what is your biggest achievement? I mean, not anything I can say, I'm sorry. Submary Gamer GMD Super Chats, hi. Hello, Submare. Thank you for the Super Chat. Timer extended. Shadow says, something's coming in 3 days. Is it GTA 6 trailer pre-order? Socks Fun World Super Chats, you keep forgetting to extend the timer. Yeah, I think I'm on point right now. OG says, hi mate. Hello, OG. Pokemon says, do you play Balatro? No, I do not. Let me add the timer for you. Timer extended. Sincere says, hello, one question. Do you luck dick? Do I suck it? No, I don't. Bones Jones Super Chats, timer. I think so far I'm on point. I think I forgot at certain points, but I've made sure to go back and do them. And I won't forget it here. Timer extended. Thank you, Bones. Alex says, do you play Brawl Stars? I do not. Blue says, it's real. What's real? The official says, there's something coming in 3 days. Is a reference to a Minecraft ARG. Oh, that's interesting. Pickens says, oil up. No. Blue says, hi. Hello, Blue. Yeah says, what is the timer for? It's when I end the stream and and you can super chat by extending it. Sam says, hi, it's my first time in your live. Hello. Hayden says, 67. Okay. Not says, I play Brawl Stars. Alright. Someone says, hello. Hi. Flame says, what the fuck are these comments? Yeah, people get pretty crazy. Faces says, disco balls. Okay. Casp says, can you give me Robux, please? I don't own any Robux. Someone says, well, super chats, why are restrooms called restrooms if nobody rests there? Yeah, people don't just sit down there and rest. That's a good point. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Timer extended. Mon says balls. Okay. Real says pick a song for an edit. Vlem, VLEM by C418. Andre says because we goon there. Okay. Mikkel says is it gay to be gay? Yeah. Colin says it's a rest from driving. Okay. I think what you're thinking of is a rest stop. Monkey says my right ball hurts. Sorry. Dio says say I loved it and I'll gift you $6. Not interested. Lil says can I be mod? Absolutely not. Chicken says fuck pride. I condemn your chat message. Raymond says hi. Hello Raymond. They call says do you play Roblox? I do not. Thank you Loud for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Glowing says do you play Roblox? No. HZM says hello. I'm Verity. Hi. Caden says do you watch JJK? No. Noreen says hello. Hello Noreen. Jedrick says do you have a favorite cartoon? I like Avatar The Last Airbender. Thank you Aston for that weird flow state thing. Max says pick a funk. I don't know funks. The goat says do you like uranium? No. Hamza says are you gay? I'm straight. Maddie says why am I commenting on this live? I don't know. Socks Fun World super chats. Since I was mod, unlike the last stream, you're ever giving it away. Am I OG? I mean, yeah, you're pretty OG. By the way, I used to mod people if they super chatted a certain amount, so this is what this guy's talking about. I don't do it anymore though. Annie says, what country are you from? USA. Pret says, wave emoji. Okay. Thank you, Brian Singleton, for that silly turtle drinking water. Shab says, fucking bro. Okay. Krim says, coffee or tea? Tea. Lizzie says, favorite music artist? I like Arcade Fire. Lily says, the Biscuit Gang. Thank you. SD says, do you play Fortnite? Occasionally. Hello says, can I be mod? Definitely not. Thank you, Mike. My penis is small for the 6-7 stuff. Chris says, what's the meaning of life? To survive and reproduce. The official says, do you play Subnautica? I do not. Gabriel says, do you play Battle Cats? No. Pack says, do you have a pet? I do have dogs. Sebastian says, are they still mod? No, nobody's mod anymore. Bone says, am I the OG? Yeah, you're pretty OG. You've been here for like months. Thank you, Lona and Chinier for the flow state things. Sino says, do you play Roblox? No. Anti says, do you get mad if someone got stuck in your homeboy? I don't know what you mean. Nub says, have you watched The Amazing Digital Circus? I haven't. Thank you, BJ, for that stupid flow state thing. Void says, since when do you have a TV? Since May. Call says something in German I don't understand. Okay. Real says, if you read this, you are now officially gay. Your comment doesn't have that power. Kevin says, Avatar is fire. Okay. CU says, have you given your life to God yet? I haven't. Ali World says, I am the OG. I don't recognize you. Minu says, do you play Ultra Kill? No, I don't. Official says, you won't remember this, but W for reading mine. W time. You're welcome. Thank you, Lona, for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Olive says, 50% of your chat is fake. They're my alt accounts. Totally. Moise says, are you dumb? Somewhat. Sarah says, favorite game? Minecraft. Frosty says, I'm the autistic OG. Okay. Thank you, Loud, for that stupid party hat thing. MR says, do you play Fortnite? I sometimes do. Boaz says, stand up. Why? Bad says, what's up, neighbor? Tron, hello. Blue says, rate my profile picture. It's kind of lame. Thank you, Warren, for the plastic flower. Ryan says, happy Father's Day, Don. Thank you. Ziru says, like SEL. I don't know what that is. Thank you, Lona, for the stupid GLHF things. Giov says, you are a good man. Thank you. Yo Vince says, hey, Donnie, dollars. Can I have $1? Sorry, I can't give you that. Edit says, how is your mom? No comment. DB says, do you like streaming? I do. And thank you, Roblox and Emric for the preschool stars. Kaju says, yo mate. Hello, Kaju. Zen says, do you have $1? I do. SY says, RDR1 or Red Dead Redemption 2 based on the story? I prefer Red Dead 1. Nick says, me casually waiting for my comment. It's on the screen now. Ash says, do you get paid a lot for this? I think it's like $40 an hour. Archie says, do you like dick? No. Everlyn says, I love your background. Thank you. Water says, we look really similar, dude. Yeah, we do. Almost too similar. Anthony says, are you a daddy? Yes or no? I don't know, man. I'm okay says hi. Hello, I'm okay. Say says S. Okay. Brother says hi, bro. Hello, brother. Kenneth says, do you know who Billy Idol is? Yeah, Rockstar. Viz says, say racial slur. I don't say racial slurs. SU says ass. Okay. Blue says Jax. Abstracted. Alright. Yummy says, you're a cool dude. I hope you have a great week. Thank you. Jinx says, what the hell are these comments, bro? Yeah, this is what happens when you don't have moderators. Bonnie says, hello. Hello, Bonnie. Walter says, can I have $235? No. Gojo says, hi, man. Hello, Gojo. Cosmo says, am I the OG? I don't recognize you. Persian says, if you could join branch in the military, what would it be? Perhaps, Navy. Yo Vince says, you're a legend, the first. People will copy you. Yeah, maybe. I've kind of seen it before. Washing says, my left testicle is bleeding. I'm sorry. Thank you, the official, for that stupid high five thingamajig. Forsaken says, what's up? Hello, Forsaken. Hitler says, you just read comments. That's correct. King says, may God bless you. Thank you. Fox says, why so early? Happy Father's Day. Yeah, my schedule is all over the place. Meow says, do you have any other favorite games besides Minecraft? I like Rainbow Six Siege. Thank you, Doges, for that silly flow state thing. Burnice says, hi, hello. Green says, my cousin tried to rape my sister. I'm not trolling. He got stoned to death. Wow, that's horrible. I'm sorry that that happened to your sister. Sam super chats, hi, how are you? I'm new. For how long are you streaming? I stream as long as this timer goes, which I extend with super chats, as I'm going to do right now. Taco says, can I have a quarter? No. Mr. Plum says, Jesus is the way. Alright. Flynn says, hi, hello. Rose Rogers super chats, you trust in God. I don't believe in God. But yeah, I don't believe in God. Thank you for the super chat. Timer extended. 2025 says, hi, hello, 2025. Peaks says, what's your favorite number? 24. Mario says, rate my profile picture on 1 to 10. 3. Kodo says, you watching the World Cup? I am not. Thank you, the IRL gamer, for sending golden feces. DJ says, I love chicken, do you? Yeah. Omar says, anyone should be respected for their opinions, unless they hate on other opinions. That seems contradictory. Isa says, hi, hello, Isa. Red says, hi, I'm new. Hello, Red. Hot Dog says, do you remember me? No. Stephanie says, what's your favorite fruit? The orange. MB says, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry about that. Adrian says, test 1. It worked. AG says, do you like MHA? I don't know what that is. Harley says, do you remember me? I do not. Screaming says, my right testicle is more dumb than me. Okay. Chilsey says, if you read this, you are the neighborist gay. Okay. Clinton says, do you like goon? No comment. Burn says, yo. Hello, Burn. Leon says, what's your favorite food? Cheeseburgers. Christian says, what's up, forehead? Hello. Mass says, if you were in the candy world, what would you do? I don't know what that means. Yummy says, hello, Wstream, thank you. Omer says, do you like Michael Jackson? Yeah, I like his music. Thank you, the official, for that 67 abomination. Max says, what's your favorite anime? Spirited Away. Colton says, remember me? I do not. Sarah says, is it hard to think so quickly and filter responses? Yeah, well, I often just say okay or alright when someone just writes a statement. It's the questions that get me, because I'm kind of obligated to give an answer. NJ says, hi, hello, NJ. Selma says, Jesus is coming soon, and he loves you all. Alright. Alex says, dick is delicious. You do you. VW says, if you don't tell me your dream car, you are gay. I don't have dream cars. Fea says, what is the greatest show of all time? I don't know. I haven't watched any shows that I thought were actually good. Thank you, Dr. Edits, for that clock it abomination gift. Liam says, my mom is dead. I'm sorry. Donato says, I subbed. Thank you. Johan says, W-A-R. I don't know what you're saying. Rose Rogers super chats. Adam, it's not a recording. Did someone accuse of the the stream are being pre-recorded. That's not the case. Thank you, Rose. Timer extended. The chair says, do you ever sleep? Yeah. Kareem says EDCAD. Okay. Thank you, IRL, for the feces. AA super chats. I'm trans. Okay. That's cool. Thank you for the super chat. Timer extended. Finger says hello. Hello, Finger. Kirk says hello. How's it going, Kirk? Bonnie says 5% of your viewers are trying to make you racist. I've noticed. Birdie says, who wins, Goku or One Punch Man? Goku. Thank you, It's CC, for the feces. Shadow super chats. Do you know or like JJK? I've heard about it, but I haven't watched it. I'm not too interested in anime. Thank you, Movie, for the sunshine stupid gift. Timer extended. Booze says, are you bricked? No comment. Somewhat says, are you him? I try to be. Elizabeth says, have you heard of Oliver Tree? I have. Angel says, how old are you? I'll tell you that I'm an adult. Null says, why did you start YouTube? One factor is money. Crazy says, sniper coming soon. Okay. Fest says, yo, why are you doing 3 hours instead of 1? Because lately I've been wanting to stream more. Perhaps, definitely money's factor in that. Mikhail super chats, just wondering, how high is the brightness on your device? Full, halfway, or in between? Full. I intentionally set it on full because I use the brightness of my monitor to be lighting. If you're talking about my TV, I don't know. TSG says, I am quadrophobic. Okay. Than says, you're the best. Thank you. By the way, timer extended. Thank you again for the super chat. Cosmo says, I challenge the first captain to a fight. Okay. Star says, do you know what S's are? I do not. Kareem says, SSLAIs. Okay. David says, do you like turtles? A little bit. Fire says, fart. No. Timothy says, are you racist? No. Thank you, Private, for the feces. Emma says, what's 256 times 322? I don't know, man. Giavi says, yo, I think these comments are a little dumb. Yeah, they sometimes are. Lol says, smile. Not right now. Thea says, what is your political view? I keep that private, but you're open to tell me yours. Nazar says, do you have any phobias? I don't. Denny says, are you disabled? No. Ryan says, 67. Okay. Private, thank you for the preschool star gift. Fishy says, who we rating? I don't know yet. Lebastion says, what's your favorite sport? Basketball. Bright says, salute your veterans. I respect them. Yeah says, yo, if someone donates 500, how much does a timer go up? Figure it out. You can figure it out. 8W says, hi, hello. Hello, EW. Law says, can you ban 67 kids? No. TB says, what program do you use for the chats on the stream? You can find it in the description. Thank you, Joseph, for the preschool stars. Mikhail super chats, when you do not stream, is the brightness lower? No, I always keep it on this crazy brightness. Maybe I should change it for my eyes. Cuffy says, if I donate 1,000, would you finally stand up? Sure. By the way, timer extended. Super says, please meow. No. Oler says, okay. Alright. Thank you, cool boy, for the feces. Jay says, love you. Thanks. Liam says, mommy is dead. I'm sorry. Muhammad says, if you could travel somewhere, where would it be? I have an interest in Peru. Thank you, Tate, for the press F thing. C says, what is your favorite animal? The chimpanzee. Dora says, hey bro, why you have that illusion? Because it's cool to look at. Olive says, real people know when he went AFK. I don't know what that means. Natalie says, what's your favorite color and why? Gray, because that's what I'm attracted to. Thank you, who is that? Him, the smiling friend, for that stupid disco ball abomination. Just says, which country has the best food? I don't know, man. Snow Soldier super chats, thank you for condemning hate against queer people. You're cool, man. Thank you for thanking me. And yeah, I try to condemn hateful stuff. Sunny says, do you watch My Hero Academia? I do not. Zaza super chats, what's your PC specs racial slur? I have a GTX 1080, 64 gigabytes of RAM. I don't know the rest. Timer extended. Ahmed says, what's the timer for? It's when I end the stream. Super says, what games do you play? I play Black Ops 2 multiplayer on PC sometimes. By the way, thank you Snow again, and let me extend the timer. Timer extended. Abdullah says, what anime do you watch? I only watch Studio Ghibli movies. Grayson says, yo, do you remember me? I do not. Wazam says Michael Jackson. Okay. Light says Burnout. Alright. Emma says, do you watch anime? No. Mikael super chats, how high is the volume on your device usually? Well, right now it is 46. I have no idea, like what it usually is. I'm sorry, but right now it's 46 on Windows 10. Tim says, what is your favorite cartoon? Avatar: The Last Airbender. Pickle says, you should probably get some blue light glasses. Maybe, but I don't like how glasses look. Leon says, cool, I like spaghetti. Okay. Ibby says, hello, nice to see you. Hello, Ibby. You're going to Brazil, super chats. Oliver Tree is died. Yeah, I saw that, and it was in Brazil. That sucks. Yeah, his death sucks. What a tragic way to die. Helicopter crash. And thank you for the super chat. Timer extended. E says hello. Hello, E. H says, give me PS5. No. Super says, rest in peace, Oliver. Yeah, rest in peace. Mister says, if you had 3 seconds to make your fingers as stinky as possible, what would you be doing? I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. Lando says, why does my fish drown? That's not possible. Razor says, ever been to South Africa? I haven't. Shiny says, do you like Pokemon? No. Bonnie says, what's your favorite TV show? That would be Breaking Bad. Jonathan says, I'm gay. Alright. Bob says, my cousin racial slur says hello. Okay. Zaza super chats, do you think Oliver Tree death was a setup? I mean, I'm not too familiar with his, the theories. I will say, though, that I basically completely believe the mainstream media, so I doubt I would ever believe anything like that. A says, you're my favorite racial slur streamer. Okay, I condemn your chat message. By the way, thank you for the super chat. Timer extended. G says, is 67 tough? No. Chris says, are you a big back? I'm not sure exactly what that means. Carlos says, my cousin is having a baby. I'm going to be a dad. Congratulations. Easton says, do you know what Rainbow Six Siege is? Yeah, I played it. Chacho says, do you like the Digital Circus? No, not at all. Abdella says, what food do you like? Cheeseburgers. Pekka says, do you play Roblox? No. Celeste super chats, I am walking my fish, and my dog is dancing. That is crazy. Timer extended. Thank you for the super chat. Cosmo says, I challenge fish loves to clip to a duel. Okay. Locke says, okay, alright. Starlight says, I'm lesbian. Okay. Mikael super chats, last super chat, please reduce the brightness. No. If I were to reduce it, the lighting on my face would be bad. I need the brightness to be high. Cheesy says, Tocam. Not happening. Adam says, hi. Hello, Adam. And let me extend the timer. Timer extended. I don't know says, if you have wings, what you will do? Probably eat them. If that's what kind of wings you're talking about. Bada says, can I see your dick? No. I says, I woke up today. Me too. Domen says, Jesus Christ is God. Alright. Lucas says, Lamau. Okay. Rodolfo says, do you play Fortnite? I do that sometimes. Zaza super chats, how do I heal a headache? My big precious hubba. I mean, I heard drinking water helps. Perhaps you're dehydrated. Yusuf says, do you play Valorant? No. Tim says, do you live in God? No. Jay says, are you depressed? Not depressed. Lane says, I like femboys sucking my toes. Okay. SD says, Apple or Samsung? Apple. Joe says, drop that neck on a real P like me. No. Alpine Madness super chats, why did you add parasocial to your name? Curious. Well, I think the parasocial aspects of media and the internet is largely responsible for why the internet is so successful and why my channel is so successful. Sir says, I'm fried, gang. Okay. Naomi says, you pee on your bed. I don't do that. Galaxy says, do you like Splatoon? No. Let me add the time for your super chat. Timer extended. Thank you again. Clinton says, meow. Okay. Ace says, yo. Hello, Ace. Nura says, hi. Hello, Nura. Gamey says, I'm fried, chicken gang. Okay. Fizzing says, why do you do this? One reason is money. I appreciate your guys' super chats. Not Good says, I'm get married on long hair. I don't know what you're saying. Oliver says, hi. Hello, Oliver. Ivan says, Pride Month suck. I condemn your comment. Tom says, saw a live of you sucking toes with peanut butter. That was someone else. Meme says, my sister's pregnant. I'm gonna be a dad. Okay. Murray says, do you read every comment? That would be impossible. Whisker says, let's fuck. I'm not interested. Light says, neighbor, you do? What? Just says, have you ever been to Slovakia? I haven't. Zombie says, I'm working on a Roblox animation with Moon Animator right now. Any ideas? I don't know. That's totally out of my, passions and interests. Gianni says, hi. Hello, Gianni. The Real says, are you gay? I'm heterosexual. Yor says, I love watching your stream. Thank you. Lil says, how do I tell my parents I'm gay? I don't know, but I wish you luck. David says, hi. Hello, David. By the way, thank you, Carvin, for the preschool star you sent. Thank you. Cold Slayer says, we are Charlie Kirk and we carry the flame. Okay. Penguin says, bye-bye. Goodbye. Thank you, Andrew, for that stupid high-five thingamajig. Carvin says, you liking tongue feet pee? No. Shadow says, hi. Hello, Shadow. William says, do you goon to mommy ASMR? No comment. TK says, watch Totoro. That's on my watch list. Pancake says, are you in a relationship? I keep that private. The Real says, do you have a fear? Car crashes, yeah. 4 says, you like black people? Yeah. Joe Dirt says, on our way to 24-hour stream. I don't think I'll go that long. Thank you, Coconut, for the feces. Vieta says, hi. Hello. Ya boy says, what's your favorite Michael Jackson song? Don't stop till you get enough. Roblox says, why is my fish upside down in the water? It's probably dead. Sorry. Ant says, do 48-hour stream. I would be a zombie just speaking slowly, slurring my words. You don't want that. Katie super chats, rate my profile picture. Okay. It looks like some kind of snake. That looks pretty cool. That snake is pretty cool looking. I would give it a 6. That's an above average profile picture. David says, are you good? Yes. Sienna says, favorite music artist? I like Radiohead. Hassan says, are you Muslim like me? We are not the same. Button says, do you like anime? No. YT says, what is heterosexual? Why don't you look it up? Thank you, Bread, from Discord, for the Sunshine Abomination thingamajig. Eggy says, I couldn't. Okay. Kenneth says, what it's your best trio edit? I don't know what you're saying. Dances says, have you watched One Piece? No, I haven't. Cold Slayer says, we fight for the gospel and we honor the name. Okay. 10 says, are you poopy G? What does that mean? Mink says, Israel sucks ass. No comment. Thank you, Mods, for the preschool star. Derpel says, do you watch JJK? No. Ivan says, Islam is the worst cults. Love from Russia. No comment. Macy says, what would you do if you went to jail? I would hope that I don't know. What am I supposed to say? Dan says, I got cancer. Okay, I'm sorry. Amarak says, please say mine. I read your chat message. Mikhail says, rate my profile picture. It's kind of obnoxious to look at. Smile says, do you play Geometry Dash? I do not. Zach says, Jesus loves you. Thank you. Too Much says, how did the US lose the Iran war? I don't know. Cotton says, what's your favorite Radiohead song? Mine's Creep. I forgot the name, but the lyric, I know the lyric, the big fish eat the little ones is in the song. Tenzu says, do JJK stream? No. Gola says, do you like Norway? I don't know much about it. Ake says, sold out his formula and a good channel, all for gifts. Yeah, but I want to let you know though that I'm only testing gifts. There's a good chance I'm going to disable them pretty soon here, in like a few days. Acer says, how are you? I'm good. Deziel says, do you like soccer? I do not. Ale says, where are you from? The United States. Grayson says, you should play Battlefront 2. No, I shouldn't. Joe says, hi. Hello, Joe. Toughest says, you like kids? Not in the pedophile way. Hitler says, can you bend enough to suck your own dick? I'm not going to find out. Alondro says, do you like Kid Cudi? I don't. Sport says, what's for lunch today, Don? The next thing I'll eat is probably a cheeseburger. Tim says, my cat died last week. Okay. Balu says, whip out your D. I'm not doing that. YT says, do you like my profile picture? Sure. Macy says, check is the best. Alright. Socks Fun World Super Chats. I think I got banned from the gift somehow because on any stream, I just don't see the gift box. That's strange. I mean, gifts are kind of stupid anyways. I may disable them eventually. And thank you, Kayla, for that Sunshine Abomination thing. I appreciate it. SD says, hi. Hello, SD. Coda says, I'm Russian. What do, by the way, and Lamau mean? Laughing my fucking ass. Vex says, do you play Minecraft? Yeah. Big Nate says, time to get mod. Yes, sir. I don't give mods out anymore. Judas says, hi. Hello, Judas. John says, do you play DayZ? No. Doodle says, how are you feeling? I'm feeling fine. YT says, bro, can you play Minecraft, please? Not on stream. TJ says, Sunyan. Okay. Coconut says, who do you support in the World Cup? The United States. Amazing says something in Russian. Okay. Heart says, be my e-girl, please. No. Whiskers says, Avatar the Last Chairbender. Okay. Thank you, Samantha, for the sparkles, silly things. The Hawk says, hi. Hello, the Hawk. Desi says, hello. Hello, Desi. King says, do you like men? I do not. Cold says, aw, fucking shitty guy. Okay. Kinger says, should I face reveal on my channel? Yeah. Wedo says, do you watch anime? No. Atlas says, oh my gosh, people are absolutely disgusting with these messages. Yeah, some are weird. Thank you, Mars, for that stupid flicking thing. I appreciate it. Musa says, Don and his famous gray shirt. That's right. Cade says, what's your favorite cereal? I couldn't tell you. I don't eat cereal. Ake says, you can't disable the gifts. You are too deep now. Nothing you can do. Who can turn down free money? I mean, like, look at this. I've earned a lot just by super chats. Thank you again, Bone Shown. So I could do without gifts. Like, super chats maybe are enough. B says, kiss me, Papa. No. Harold says, shush. No. Edit says, hi. Hello, Edits. Ollie says, hi. How's it going, Ollie? Kay says, you're the best. Thank you. Kenneth says, please damn a Billy Idol song. What's that? Chur says, do you have any experience in lucid dreaming? I want to. Khan says, Atlas, if you see this, shut your shitting ass. I don't know the context. Thank you, Lit Bowl, for that stupid Uncle Alert thing. That's pretty weird. Katie's do super chats. My ball python says hi. Hello, Katie's ball python. Thank you for the super chat. Timer extended. New says case little o. Okay. Football says fuck. Alright. Zaza Profits super chats. Will you ever stream Minecraft? It could be fun. You know, I do have an interest in opening a Minecraft server one day. And if I do that, I imagine I would stream it too. So, there's a possibility. Timer extended. Cyber says, do you support Epstein? No, I don't. Nova says, do you like cheese? Yeah. Thank you, the Jones, for the plastic flower. J Short says, yes, do Minecraft. Eventually, maybe. Para says, have you seen the new MJ movie? I haven't. Thank you, P, for that stupid flow state thing. Joe says, I'm shitting so hard right now. Okay. Edit says, hi. Hello, Edits. Jay says, have you eaten today? I have. One says, can you turn black? I don't think that's possible. Olive super... No. Not super chats. Says, if you want to lucid dream, tape ping pong balls over your eyes and listen to static. Does that really work? Joyous super chats. How long have you been doing this for, bro? Well, today's stream, I've been doing it for like half an hour. Yeah. Leo says, can we goon together? No. Balu says, are you Hitler? He's dead. Beer says, kiss me, daddy. No. Alfie says, have you seen Fruit Merge? I haven't. Void says, dogs are better. Okay. By the way, thank you, Kevin, for that Chuck E. Cheese coin you sent a second ago. Rye says, stop gooning. Okay. Fox says, profile picture suggestions from a name. I mean, it definitely has to be a guy frustrated. Like, maybe a guy, like, flicking off the camera. Sakura says, why do you go live at random times, bro? Because that's the way my schedule is. Rachel says, hi. Hello, Rachel. Cold Slayer says, remember, the winner takes it all. Okay. Pickle says, do you work out? I don't. 15 says, he thinks he's led Friedman. No, I do not. CJ says, hello, Guy, Peanut Butter, Don, Ben. Hello, CJ. Hero says, hello. Hello, Hero. Captain says, are you shower thoughts wet? No comment. Mena says, I had acupuncture and my voodoo doll died. I'm sorry. Glong says, rate my profile picture, fudgy fucker. I don't know what I'm looking at. What object? Green says, you should play Fortnite. Maybe I should. Kyle says, do you know the show Talking Tom and Friends? No. 15 says, Larry King posture. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning in. Estevan says a few. Okay. David says hello. Hello, David. Thank you, the real something, for that silly clutch thing. Derby says, how much do you earn roughly per day? Well, on stream, I think it's like $40 an hour. CPM super chats. Are you gonna... Not super chat. Says, are you gonna play Roblox, stupid ass? I am not gonna play Roblox. Nate says, can you say rice? There you go. Catno says, did you know I'm a cat? It's not obvious. I guess I can tell from your name. Thank you, the real, for that stupid red card thing. I appreciate it. Jesslyn says hi. Hello, Jesslyn. Cupcake says, do you have OCD? I don't. Egg says, you gay? No. Bonnie says, nice setup. Thank you. Kay says, you should play 2K26. No, I shouldn't. Thank you, Emma, for the stupid pepper stuff. Rosie says hi. Hello, Rosie. Crystallize says, please touch me, please. No. P says, after the stream, when are you going live again? Probably within 30 hours. Yummy Gummy super chats. If you were thrown into the Hunger Games, what would your weapon of choice be? I mean, a gun, obviously. Why would I choose a sword or a gun? Xander says, have you ever had sex? No comment. Thank you, Wheelie Ridstar, for that stupid bus thing. I think that's like $10-ish, so thank you. I appreciate it. Real says, why do you not like anime? Because it's just not my thing. And let me extend the timer, Yummy Gummy. Timer extended. Thank you for the super chat. Mess says hello. Hello, Mess. Ava says, have you ever had a girlfriend? No comment. J Mama says, itch my balls, they are itchy, daddy. I'm not interested. Captain says, who will win the World Cup? Maybe Portugal. Baseball says, my dick is hard. Okay. Zach says, what is your favorite food? Cheeseburgers. Kenneth says, name a Billy Idol song. I couldn't name one. Alex says, cancer or $1 million? $1 million. Taylor says, what's your favorite sport? Basketball. Muhammad says, say rest in peace, Oliver Tree. There you go. Bubby says, something in another language. LT says, what's up? Hello, LT. Rise says, do you know Kalis? I know he's a Roblox creator. That's all I know. Thank you, B-Man, for that stupid clapping seal. Kenneth says, name a Billy. I already read that. Gal says, have you watched Game of Thrones? I haven't, but I might do that. The Stars says, remember me? No. Cold Slayer says, Better Call Saul. I've seen that. Real says, what's your favorite Steam game? Well, I recently beat Half-Life 1. That was fun. Mr. Pizza says, hi. Hello, Mr. Pizza. Sage says, have you watched The Amazing Digital Circus? I haven't. Thank you, Mazd, for that flow state thing. Appreciate it. Janice says, hi. Hello, Janice. Iana says, it's up. Hello, Iannis. Ichigo says, Daddy, Donnie, spank me on my ass. I'm not going to do that. WR says, do you fuck with 40 type beats? I don't know what that is. AJ says, do you play VR? No. Prut says, top. Okay. Max says, hi. Hello, Max. Ben says, thank you for the stupid na-na-na. You're welcome. Thank you, Doodle, for the flow state thing. Eric says, Diddy. Okay. Splashy says, hi. Hello, Splashy. DJ says, hi. Do you play with Lego? No. I play Minecraft, though. Crash says, can you rate my profile picture? I mean, it's kind of an overused meme, so I don't really like it that much. Nate says, hi. Hello, Nate. Ericola says, hi. Hello. Thank you, the one, for that GLHF thing. Robo says, fuck. Okay. CJ says, gay peanut butter Don. Ben is gay. Okay. Mr. Sum says, do you like cats? A little bit. Moss says, Minecraft with me? No, sorry. Hanks says 67. Okay. Rarcy says, do you play any SMPs? I've played 2B2T before. Thank you, Ava, for the preschool stars. Dauphine says, I like guys. Okay. Cold Slayer says, genuine question. How can you read all the messages with a straight face? Well, I'm sure desensitization is probably a factor. Black says 55. Okay. Sport says, pineapple on pizza? I like it. Eric says skis. Okay. Thank you, Zip, for the makeup brush. Van says, you look like Tom Holland. That's a compliment. Thank you. It's Me says, what is your religion? I don't have one. Soy says, what do you do for your free time? I doom scroll. Coca-Cola says, ooh, skibbity, donkey, punch. Okay. Geo says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Yeah, rest in peace. Justin says, hi, I'm a small creator. Hello. Ola says, do you like biking? I do not. Antal says, do you like the year 2007 to 2019? I mean, sure. I mean, who doesn't get nostalgic? Doesn't get. Harrison says, hi. Hello, Harrison. New says, can I touch your baggy waggies? I don't want you to touch me. Monster says, I'm also a small creator. Okay. Frosty says, what games do you play? I've been playing Black Ops 2 multiplayer. Ian Balubby super chats $1 American. Thank you, Ian. Timer extended. Cotton says, genuine question. What do you do other than sit for a long time doing lives? I mean, like hobbies. I edit together videos. I like video editing. I don't publish them though. DT says, what's your favorite game? Minecraft. Thank you, Mazd, for that 67 abomination. Mosk says, did you ever do anal? No comment. Gecko says, get a life, Unk. I have one. Ashton says, are you a Garrica with cheese? I don't know what that means. Zaruvi says, hello, what's the occasion for the longer stream today? There's not really an occasion. I've just recently been wanting to do longer streams. The next few streams are probably going to be long too. Adrian says, what's your second favorite game? One of my favorite games is Red Dead 1. April says, Rrr, Igoon. Okay. Thank you, Official, for the stupid 67 things. And thank you, Xavier, for the flow state thing you sent a little bit ago. Cold Slayer says, half the time I'm laughing because of your comments. Yeah. Banana says, do you know Stray Kids? I vaguely know them. Eon says, hi, hello. Something says, I bet you 1 quadrillion that you didn't read that. Yeah, I didn't. The Cookie says, hi, hello, Cookie. Kay says, your mom or dad? I'm not choosing. Dempsey says, Unk. Okay. Riley says, hello, I am a big fan. Thank you. Philip says, cat's eye. Okay. Hank says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Yeah, rest in peace. Akram says, hi, hello, Akram. By the way, I have a question. When I receive gifts like this dig guy, do the gifts ever like cover the message? Lizzie says, hi, hello, Lizzie. Tugless says, do you support LGBTQ? Yeah, I do. Taja says, hi, hello, Taja. Goblin says, test. All right. Chill says, no. Okay, that's what I'm hoping for. Jay says, yes. Okay. No. Cheyenne says, hi, hello, Cheyenne. Joey says, what's up? Hello, Joey. Big Yahoo says, gain muscles or racial slurs. What's that? Scout says, hi, hello, Scout. The BT says, hi, hello, BT. Gold says, do you play games? Yeah, I do. Pumpkin says, do you remember me? I don't. Thank you, Oryx, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Someone says, how much dollars was your biggest donation? The biggest was 300 American dollars. Daniela says, gifts don't cover messages. Okay, that's nice to hear. A says, will you join my realm? I will not. Albie super chats, I dare you to think of Graham's number. Graham's number is 5,300, 400. I don't know Graham's number. Is that some kind of... Is that actually some kind of theory? I thought for a second it might be a specific number, but I think that's some kind of theory. Zaruvi says, no, but they cover your beautiful face. Oh, that's... I don't think that's a problem. Dyer says, do you like smearing peanut butter on your dick? No, I don't. And by the way, thank you again to your super chat. Timer extended. And by the way, I don't know what Graham's number is. Leo says, can you say neighbor? No. Mr. Atomic says, are you forklift certified? I am not. Adrian says, do you play Schedule 1? I don't know what that is. Bingus says, bro, do you like Bingus the cat? Is that Bingus? He looks pretty cute. And by the way, thank you, Boring, for the flow state a little bit ago. Agent says, do you remember me? I don't. Gone says, remember us OGs. I remember you. Title says, you're fucking Pingus. Okay. HM says, are you gay? No. Brad says, why are these comments so weird? Because I don't ban anyone. Or Michael says, do you like sausage? No. Dempsey says, happy Pride Month. Alright. Shane says, remember daddy? Remember what? Nez says, hi, just remember you're beautiful. Thank you. Aiden says, Oliver Tree, rest in peace. Yeah, rest in peace. Sophia says, do you remember me? I do not. Albine super chats, it's 3 to the third power 64 times. Okay, that's quite a big number. I don't remember ever learning this in school. IT says, fix your posture, please. I like this posture for some reason. Light says, do you ever get excitement in your life? I do. By the way, let me extend the timer for your super chat. Timer extended. Bob says, blah, ja. Okay. SK says, do you like NBA 2K26? I don't. Sock super chats, do NCS Alan Walker music? Absolutely not. That music is overplayed way too much. Timer extended. Megan says, you're making me mad. I'm sorry. Nate says, what's your favorite video game? Minecraft. Crewman super chats, I'm gay. Okay, that's cool. Timer extended. That one says, IB. Okay. Monkey says, do you love Levi? Penis? I don't know what you're saying. Coca-Cola says, Diddy is getting released soon. Are you going to his release party? I am not. Joseph says, hi. Hello, Joseph. Poopy says, when is Doggy gonna verify grief? I don't know what that means. Matteo says, hee hee. Okay. Alex says, hi. Hello, Alex. The Hawk says, am I the asshole for refusing to pay for my brother's extra graduation guest? No. Millie says, hello. Hello, Millie. Lana says, please say my name. There you go. Your boy says, are you employed, bro? I don't talk about my job. Your bro... Never mind. Aura says, I say 67. Okay. By the way, thank you, Luna, for the thumbs up you sent a little bit ago. Real says you don't have a job. Possibly. Charlie says, do you have a job? I just said that I don't talk about it. Crewman super chats, just kidding. Do you have a dad? I do. Timer extended. Quiet says, can you say hi, RB Aura? There you go. C says, I'm gonna end it. Please don't do that. AK says, laugh. Not right now. Chris says, hello. Hello, Chris. Yahir says, you're my dad. Okay. Indigo says, rate my profile, please. It's too zoomed out. I don't like that. Brett Tane sent a flow state. Thank you for that silly thing. Plant says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Yeah, rest in peace. Kobe says, you're gay. Okay. Steel says, how long are you live? It depends on how many super chats I get like this one. Ramon super chats, bro, if you can't show the hog, can you at least show the outline? No, absolutely not. Not at all. Thank you for the super chat. Timer extended. MBN says, hi, do you remember me? The bug in your room? I do remember that, yeah. Albi super chats, here, you have some money for being a good man. Thank you. I appreciate it. And because of your money, I'll extend the timer. Timer extended. Olive says, pretty please with a cherry on top. I don't know what you're asking for. Taylor says, I have a question. How much money do you have? I don't think I should say. Joel says, hi Don, what's the occasion? What do you mean, what's the occasion? Zaruvi says, what's something that you thought you'd have already done by now, but haven't? Haven't done by now. Country says, have you ever ate fried rice? I have. Maya says, can you say happy birthday to me? Happy birthday, random stranger. Joel says, first time I've seen a stream more than an hour. Yeah, I used to do like 5-hour streams back in the day, and I think I'm gonna go back to that. Bike says, how are you today? I am fine. Editor says, do you believe in God? I do not. Meow says, who the fuck are we gonna raid? I mean, it's 3 hours until I end the stream, so I don't think I should, like, I don't know yet. Irma says, want to get drawed by me? Sure. Duju says, G2, Master, or G4? G4. Joel says, in a while, I meant I just woke up. Or, you just woke up, okay. Isaiah says, what's up, bro? Hello, Isaiah. Dacky says, how many inches is the TV behind you? I don't know, man. The Red says, you like cars? Yeah, they're useful. Cheese says, Oliver Tree died, by the way. Yeah, rest in peace. Intelligent says, what do I do with the kid in my basement? Free him. By the way, I'm sorry, Zyruvi, that I couldn't really think of anything. I will say, though, Zyruvi, that the success I've received streaming surpassed my expectations. So Sab says I'm gay. Okay. Beer says, are you a trolley woolly? I don't know what that is. Muhammad super chats, stay hydrated, everyone. Also, pet it to fruit. If you know, you know. Yeah, if you know, you know. Timer extended. Mr. Plum says, do you like pizza? I do. Jacqueline says, do puppets have genitals? Rarely. Ramon super chats, what did you get your dad for Father's Day? By the way, who is longer, you or him? Oh, I really don't like that second sentence. But to your first question, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about my family, like even if it's something as innocuous as like a gift. Sorry, but timer extended. CJ says I am under the age of 14. All right. Emily says lame. Okay. Zero says adopt me. Sorry, no. Somebody says, do you choose the comments? I do. The Preppy Dog super chats, what's your favorite food? Cheeseburgers. Definitely cheeseburgers. Timer extended. Amazing says nonsense. Okay. Mr. Hughes says hi. Hello, Mr. Hughes. Indigo says rate my profile. I already rated it. Jay says, are you gay? No. Kerr says Chuck E. Cheese coin. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Crewman super chats, you're my poppy. Like your papa? I'm not your papa if that's what you're saying. Timer extended. Not says, is VR valid? Yeah. Ligma says, sir, are you or your dad bigger lengthwise, sir? Yeah, that's what this guy asked, but that's a no comment. Hammer says, what was the last movie you saw that you liked? The most recent movie I've watched is The Color Pomegranates, and that was a pretty good movie. Mr. Plum says, what kind of pizza? Sorry, I'm distracted. Thank you, Ramon, for the makeup brush. And I just like pepperoni pizza. Thomas says, what's your worst food? I don't like peanuts. The Plus says, have you ever said the N-word? No comment. Carr says, how much did the headset cost? $20. Yas says hi. Hello, Yas. Fritzy says, who tighter, your father or you, sir? No comment. Prime says, skibbity toilet. Okay. Thank you, Kerr, Cell, ITA for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Bryce says, what color is your toothbrush? I think it's just white. Lexi says, do you ever listen to Oliver Woods? I don't know him. FT says, did you watch Obsession? I haven't. Derp says, do you like Epstein pizza? I am not a pedophile. The Pla says, butt plug it dildo. Okay. I'm the best. Loser. Super chats. $1 Canadian. Thank you. I'm the best. Timer extended. Toxic says Abdul. Okay. Dragon says, do you know Cole P? I don't. Castiel says, how does a woodchuck chuck wood if it could chuck wood? I don't know, man. Thank you, Cell, for that stupid party hat thing. Happy says, are you purple? No. The H says, why do you do this? Money. 15 says, I ain't reading that shit, you bigot. Yeah, sometimes I think that when I say no comment. Cole says, is that your house or your parents' house? No comment. Devil says, what's the background? You can find it in the description. Leo says, do you love Diddy? I don't. Amazing says, have you played Poppy Playtime? I haven't. Thank you, Ramon, for that stupid tulip thingamajig. I'm balding says, are you gay? I am not. Someone says, what is your favorite color? Gray. Angie says, how much is your setup? It's like, how about you ask about a specific item? Freedom says, why is the stream in 2 bits? 2 bits? It should be in higher quality than that. Homeless says, how was your day? It's been pretty good. Rachel says, who do you want to win the World Cup? The United States. The B says, say racial slur. I don't say racial slurs. Hey says, how would a woodchuck chuck? Dude, I get that question a lot and I don't know. Thank you, Just a Gamer, for that stupid high five thing. John says, do you munch on peckers? I'm not homosexual. Andrad super chats. Hello, Don. How's it going? Happy Father's Day. It's going well, and happy Father's Day to you. Thank you, Andrad, for the super chat. Timer extended. The says, do you watch anime? I do not. So says a bunch of nonsense. Alright. Stone says, Israel is committing genocide. No comment. Braden says, do you like garlic parmesan wings? They're my favorite. I don't like garlic. Chris says, big black men cracking me. Okay. Carl says, yo. Hello, Carl. Soccer says, are you Christian? No. Lil says 67. Okay. Real says, anything to pay the bills. I mean, this isn't too crazy. There's a lot of... I could do... This is pretty tame, I would say, actually. Laser says, can you rate my profile picture? 1. Zaruvi says, what are 5 things you want to do before you die? Not skydiving. I don't care about that. I don't care about traveling. I could do with staying in my own country, actually. I'm not too ambitious. Cash says, can you play Pinky Up by Cat's Eye Song? No. Yor says, Donald Duck picked his butt all the way to Pizza Hut. Okay. I don't know says, shimmy shimmy yeah. Okay. FT says, are you Shalon IRL? I'm a bit more... I don't know, actually. Porma2 says, how late am I? I think I've been streaming for like an hour and a half. Beer says, I love you. Thank you. DB says, what's good? Hello, DB. Emmy says, how much does your computer cost? I think it was like $1,000. 3 says, what games you play, mate? Minecraft. Cold says, is someone pointing a gun at your head? No. Why are you so locked in? Because, I wanna be professional. BMW says, you're tough. Thank you. Zaruvi says, you don't have anything that you want to do and experience that you haven't yet? Well, I would like to make more videos and maybe, like, delve into getting into filmmaking. Lil says, what cologne do you use? Some Adidas cologne. I don't know the name. Evan says, I love you. Thank you. Ahmed says, you need sleep. No, I don't. Liz says, is pineapple on pizza illegal? No. Zach says, do you have depression? No. Rose says, banana. Alright. Robert says, I would love you to repeatedly slap my teeny meat stick and nutsack. Well, it's too bad I'm not interested. Tamaim says, are you a vampire? No. Cod says, which better, cat or dog? Dog. Level says, what is your favorite food? Well, I like chicken nuggets. Lexi says, did you ever listen to Oliver Woods? I don't know Oliver Woods. Male says, you're handsome. Thank you. Christina says, why aren't you a Christian? Because, well, sorry, I'm distracted. Thank you for the sunshine thingamajig you sent Kayla a little bit ago. I appreciate it. Why am I not Christian? Because the Holy Spirit hasn't contacted me. Rabin says, rest in peace, singer. Yeah, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Neptune says, do you like big dick? No. Chris says, can you turn around? I'm almost finished. You're gonna have to do with just this. Real says, I busted white stuff on my ceiling. Okay. Ayesha says, what's your age? I'll tell you that I'm an adult. Thank you, Just a Gamer, for that stupid flow state thing. Official says, have you ever met a fan in real life? I haven't. Kerr says, streaming this early, the day dawn? Yes. Lana says, thank you so much that you said my name. You're welcome. Ivan says, I'm proud to be straight. Okay. Derek says, spam gay. Or don't do that. Junko says, some white stuff just went down my leg. Okay. Angie says, Yamal or Mbappe? Mbappe. Wissam says, do you remember me from yesterday? I don't. Gian says, take a shot every time when someone asks you are gay? Yeah, that you drink a lot. John says, did you ever touch grass? Yeah, I've done that before. Thank you, Jace, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Camp says, all babies are human, but not all humans are babies. That's true. Doing says, react to King Sam. I don't know what that is. Goated says, have a good day. You too. Duju says, name a car for an edit. Toyota Corolla 2005. Adak says, bro, why you sound so nervous? Because that's the way my voice naturally sounds. Sem says, can you give me some advice to deal with severe depression? Spend time with people. Don't isolate. GTA says, what are your thoughts on Oliver Tree? I don't know his music, but rest in peace, you know. Pickle says, super chatting some crazy shit like that with your full name and your user is crazy or moan. Yeah. By the way, wait. Who is longer, you or him? That is a crazy thing to say with your real name. Car says giggity giggity. Okay. Mare says, does the TV in the background make you trip? No, it doesn't. Thank you, King, for the preschool stars. Next says June 30th, 4 years of Blade. Yeah, rest in peace. Neptune says, why is your body so slim? Because I don't exercise. FT says, do you do gaming? I don't. Not on stream. Junko says, is it big? No comment. Amanda says, can I have bread? Sorry, no. Devil says, did you get a haircut? I haven't. Mora says, knock knock. Who's there? Thank you, Celio, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Russell says, dig. What? Level says, spam gay or you're gay. Okay. Locke says, spam. Locke says, spamming is stupid. Ramon says, you stood up for toilet time last stream, and I saw part of that Coke can that you're swinging. Don't mute the P cam next time. That makes me a little uncomfortable. Okay. And thank you, Mary, for the silly red card thing. I appreciate it. Nimbus says gay. Okay. The Star says my dick is small. Okay. Die says, you know what was your highest live viewer count? I know it's 1,000 something. Daxton says, what's your favorite basketball team? The Lakers. Adrian says, are you really gay? Because I'm gay. We are not the same. Larry says, do you know what a Matter Daddy is? I am not going to ask what that is. YouTube says, hello, cool TV. Thank you. Lana says, can you smile for me, please? No. Thank you, Gliz and Celio, for the stupid Chuck E. Cheese coins. Rose says, emojis. Okay. Yag says, JD. Okay. Rabin says, happy Father's Day. Make your kids some kids. Eventually. John says, do you like John Pork? Yeah, he's a cute guy. God says, nonsense. Okay. Weird says, isn't she lovely? Who? Thank you, MP, for that disco ball abomination. Gojo says, do you have a wife? No comment. Glovey says, knock knock, who's there? D's? Who D's? D's nuts. Okay. Zyruvi says, what would you be the first thing you would do if you woke up as a woman? I don't know. I mean, I guess I'd be curious about interacting with other humans and seeing if I'm, like, treated differently, maybe. And thank you, MP, for that stupid laughing disco thing. Johnny says, yo. Hello, Johnny. Frozy says, rar. Okay. Jay says, do you have a job? I don't talk about my job. The official says, ballsack. Okay. Thank you, C-Dog, for that stupid high five thing. Ethon says, HD. Okay. TTV says, do you plan on trying a new kind of background? No. Nicola says, how are you? I'm pretty good. Weird says, money. Okay. Astri says, ass or tits. I don't have a preference. Daisy says, are you okay? I'm pretty good. Thank you, Spanky, for the stupid 100 stuff. Bearded says, what games do you play? I play Black Ops 2. Zach says, do you have any skills that are cool? I can ride a unicycle. Ray says, LeBron or Jordan? LeBron. Zero Gauge super chats. Please shout out my channel. 00 Trains. Well, your YouTube name is right there. Zero Gauge Gauge Models. So if anyone wants to visit his channel, go ahead. I wonder if you'll be successful with this self-advertisement. Bray says hi. Hello, Bray. The True Fan says, do you go to the gym? I do not. Bike says, are you high on coke? Well, it might seem like I am because what I'm doing with my hand and how weird I'm acting, but I'm not. Vincent says you're gay. No, I'm not. Ahmed says, you look like you were traumatized. I'm not traumatized. By the way, thank you, Aries, for that flow state you sent a little bit ago. Thank you. Critter says hi. Hello, Critter. Ava says red face emoji. Okay. Parker says, are you autistic? I'm not autistic. Rang says hello. Hello, Rang. Two Brain says I'm racist. I condemn your comment. Investigator says Jesus or Satan. Jesus. Rucka says, do you like femboys? I am indifferent. Logan says hello. Hello, Logan. Cookie says, are you monetized? Yeah, as you can see. Short says, who do you think's going to win the World Cup? Portugal. Zyruvi says, if you had to choose a book or movie character that represents your internal world. Who is it? Don Quixote. Alexander says, is your eye okay? It just got better a second ago. Christian says, you like femboys? I'm indifferent. Ramon super chats, happy Father's Day to Don Dad. The best swimmer won. Oh. I was the best swimmer. I impregnated the egg. Thank you for the thanks. And thank you for the super chat. Land says hi, hello Land. And timer extended. Twisted says, what's your favorite cookie? Sugar cookies. Nam says, are you depressed? I'm not depressed. Good says, can I see your backside, please? No. Thank you, Dean, for the laughing disco thing. The Plus says, what's the scariest movie you've watched? I don't know. The Ring. Kat says, do you play GTA or Red Dead 2? I've played both. Isaiah says, you're my favorite. Thank you. Joshua says, PC or console? PC. Danielle says, yo bro, hi. Hello Daniel. Thank you Aries for all of the 100 things you sent. Brack says, you gotta be Spider-Woman. I am not. Cinder says, hi. Hello Cinder. Baby says, if you were gay, what would be your size preference? I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there, which I don't think I will. Thank you It's Pennies for that stupid sunshine thing. Travis says, suck me. No. Olive says, are you a fascist? No comment. Thank you to Quavius for the feces. Sport says, am I the GOAT? No. James says, can you say LeBron? There you go. Yo says, what are you buying if you win the lottery? I am buying I don't know, I'm not too, maybe a better vehicle. Carmen super chats, you're welcome. Thank you. Did you send a gift earlier and that is what you're saying you're welcome for? Anyways, thank you for whatever you're saying that for, and thank you for the super chat. Kilo says, what's wrong? Nothing's wrong. N says, how much is your monitor? It costs, the one that's right in front of me, my computer monitor, costs like 200. And thank you again, timer extended. Angie says, are you Muslim? No. Chris says, what is your favorite type of illegal substance? No comment. I'm Bread says, I'm hard. Are you hard? No comment. The first captain says, wow, you weren't kidding when you said you would stream for a long time again. Yeah, I wasn't kidding. Pormatu says, did you invest in an Indian editor? I've done, yes. Cinder says, I have ADHD. Okay. Zayad says C. Okay. Zaruvi says, what were you doing the last time you completely lost track of time and forgot the outside world? Well, I've been getting addicted to reading this book. It's a biography of Stanley Kubrick, and I've certainly lost time with that. Henry says, furries or femboys? I don't know, man. Aiden says gay. Okay. Kat says, I have Azerber. So, what is that? John says, you built like a femboy. I can see that. Mickey says, rate my profile picture. 5. Cyanite says, do you know about the amazing digital circus? Unfortunately. Cooper says, hi. Hello, Cooper. Switzerland says, PC, pre-build, or self-build? Self-build. Pre-build. I'm not doing all that work. Your bro says, parasocial. Alright. Lana says, I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. I don't mind. Legendary says, congratulations, you found a legendary cherry soda with a 0.0% chance of spawning. Wow, cool. Sea Monkey says, rate my profile picture. 3. JB says, am I get? I don't know what that means. K says, what's up with your eyes? They were getting a little irritated, but they're good now. Grant says, do you goon to Elahi? Do I goon to a word? Sport says, how do I become the GOAT? By making good stuff or performing something epic. Triton says, something is coming in 3 days. Okay. Short says, what do you do after brushing your teeth? I leave the restroom. Avern says, yo, hello. Hello, Avern. Kagu says, do you have a disorder? I don't. CP says, you watch One Piece? I do not. Carmen super chats, what did you do before you became a YouTuber? I mean, like, what exactly do you mean by that? Like, I don't know exactly what you mean. I will say though that I've been making YouTube videos since like 2015. It's only this past year that I've been successful. Dare says, what anime do you like? I like Studio Ghibli movies. Suron Super Chats, what's up? Do you believe in God? No, I don't. Someone says, experiment looking ah. Yeah. Ella says, do you like my cat from my profile picture? It's a pretty cute cat. CL says, what's up, bro? Hello, CL. Hyper says, when did you fart the last time? No comment. The Gene says, what is your background? It's a fractal, and you can find the specific video in the description. Kerr says, the amazing digital circus is so corny. I would agree. Get says, can your shit explode like dynamite? Can my what explode? Thank you, Ramon, for that stupid makeup brush thing. You're all sick says, go home, you're stoned. Okay. Alberto says, hi, hello. Sierra says, do you know who Max Verstappen is? A race car driver. Arthur says, GTA 6 or Red Dead Redemption 3? You want me to say Red Dead, but I'm going GTA 6. Carmen Super Chats, I mean your activities. My activities? I mean, if you're asking about, like, jobs, I don't really disclose that. A random fact, though, about, like, my hobbies is during the pandemic 2020, I learned how to unicycle. Catherine says, hi. Hello, Catherine. PS says, do you play Minecraft? Sometimes. Manny says, do you remember me? No. Thank you, Neff, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Daxton says, are you doing a raid at the end? Probably. Gaber says, do you like outer space? I don't. By the way, thank you again, and timer extended. Cod says, believe in Jesus the God, bro. Sorry, no. GR says hello. Hello, GR. Maz says, text. Okay. JR says, what's your body count? No comment. Korean says, I'm God. Alright. Good says, no reason. Can I see your ass crack, please? No. Bear says, who should I goon to? I don't know, man. Flynn says, get a job. Okay. Bean says, I'm getting stones. I'm sorry about that. Cold Slayer says, you like Dave Batista from WWE? Well, I enjoyed Guardians of the Galaxy. Joe says, can you backflip? I can't. Gabe says, you eat shit. Okay. Thank you, Ramon, for the plastic flower. Sora says, I want to kiss you. Okay. Rion says, you play Geometry Dash? I don't. Erdermy says, L, hate comments. I don't mind them. Ellis says, I love goth baddies. Okay. Egg says, are you Muslim? No. Ruben says, rate my profile picture. I don't really like low effort MS Paint profile pictures. People find them charming, but I think they're bad. Dolphin says C. Okay. Thank you, Tiffany, for that 67 abomination, and Lucas for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Ole says, do you remember me? I do not. Barcode says, do you goon to furry art? No comment. Nutty says, I want to see your shit. Well, you're not going to see it. Skinniest says, rate my profile picture. It's I like grayscale. Sora says, can I see your peepee? No, you may not. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Finished. Grion says, rate my art profile picture. It's not my style, but you do you. Andrew says, what religion are you? I don't have a religion. Gabe says, I'm sorry for that message. No problem. Feel free to continue to write more just like that. Cowboy says, rate my profile picture. I'm getting bored of rating, dude. Julia says, my penis is small. I'm sorry about that. Luke says, are you getting railed right now? I'm not. Jeffy says, do you know Gorilla Tag? I've heard about it. Carmen Super Chats, are you uncomfortable from your comments? A little bit, just a tiny bit, but rarely to great deal. Just so it's not a bit. I rarely get actually very uncomfortable. Andrew says, you look like you're getting cracked. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Timer extended. And again, I really don't get uncomfortable. Waylon says, can I follow you? No. Switzerland says, rate my profile picture. I like the simplicity. Evolutionary says bro fell off. Maybe. Roman says, do you watch UFC? I do not. Bella says your live streams are good. Thank you. Nutty says, do you smash or pass your ass crack shit? I don't know what you're saying. ASAP says, Diddy is good for you. Okay. Azaz says, are you gonna play? Play what? Harrison says, I goon to goth baddies. Okay. Kiri says, hi. Hello, Kiri. Tilo says, rate my profile picture. Dude, I don't want to rate anymore. Mike says, yippee. Okay. Fadilla says, are you still awake? I am awake. Demi says, hi. Hello, Demi. Samuel says, rate my profile picture out of 10. 5. Barcode says, when is the gonna be the PP reveal? There's no plans for that. Jody says, my dick hurts. Okay. Liam says, happy birthday, Daniel. Okay. Ollie says, day 2 of asking Dawn to be my girlfriend. You're not gonna have any success with that. By the way, I feel like I answered your question poorly, but I'll just say again that I get a little uncomfortable sometimes, but it's never to a big degree. It's manageable. Beat says hi. Hello, Beat. Alex says yo. Hello, Alec. Your mama says 67. Okay. Charlotte says, hey, can you rate my profile picture? Cute dog. I like that. Seagull says, do you like seagulls? Because if you don't, fuck you. They're pretty cool. The Real says, rate my profile picture. Dude, I'm getting bored of rating. Ahmed says, this guy has the worst job. It's actually, if you're talking about this, it's not that exhausting. It's pretty, I'm sitting in a comfortable chair, and Demi says, you look good. Thank you. Dazer says, what's your favorite sport? Basketball. Thank you, Noah, for that 67 abomination you sent a little bit ago. Ollie says, please give me a chance. It's not going to work. Carmen super chats, I'm going to watch some YouTube shorts. Bye later. Goodbye, Carmen, and I hope the shorts that you find in your algorithm are enjoyable. GTA says, you look really sad. Okay. Max says, bye, daddy. Goodbye. Fut says, can you say, come on, England? No. Thank you, I love Dies, for the stupid heart stuff. Mason says, can you shout me out? No. Lil says, yo. Hello, Lil. Tobias says, hello. Hello, Tobias. Jody says, my dick hurts. Alright. F35 says, is nutting based? Yeah. I'm Brad says, I'm gooning to you. Should I continue? Sure. Jack says, triple T or Dibist gang. Dibist. Imposter says, do you play Half-Life 2? I haven't. It's on my list. Javier says, do you remember me? No. Mr. Game says, you look hot. Thank you. Olive says, sayonara, Kurmasabe. Good luck on your last 3 hours. See ya, Olive. Peach says, hi. Hello, Peach. Caleb says, hi. Hello, Caleb. Josh says, I can't wait to lick your dick. You're never gonna do that. Your Ola says, how big is your dick? I don't disclose that. Thank you, Truly, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Zombie says, hungry hippo. Alright. Disgusting says, are you live streaming? I am. The Rian says, hi. Hello, the Rian. Mumlaka says, hi. Hello, Mum. Darren says, what to do after eating a child? Turn yourself into the police. Ray says, ... Okay. Eagle says, do you watch any sports? No, I don't. Nova says, yo. Hello, Nova. Pash says, Habibi, I love you. Thank you. Thank you, the boy, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Ghoul says, why did you call my sister the hard R? I did not do that. Bike says, name the car for an edit. Dude, why do so many people type this corny comment? Slick says, are people gay because they be talking like they gay? I don't know, man. Deck says, yo. Hello, Deck. Floor says, how do I make you read my comments? You figured it out. Chris says, do you have any special talents? I can ride a unicycle. Grilled says, how many acid does it take to incinerate a 187-pound, 13-year-old chicken? No comment. The Duck says, is my name Peak? No, it's kind of bland. I will say, though, that actually, I like the whole getup, the profile picture and the name. Actually, it's pretty good. Jody says, fuck me so hard my ass is red. No. Chris says, do you support LGBTQ? I do. Secret says, rate my profile picture. I don't like it. Thank you, Rick, for the stupid flow state thing. Tri-Titan says, read Timmer. I don't. Rotten says, do you goon a lot? No comment. Dave says hi. Hello, Dave. Shu says, are you gay? No. Ray says, what's good? Hello, Ray. The Toe says, do you know UG? I don't. Very says, why are you making such a serious face, dude? Well, one reason is because I think it's interesting to have a contrast of seriousness and you guys' goofy comments. Thank you, Bryce and Noah, for the 67 abominations, and Motion for the preschool stars. Real says, can I goon to you? You have my permission. Twine says, can you eat cheese? If I wanted to. M says, what's that in your TV? It's a fractal video. It's in the description. McGale says, what's the color of the wind? I don't know. Queasy says, can you pull your eye out and lick it? No. Pretty says, LeBron oiled up. Alright. The Dark says, what do you think of the guitarist MK? I haven't heard of them. Spade Prod Super Chats. Is my profile picture and name tough? Rate it 1 to 10. What is your profile picture? It's like a guy and it looks like it's supposed to be hard, like tough, but to me it just coming like corny. And I don't like the Z's. Spade Prod, like the Z's. I think Z's instead of the double Z's are corny too. Crypto says soon. Okay. Goku says Gojo or Sakana. Sakana. Baby says W stream. Thank you. Cade says he has your permission. What do you mean? He has my permission. Oliver says, are you gay, dude? No. By the way, obviously though, you do you. Do what you think is. Who cares about my opinion? Timer extended. Chef says you love Jesus. I don't. Nailine says, are we rating after stream? Yeah. Arthur says you're so gay, not gonna lie. Alright. Sonata says touch me, by the way. No. Spade super chats, it's LeBron. Okay. Well, my opinion's the same. I'm just going off what I see, like what my eyes see. It doesn't matter who it is. Timer extended. Jimmy says, my girl about to graduate preschool. Do you have any tips for me turning 27 to stop the relationship? JST says, fuck those weirdos. Okay. Thank you, Gavin, for the GG. I appreciate that. Y4 says, hi. Hello, Y4. Easy says, do you like people? I do. Blue Beanie super chats. Rate my profile picture and name put out of 10. Also, I have 1,000 subs. I don't know why, but whenever I see Gorilla Tag in a profile picture, I get irritated. I don't know why. Just I don't know what that means. And I will say though, I like your name, Blue Beanie. I like the alliteration of the B's, Blue Beanie. Elijah says support Jesus. Sorry, no. Kush says thoughts in Israel. No comment. Ricky says, what animal do you write with when you shop? I don't know what that means, dude. Thank you for the super chat, Blue Beanie, and timer extended. Ramon says, Gills says Ramon might be a weirdo, but he sure does donate a lot. That is true. Elias says, so you support LGBTQ, but you aren't gay? That's correct. Carr says, did you get molested by a monkey? No. Thank you, Sheriff, for that 67 abomination. Bradley says, are you a dog lover or a cat lover? I prefer dogs. Mackenzie says, I farted. Okay. Zen says, yo, I'm back. What's good? Hello, Zen. Kerr says, did you know my name backwards is Shrek? That's why my username sounds weird. Oh, one Shrek. That's pretty cute. Sack says, how you doing? I'm doing good. Juliet says A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay. Dragon says hi. Hello, dragons. Peach says headset, handset, headset bump. Okay. Cool says 55. Alright. Shadow says hi. Hello, Shadow. Josiah says, do you have nostalgic journeys when blazing the burning bush Moses talked to? I don't know what that means. I will say that I have read that portion of the Bible. I remember that. When God came as a burning bush. Fresh says cheese. Okay. VIP says hi. Hello, VIP. Zaymine says hi. Hello, Zaymine. Zelmer says, what do you watch? Well, I listen to the Phone Losers of America. Tree says, who here likes Minecraft? I do. Elena says, Tesco or Costco? Costco. Shellamate says, hi. Hello, Shellamate. Mad Eye says, why are people acting like you're someone without feelings? I don't know. Willie says, me. Okay. Tess says, your favorite food? Cheeseburgers. Fallen says, are you a swallower? No comment. IX says, you like the World Cup? I do not. Addison says, hi, do you play piano? I used to take lessons. Moses says, are you sleepy, bro? I am not. Fang says, hope you have a good life. You too. M says, Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. VIP says, Target or World Cup? I don't know what Target is, like the store. Jay says, hi, are you a YouTuber? I am. The True says, should I make my profile look better? Yeah. Ray says, hi. Hello, Rays. Zaymine says, do you play Fortnite? I do. Thank you, No Cheeseburger, for that disco ball abomination. Laundry says, is your mom single? No comment. Shadow says, are you Arrow Ace? I don't know what that means. Arthur says, how do you feel about Oliver Tree dying? It's sad. Lucas says, laughing emoji. Okay. Jaden says, do you know YouTube? I know that. Alexander says, I'm subbed. Thank you. Just says, rate my profile picture. I 5. I don't know. Emmy says, how has your day been? It's been good. Omar says, do you know me? No. Rian says, I'm go to Tesco to find glungus, but never go to IKEA. Okay. Pap says, Taco Bell or KFC? Taco Bell. Fulton says, yo. Hello, Fulton. Jose says, can we play Fortnite together? Sorry, no. TFK says, name a car for an edit. Mercedes. I don't know the models. Minnie says, nerd emoji. Okay. Caleb says, English or Spanish? English. VIP says, McDonald's or KFC? McDonald's. Eleanor says, Tesco or Sainsbury's? To be honest, I'm not too familiar with either of those stores. Fulton says, can I be mod? Absolutely not. Cookie says, rate my profile picture. 1. Toji says, can I get a shout out? No. Only 1 says, I'm a Twitch streamer. Please shout me out. I don't do shout outs. Kerr says, I left your stream and my YouTube crashed. It might be a sign, Don. It might be a sign of what? Rice says it's good. Hello, Rice. Fulton says, can I be mod? I have experience. Definitely not, because I don't know you. And 2, I don't want mods. Owen says, can we get a laugh? No. Rainbow says, I hope you have a great day. Thank you. The Canyon says, you think you're going to heaven? I think the Bible isn't real, or the Quran. Youper says, what's stronger, King Kong or the Incredible Hulk? King Kong. Rem says, hey, remember me? No. Hassan says, it's good. Hello, Hassan. Lexi says, you going to VidCon? No. Liz says, what's behind you? It's a fractal. I love says, can I be mod? Definitely not. Muhammad says, drink water, Donito. I'll do that. I haven't drank water this entire stream. 1 second, please. Amir says, are you Muslim? No. Moldy says, remember me? Nope. KW says, what's your favorite animal, hubby? I'm not your husband. Anyways. Chimpanzee. The Brick says, Curry or LeBron? LeBron. Shalev says, what is the Riemann hypothesis? I don't know, dude. The Bubble says, hi. Hello, The Bubble. Cheeseburger says, hi. You looks very good. Thank you. Joy Boy says, tongue to her. Okay. Xavier says, wish me luck in my exams this week. Good luck. Barcode says, you have feelings? I do. AL says, are you married? I am not. C-Dub says, yo, love you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Trey says, are you sad? No. Kason says, do you believe in God? No. Emmer says, I've been here for half an hour and none of my messages have popped up. I'm sorry about that, but now you have. YT says, do you want to get married? Eventually. Camden says, what's your hobby or passion? Video editing. Eva says, what's your favorite movie? Eyes Wide Shut. Zoe says, who do you think is going to win the World Cup? Portugal. Thank you, Wyatt, for that 67 abomination. Rim says, what I was in your live last Thursday. What? Portable says, you like pigeons? Yeah. Fulton says, so harsh. Okay. Muhammad says, standing stream win. Maybe eventually. I thought about getting a standing desk. Tree says, can you give advice for small creators? If you're gonna stream in this vertical YouTube format. Thank you, Custom, for that stupid red card thing. I appreciate it. Chip says, you're rich? No. Ryan says, Jesus is king. Okay. Deep says, say 67. There you go. 360 says, my name is Ander Dingus. Okay. The Canyon says, you like Metallica? I haven't really listened to them. Wowie says, opinion on Triple T? He's pretty cool. Anthony says, don't read this comment. Too bad. Thank you, No Cheese, for the stupid pepper guys. Ed says, what's your hobby? Video editing. Cody says, I'm Cody. Okay. Alex says, what are you doing? I'm reading chat messages. Jay says, what questions do you actually enjoy seeing? The unique ones. Abdul says, why you don't believe in God? Because he never talks to me. Kaysen says, John 3:16 focuses on God's love and the promise of eternal life through belief. Yeah, I've heard of John 3:16 a lot. Tara says, I'm sorry for saying that before. No problem. Official says, punch your phone. No. Only one says, drink more water. I think I'm hydrated enough. Cookie says, do you like cookies? Yeah. Muhammad says, don't ask Messi or Ronaldo. The answer is petted fruit. Well, lately it's been Messi, but I used to say petted fruit, yeah. The Egg says, do you have pets? Yeah. Ricky says, Jesus loves you. Thank you. KW says, mine's a beaver, Donatello. What's your favorite Ninja Turtle? Donatello. Kitty says, hi, I'm a subscribe to you. Sounds good. Fox says, OMG, I took a nap and timer is longer. Go. Yeah, 3 hours. Simon says, no Messi or Ronaldo, none Neymar. You like Neymar? Okay. CapCut says, I'm a Therian. Alright. Fish Lover Super Chats. Dog, what's up? Hello, Fish Lover. Why is fish spelled like that? I guess it's because of your native language. Anyways, thank you for the super chat. Timer extended. Kerr says, pet reveal win. Probably never. Tad says, bro, you were the best. Thank you. Thank you, Gina, for the feces. S says, can I make a special edit for you? Sure. Christine says, you play Rocket League? No. Artemi says, what's the timer for? It's when I end the stream, and when I receive a super chat, I extend the timer. Unknown says, hey queen, how are you? I'm good. The True says, what should I add to make my profile look better? A different picture. I don't know, figure it out. Thank you, mister, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Levan says, what car you own in real life? I shouldn't disclose that. D4 says, opinion on LGBTQ. I'm happy for them. Lee says, do you like curry? No. Tad says, Jesus love you and me. Okay. Kerr says, I'm sub bro, W live, thank you. Anyone says, are you Syrian? No. I love football says, are you locked in? Yes. Julia says, shit. Okay. Lego says, hi. Hello, Lego. Talon says, not like they asked you for their license plate. That's true. I think I'm a bit paranoid. I think I'm overly private. Maybe I should talk about that. Lucas says Fortnite. Okay. Rion says, Glungus is coming for me. Never say 6 + 7 again. I can't promise that. Chicken says, yabba dabba doo. Alright. Thank you, Extinct, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Samai says, which country do you like the most? I'm pretty comfortable in the United States right now. Thank you, Ian, for that silly flow state thing. Al says, are you married? No. Carmen Melendez super chats. I was watching YouTube shorts, but then I found you again. Welp, See you later, bro. Bye. See ya, Carmen, and I wish you luck in finding good shorts. I hope you don't find slop. Brian says I sub. Okay. And by the way, timer extended. Muhammad says, will Ramon ever see the outline? Well, actually, Ramon kind of said that he actually did. 1 second, please. Well, I stood up to go to the bathroom last stream, and he said that he kind of saw my outline. Lewis says, bro, do you play Roblox? I don't. Tabitha says hi. Hello, Tabitha. Oink says, have a great day. You too. Luke says, Messi is the best. Okay. Gojo says, what is your life goal? To make a Minecraft server. Triton says, what you will act if you teleport to back rooms? I would think that I was dreaming, so I would be pinching myself. Elite says, if two mind readers read each other's minds, whose mind are they reading? Good question, I don't know. Porma2 says, Ramon real for that. We was all looking. Ugh. I'm Merverall, super chats. What is up, bro? I love your videos. Have a good day. Thank you for saying that you love my videos, and you have a good day too. Timer extended. J4 says, do you do men? I don't. Waylo says, when you do done, did do done, do you do? I'm lost. Thank you, gorillas, for that plastic flower. Glenier says, love you. Thank you. A Ginger says, the next comment you have to respond in 3 words. Okay. Olaf says Dex. I don't understand. Juki says bro has no emotion. Yeah. Relj says doobie scoot canoe. Okay. Anton says hey, hello. Flora says read me. There you go. Eva says how was your day? Solid. Rude says I'm pansexual. Should I change to straight? You should. Follow your heart. LS says you probably don't remember me, but how have you been? I've been good. Ash says hero. Okay. F says, do you laugh to Symboli's Rudolph's jokes? I don't know that guy. Buckle says Spingle, Dingle, Bingle Bee. Okay. TK says, tell me when you watch Totoro. Just ask again in like a month. Cooper says, you all wanted the... What? Builder says you watch the World Cup. I don't. V says you like Danny's World. No. Isn't that some stupid Roblox thing? Moon says you should show emotion. Maybe I should. Luca says, do you like foxes? A little bit. Bear says, how often should I stream? Every day. Muhammad says, do you like the usual suspects? Yeah. Ramon, Porma2, you. CS says, are you real or an AI? Wait. I don't know why I interpreted that as like, do you enjoy reoccurring viewers? Is that like a movie? If that's a movie, I haven't seen that. Angel says throwing up emoji. Alright. Cool Bacon says, are you an atheist? I'm agnostic. Feel says, how about World Cup skateboarding? That sounds pretty interesting. If I were to watch any sport, maybe it'd be that. Minia super chats, what your favorite color? Gray. Timer extended. Zara says, hi. Roast my profile picture. Well, it looks like it's poorly cropped. Like there's this white part at the top. It looks like it's poorly cropped. Socks Fun World super chats. Can you do more timer extension streams? Are you asking for like 5-hour streams? If you're asking for that, I'll probably be doing that from now on. Toast says, sup Don, long time no see. Hello Toast. And timer extended. Barca says, Palestine or Israel? No comment. Tough says, I am Nick E. Okay. A says, Don, is this your job? No. ZM says, can I see them socks? No. Chill says, I'm Guy. Alright. Banana says, Leighton Ibrahimovic is better. Okay. Liza says, what's your favorite drink? Coke. Not says, I'm sure this is looped. I'm not one of those streamers. Simeon says hi. Hello, Simeon. Maz says men tac tac. Okay. Stick says J-I. Okay. Lego says, are you on like Minecraft or something? I play that game sometimes. Miku says, what pet you have? Dogs. Snot says, can you help me debug some C++ code? No. The only programming language I know, or at least a little bit know, is Java. Muhammad says, the usual suspects are neither the viewers nor a movie. You either get it or you don't, and apparently you don't got the ball knowledge. Dang it. Official says hi. Hello, Official. Rian says, I ran into IKEA and can't get out, but good luck with these comments. Thank you, and good luck to you. Nostalgic says Coca-Cola or Coke. I say Coke more often. And if you're asking about cocaine, I don't do cocaine. Gavin super chats, how long do you normally stream for? I'm a little drunk, I'm going to bed. Well, I've recently only been streaming for an hour long, but I think now, like just now, I'm gonna start doing like 5-hour streams. Probably. It's not a promise. Timer extended and sweet dreams. Ronald says Diddy or Epstein. No comment. Dutch says I ate my dog's homework. Okay. Not says are you black? No. Bland says something. Okay. M says do you hate 67? I don't. Porma2 says the stream stutters when you add time. Really? Really? I'll have to fix that. Tabitha says type 1. Okay. Mark says Spunky and me fighting before. Okay. Nicole says I'm gay. Alright, that's cool. That's cool. Ash says, are you man or woman? Man. The other guy says, are we rating? Yeah. Excuse me. Scooby says, what the fuck am I watching? Some guy saying chat messages. Crazy says, can you change the background? No. Leah says, do you know I don't know that. S says blank. Okay. Levi says, are you gay? No. Juan says, what's your favorite game? Minecraft. Lig says, those racial slurs. Okay. Gay says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Rest in peace. Really says, what's your least favorite game? Supercell games like Clash of Clans because of the pay-to-win aspect. Liam says, multi-question message. Dude, can you just get to the point? Knight says, how much money do you make per stream? I make like $40 an hour. JX says, did you know that apples are on apple trees? Yeah. Rosa says my name. Okay. Mewing says, I'm not Cody, dude. Oh, did I call you Cody by accident? I'm sorry. Ollie says, yo. Hello, Ollie. Jimmy says, have you ever played a Fallout game? I've played Fallout 76 for like an hour. Lunch says, hey guys, from LA. Been riding my bicycle during lunch breaks to help improve my mental health. Oh, that sounds peaceful. Cody says, what flavor is apple juice? Apple. Someone says, do you want to hear a joke? Yeah. Macy says, sup. Hello, Macy. Zen says, do you do this every day? Yeah. Emo says, yo. Hello, Emo. Zin says, you're beautiful. Thank you. Joey says, what's your thought on the social media ban? Well, I guess it is good that a lot of children won't be exposed to vulgar stuff. Kai says, this is very relaxing actually. Did you know that? Yes. Thank you, Christopher, for the preschool stars, and Unoriginal for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Smallest says, are you gay? No. Normal says, what color's an orange? Orange. Mister says, what you think of Oliver Tree death? I think it's a tragedy. Thank you, Coaching, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Rosa says, my name is Ryan B. Okay. It's Jay says, what is your religion? Don't have one. Landon says, what is the best rocket? I don't know, man. I don't know. Hein says, hi. Hello, Hein. Ricky says, how many numbers are in the alphabet? That's doesn't make any sense. Sammy says, do you like humans or animals? Both. Thank you, Meshu, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Daryl says World Cup. Okay. Little says start believing in Christ. Sorry now. Jimmy says, is everything nothing and is nothing everything? No. Luffy says, have you played Rocket League? I have. Not says, are you black? I already answered that, dude. Thank you, Gavin, for that press F thingamajig. Delia says, are you foe? Are you? What? Madison says, what are your opinions on Therians? They're weird. Ryan says, you're wholesome. Thank you. Toasted says, September 9th will be an interesting day. No, it won't. Thank you, Mid, for the flow state. Ryan says, hi. Hello, Ryan. Gubby says, I'm schizophrenic. Sorry. Thank you, Kirsty, for the flow state thing. Cryptic says, what color is science? I think of green. Emo says, thank you for the shout out. You're welcome. Trana says, are you in the World Cup? I'm not. DJ says, what's the timer for? It's when I end the stream. It's that says, discipline is doing the right thing when nobody is watching. True. Thank you, Christy, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Fuck says, I like how you say nah. Thank you. I'm Miku says, stop trying to force religion. They can continue. It's okay. Willow says, what's a conspiracy theory you actually think has some merit? Dude, I'm a complete NPC. I believe the mainstream media. I may even believe the... Yeah, I'm an NPC. Tech says, tell or ask me anything. That works. Your dad says, did he poop today? No comment. RT says, what are your thoughts on e-bikes? They are not my thing. Thank you, Kirsty and Coaching, for the 67 abominations. Dino says, is Nutella masculine, feminine, or neutral? Well, I think liquidy substances are kind of feminine, so feminine. Lax says hello, hi. M4 says, can you say uwu? There you go. Ramon super chats, bro, don't get married. You'll end up losing 50% of everything when you walk in on her and Rufus and Jamal. On her and Rufus and Jamal. I'm sorry if that's based on a true story. Mr. Chill says, hello, nice man. Hello, Mr. Chill. Archer says, can I have a shout out? No. Timer extended. Sean says, what do you think of think? I get stuck in my head sometimes. Israel says, hi everyone. Hi. Govar says, please shout out me. No. Jag says, hello. Hello, Jag. Outlaw says, how does your chat setup work? Is it a custom program? No, it's anyone can download it. It's in the description. Kodre says, dodo. Okay. That Xbox YouTube super chats. Yo, what's your opinion on GTA 5? I have more than 1,000 hours on it. It's a fun game. Thank you, Cookie, for the 67 abomination. Muhammad says, good. You learn to say you are an NPC. You used to give horrible answers. Okay. Timmy says hello. Hello, Timmy. Lewis says hello, Don. Hello, Lewis. Oberon says, donating to ask what your opinion on GTA 5 is low-key wild. That's wild? Okay. Mango says, can you say Hendrix is a femboy? No. Christine says, happy Pride Month. Alright. Tim says, we are Charlie Kirk. Okay. Kosovo says, whatever on earth that is. I don't speak that language. I'm sorry. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. 3 says, what's up? Hello, 3. Zin says, hi. Hello, Zin. Jag says, hello. Hello, Jag. Sport says, do you like chicken nuggets? I do. Tank says, dude, you seem tired. This is basically how I always am. Stay says, please say hi to me. Hello, Stay. Official says, hola. Hola. Adam says, you are going to do the furry stream. I'm not asking, I'm telling. You don't have the authority to command me like that. Adrian says, yo, what's up? Hi. Knob says, I have no religion either. Okay. Zen says, just say yes so we can be happy. No. It's Void says, how are you? I'm good. Tim says, you misspelled my name. I mispronounced it. I'm sorry. Muhammad says, shout out please. No. Admiral says, what is that background? It's a Mandelbrot. Dode says, is life just a simulation? No. Grayson says, yo, I'm back. Hi. William says, I love you, bro. Thanks. Nostalgic says, what color is your water bottle? Curious. It's, transparent. I don't know. Kayla says, shout out me. No. Menacing says, do you like skateboarding? No. Oscar says, Dino, chicken nuggets or chicken nuggets? Default chicken nuggets. Bacon says, is life a game? Yeah. Thank you, Jerry, for the plastic flower. Dominique says, Jesus died for you. Okay. Dodahedron says, good night, bro. Good night, Dodahedron. Ramon says, do you go to church that has no religion? No. TS says, green beans. Okay. Jay says, are you depressed? No. Porma2 says, my aunt's cat is quite fond of you. Are they, touching the screen? Lax says, cheesecake. Okay. Little Monkey says, why? Please start believing in Christ. It will change your life. Sorry, sorry. Sha says, W stream. Thank you. iDark says, cheese. Okay. Thank you, Jerry and Saucy, for the plastic flower and party hat. Besem says, my name is Besem. Yeah. Lig says, do you like Snickers? I do not like that candy. Sin says, your think on Wembu. I don't know what you're saying, man. Daisy says, what's your favorite animal? Well, that right there is one of my favorite animals. Thank you, Hazard, for the disco ball abomination. Jimmy says, opinion on Subway. I like it. I like their turkey sandwiches. Kermit says, don't do drugs, kids. Yeah. Cyber says, favorite game of all time? Minecraft. That guy says, I'm shitting. Okay. Christine says, how do you feel about the Ubisoft founder's death? Oh yeah, wasn't it a plane crash? That's tragic. Mark says, W stream, keep going. And it's not hard to make a Minecraft server. Well, the one that I'm thinking about is what I'm having trouble with is like the design aspect, like not so much like the putting together, but like the rules and stuff. Edit says, keep it up, thank you. Cass says, what game do you love? Minecraft. Porma2 says, gamers don't die, we respawn. Okay. Ducky says, you like burgers? Yeah. Oscar says, beans or green beans? Beans. Matt says, you like DMT? I don't. I'm looking at your profile picture. Terraria. Maybe I should play that. Lucas says, if you make a Minecraft server, can I be your mod? No. Danila says, do you know Roblox? Yeah. YouTube says, can you shout me out? Nope. Triton says, Grow Garden 2 is trash. Alright. Marlin says, are the bills really that high? No. Shaz says, you're atheist? No. Studies says, play Minecraft. Not right now. Knob says, you said my name right last time. I was here, you said it wrong. Knob? I think Knob is right, isn't it? Thank you, Laser, for the stupid flow state thing. Winner says, do you exist? I do. George says, hi, bro. Hi. The King says, keep doing good. I'll try to. Lenny says, Oliver Tree. Okay. J-Dog says, there is a 1 in 1,000 chance you see this. I saw it. Thank you, Wyatt, for the stupid flow state thing. Nez says, you look tired. Okay. Jet says, do you use the bathroom during stream? Genuinely curious. Rarely. Last stream I did, but that was a rare occurrence. Thank you, Alexander, for the disco ball abomination. XID says, Mario or Luigi, which one you like? I like Mario. APH says, hi, man. Hello, APH. Parker says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Rest in peace. Thank you again thank you, Razor, for the flow state. Apollo says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Rest in peace. King says, I like the new camera placement. Thank you. Star says, do you listen to Michael Jackson? Only when it's playing in the supermarket. Jacob says, do you have a job? I Don't talk about my job. Kerr says, you forgot to add time for that one super chat. Really? Really? Are you sure? This super chat is quite a long time ago. Are you sure about that? Troy says, what's the countdown for at the top? It's when I end the stream. Thank you, Ramon, for the stupid makeup brushes. KO says, why 2 hours? Because people super chatted so much that now I have to stream for 2 hours. Kosovo says something I don't understand. Why would you type Russian when I'm speaking English? Timmy says, Donnie, remember me from like a month ago? No, I don't. Thank you, Captain, for the 67 abomination. Ecater says, are they still available on? I don't know what we're talking about. Lana says, rate my profile picture. No. Oliver says, do you have dyslexia? I don't. YK says, when did you graduate? I'm not going to say sorry. Lana says, rate my profile picture. No. Alfred says, nice background. Thank you. Funny says, I'm being adopted on the 38th of February. Okay. And drink water. I'll do that. Thank you for reminding me to drink water. Alexander says, what's your favorite game? Right now, Black Ops 2. Froggy super chats. This guy actually might be emotionless. I have emotions. I laugh every now and then, but it's not often. Dynamic says, are you slow? Maybe a little bit. Froggy, timer extended. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you, your average, for the 67 abomination. Garfield says, how was your day? Good. Minnie says, what's your favorite song? Well, I've been listening to the album Ascension Sunrise recently. M says, bye, I'm tired. Goodbye, M. The Jack says, do you like the amazing digital circus? Quite the opposite. Roderick says, Ayo, can I get a shout out? No. Troy says, do you know Fearless? Is that a Call of Duty YouTuber? Sounds familiar. Thank you, Hyper, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Mr. Milk says, Minecraft or GTA 5? Pick one. Minecraft. Bear says, what is your favorite drink? Coke. Ferris says, do I have aura? No, you don't. Thank you, Erica, for, what is that gift? I don't know what that is, but thank you for whatever you sent. Nerby says, do you love Sonic the Hedgehog? No. Sudsy says, what's your favorite car? I like cheap cars on Craigslist. Cooper says, LeBron or MJ? LeBron. Jen says, what is your factor number? I don't know. Surin says, hi. Hello, Surin. Ozzy says, how are you? I'm good. Turtling says, you're beautiful, bro. Thank you. Not says, what's your longest stream? It was in the 12-hour range, around there. Skelly says, is it RTX 5060 worse than an RTX 4700? I don't know, dude. I'm not a nerd. Thank you, Ruben, for the thumbs up thing. Monkey says, how many hours do you think you could stream straight before needing a break? Well, I've done 12 hours before, and I remember I actually wasn't that tired somehow. Weird. Fearless says, I like how brutally honest you are. Thank you. Maze says, football or basketball? Basketball. Thank you, Vamp, for the 6-7 abomination. Cam says, what is your favorite sport? Esports. Emma says, do you like rocks? They're pretty cool. Black says, you're a legend, G. Thank you. Oilet says, have you been to Asia? I haven't. T says, fake water. That's milk, bro. It's water. Rude says, are you straight, alley, or a straight? What? Fuzzy says, what is your favorite animal? I like the great apes. Switzerland says, PC knowledge is not being a nerd. I think it kind of is. Suddies says, who do you gonna win the World Cup? Who do I think? Portugal. Unfair super chats. Have you seen the Minecraft movie and drink water? I have. I watched it in the theaters like everyone else. And I don't remember anyone going crazy. It was pretty peaceful. Artist says, do you have a job? No comment. And thank you for the super chat, Unfair. Timer extended. Oliver says, would you rather have unlimited bacon but no games? I hate that question. Black says, I don't know Don, but his streams are chill. Thank you. Surin says, how old are you? I'll tell you, I'm not a minor. Daniela says, did you see the Backrooms movie? No. Porma2 says, stop water bottle exploitation. Like, I'm exploiting it for, I don't know what you mean. Muffin says, Spinoza is God. Okay. Robert says, what is your phone number, home address, and bank account number? I am not going to tell you that. That is way too private. 1 second, please. I'm doing something. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Porma2 says, the water bottle is your abuse goblin. I don't see that. Jay says, shout out? No. John says, hi. Hello, John. I'm a duck says, duck. Okay. Leon says, what's your favorite food? Cheeseburgers. No name, thank you for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Official says, hello, human. Hi, robot. Adrian says, do you know Joe Bart? Yeah. Thank you, no name, for the stupid high five thing. Logan says, would you rather have infinite Robux or infinite V-Bucks? Infinite V-Bucks. I don't play Roblox. Just Cool says hi. Hello, Just Cool. Ace says, how many hours do you have on your PC? Thousands. Phantom says hi. Hello, Phantom. Dr. Banana says hi. How's it going, Banana? Amber says, did you ever want an aquarium in your home? Yeah. And I succeeded in getting it. Callie says, yes, Don. Love the hustle. You like the long streams? Yeah. Sign says, do you watch the World Cup by any chance? I do not watch the World Cup. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Furnace says, hey, dude, what's your favorite planet in the solar system? I like Saturn. Wowie says, how much money did you spend on your PC? 1,000. Ethan says, hi. Hello, Ethan. Sale says, you kinda remind me of the yellow bird from Angry Birds. Would you concur? I would. Porma2 says, Robux can be turned back into real monies. Oh, wow. Edward says, have you played Genshin Impact? I haven't. Actually, I have, for like 10 minutes, as like a joke. Christian says, bread. Okay. Frizzy says, don't give me a big shout out. I won't. X says, I'm a germaphobe. Okay. Ace says, what brand is your wall? What brand is my wall? What? I don't know, man. Also, I'm making an announcement right now. The timer is now locked. I am not extending the timer anymore. Super chats do not extend the timer. Danielle says hi. Hello, Danielle. Jem says, can you just hurry up, Big Chin? Hurry up what? Ramon says, don't lock the timer. Too bad. Nor says, I fart every day. Okay. Your boy says, rate Dr. Donut out of 10. He was pretty cute when he meowed. Just kidding. Kind of. Ashley Hicks super chats hi. Hello, Ashley. Liz says, are you okay? I am okay. Official says, PlayStation or Xbox. PlayStation. Ashley super chats hi. Hi. Did I already read this? I'm kind of in the daze for some reason. Anyways, I appreciate your super chat, Ashley. Troy says, are you gay? No. Alm says, boy, summer. Okay. Pickle says, I'm high in mustard. Okay. Cheeto says, Dumbledore. Alright. NR says, hi. Hello, NR. Pumpkin says, do you like basketball? Compared to other sports, yeah. What's up says, do you play Robux? No. Chewy says, why are you streaming instead of spending time with your father? No comment. No says, it's been a while. Glad to see you've been sleeping better. Thank you. RTR says, do you like e-bikes? I don't. You keep on asking me that, and it's always no. Savage says, what's your favorite food? That would be the cheeseburger. Limit says, what is harder, becoming a pro Fortnite player or becoming a pro Minecraft player? A pro Fortnite player, definitely. Ryan says, opinion on black people. They are cool, just like everyone else. Net says, FNAF or Poppy Playtime? FNAF. Danielle says, please, what's your nationality? USA. Joe Dirt says, I don't have diarrhea anymore. Nice. Russell says, why do you like men? I don't. Sam says, what is your current favorite game? Black Ops 2. Wart says, I'm gay. Alright. Baller says, do you burger? I consume them. Jen says, what's your favorite color? Gray. Why do you ask that? Are you like 5 years old? VR says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Rest in peace. What's up says, do you like KFC? I do. Cass says, gotta go. Bye. I'm a sub. Bye. Thank you, Wizard, for the plastic flower. Dragon says, do you play Rivals? No. Frizzy says, thank you, Giggity. Okay. Furnace says, have you ever watched The Boys? No. I'm Maid says, hi, are you a femboy? No. Porma2 says, some chatters treat your stream like a first date. Yeah. Which I don't, yeah. Cheeseburger says, you said you consume what? You. Jimmy says, out of 10, what's your opinion on Black Ops 2? Compared to other games, I give it an 8. Almer says, what games do you play? I just beat Half-Life 1, so there's that. What's up says, you like McDonald's? Yeah. Thank you, Meshu, for the plastic flower. And Seattle for the plastic flower. Brian says, Trump or Obama? No comment. Pickle says, I'm high on pickles now. Okay. EO says, the fuck is this? Some guy reading your messages. Parker says, are you straight? Yeah. Tropical says, you like Wendy's? I like their spicy chicken nuggets. Thank you, C. Martin, for the stupid party hat thing. Bezer says, do you call it football or soccer? Soccer. Cloud says, do you know Flame Frags? I don't know him. Elliot says, are you depressed? No. Thank you, Bro Noah, for the feces. Ollie says, hello, you probably don't remember, but I remember you. And can you still a little better? I'm about to finish. I don't know what you're saying. Prod says, duh. Okay. Zimbabwe says, hi, hello. Baller says, help, I'm stuck in a huge yellow room with this annoying buzzing. What do I do? You should pinch yourself and wake up. Eva says, are you doing okay? I am. Toji says, do you like DID? I don't know what that is. T says, turkey bacon sandwiches or burgers? Burgers. I don't like bacon that much. Dinosaur, thank you for the clutch gift thing. Lemon says, the comments are like farty kinda. Dolphin says, I like boys. Okay. Bob says, I'm jamming clubs with my bros. Awesome. Moldy says, want to do Minecraft? I do not, sorry. Drinking beer super chats, don't free Palestine. No comment. And again, for the record, that is not my my own thoughts. That's a chat message. Tola says, I'm bisexual. Okay. Michael super chats $1 American. Thank you, Michael. Zoe says, do you support gay people? Yeah. Atomic says chili dog. Okay. Delgado says careful. Okay. Iton says, have you ever experienced sleep paralysis? Not that I can remember. Just like ass super chats. Played the DLCs for Half-Life 1 Twin. They're peak. Okay. It depends how much they cost. I imagine they're cheap though, because I feel like Valve is not a greedy company. MP says okay. Alright. Gavin super chats. Should I order nuggies or fries? Well, I personally don't like french fries that much. So, my suggestion is nuggies. Eod says, have you watched Arcane? I haven't. Seth says, should I revise my science test tomorrow or watch you? Revise the science test. Re says, hello, what up? Hello, Re. Aquarius says, can you be my Skibbity Sigma furry femboy boyfriend? Not interested. Switzerland says, chicken nuggets with ketchup are yummy. Yeah, I like buffalo sauce. Liz says, are you a cat person or dog person? A dog person. Someone says, what's your opinion on Japan? Well, if I were to make a list of top 5 countries to visit, that would probably be on the list. Midas says, hello Midas. Car says Minecraft or Fortnite. Minecraft. Thank you, Muhammad, for the disco ball abomination. Tra says Messi or Ronaldo. messy. Jen says, what's your zodiac sign? I don't want to hint out what my birthday is. I want to keep my birthday private. Thank you, Fal, for the flow state thing. Jay says, what's your biggest fear? Car accidents. Liam says, can I tell you something? Sure. Mara says, I unsubscribed you and 3 viewers is hunting me. Am I cooked? I don't know, but I hope you stay safe. The Swaggy says, tomboys or femboys? Take this seriously. I don't know, tomboys. Thank you, Meshu, for the moldy Sunday. Moldy Sunday. Baller says, do you play Geometry Dash? I do not. Pack says wiener. Okay. Dom says, do you like FNAF? No. Nor says, are you ADHD? Just asking, no offense. I don't think so. Jacob says, hey my friend. Hello Jacob. Thank you Whitney for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Moy says VR PS5. PS5. By the way, does anyone have any, actually, just like Is says, if you had to crack a FNAF character, who would it be? I don't know. I know in the Epstein files there was like FNAF pornography. I don't know why I'm mentioning that. I just thought it kind of relates to your comment. Builder says, hello, I respect you. Thank you. By the way, does anyone have any opinions on GIFs? Like, is it annoying when I say, thank you for the Chuck E. Cheese coin? Are GIFs annoying? Emerald says, what made you start YouTube? Money. Billy says, should I text my crush? Yes. Saad says, are you a father? Because if you are, happy Father's Day. I'm not, but thank you. Bro says, well, send a GG. Thank you, bro Noah. Oni says, nah, it's not a big deal. Okay. Zen says, your stream stutters a bit. That's a shame. Mar says, I hate it. Really? I like the money. Adam says, are you gay? No. Leon says, I think you are an original streamer because your content stands out. I appreciate it. Chris says, Holly. Okay. Jesus says, you're annoying. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about me, not the gifts. Ethan says, bro. Okay. Tra says, who's winning the World Cup? Portugal. Reggie says, keep up on the work. Thank you. Wiggy says, BBB. Alright. Jaden says, thank you. You're welcome, I guess. Gia says, do you have a boyfriend? No. Kat says, you might get the money, but you have super chats, so you might as well turn them off, because no one can enjoy it, you know? Is it really that annoying? Kellen says, Jesus is the way. Alright. The Annihilator says, trippin' on the background. Yeah. 4 says, do you have a phobia? No. BR says, cool live concept. Thank you. Thank you, Noah, for the feces. Yura says, are you in a relationship? I am not gonna disclose that. Archibald says, maybe everyone. Dude, type better. Huss says, your fingers look like what? Thank you, the king, for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Barry says, my cat is purring. Okay. Elena says, how do I do? Who are you asking? What? King says HU. Okay. Liam says, my dad died. I'm sorry. Jaden says, BDH. Okay. Thank you, Nat and Doodle, for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. James says, hi. Hello, James. Lig says, don't chat on Minecraft at all. It might get you banned. Yeah, they have chat restrictions now. Christina says, my dog is sleeping. Okay. Goofy says, hi. Hello, Goofy. It's crazy says, IDD. Alright. Probably says, hi. Hello, probably. I'm literally says, gain muscles or racial slurs. What? Brick says, hi. Hello, Brick. Reed says, hi. Hello, Reed. Thank you, Beetle, for the press F thing. Knock says, please let me out of the basement, bro. You're not in my basement. Noah says, what's your second favorite food? Chicken nuggets. Thank you, Official, for the preschool stars. Haridata says, hi. Hello. Chill says, do you like butter chicken? And yeah, I subbed. I haven't tried that. Liz says, yo, have you ever watched the Avatar The Last Airbender. I have. Chris says, why do you look mad? I don't know. Thank you, probably Hudson, for the press F thing. Love says, what is your favorite meme? Source? Trust me, bro. Rian says, hello, I escaped from IKEA anyway. That's awesome. Good job. I Love says, this is the stupidest live idea ever. Alright. Kosovo says, Russian tanks or Albanian petrol. Albanian petrol. Perp says, how long have you been doing this for? 2 hours. Ryder says, how old are you? An adult. Henry says, what's your biggest fear? Car crashes. Valium says, are you chill? People tell me that I am. Ma says, how old when you started doing content? I'm not gonna say, but I will say it was 2015. Thank you, Court, for the stupid sunshine abomination thing. Diva says, can you give a shout out to my cat racial slur? No. Panda says, do you like bleach when it comes to cleaning things? Creed says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Yeah, rest in peace. Thank you, Kerr, for the stupid party hat thing. Cheryl says, be mine, Papos. Okay. Cookie says, you like pizza? I do. Yowie says, should I come out to my parents as trans? Yeah. Patrick says, what's your favorite food? Cheeseburgers. Frizzy says, sing this, Da Biscuit Gang. I don't sing. Ray says, Don's biggest fear is finding out that he's not actually wearing any pants. I'm wearing jeans right now. Roblox says hi. Hello, Roblox. Star says, do you know who Steve K. son is? I do not. Thank you, Tahima, for the flow state thing. Kyoto says, mobile or PC? I am on PC. King says, you are chill. Thank you. Zin says, I'm trans and pregnant. Alright. Oni says, Nick. Okay. Jackson says, who's your favorite song artist? I like Radiohead. Tra says, Albania or Serbia? Albania. Hutlet says, I escaped from prison. I'm wanted 6 stars. Good luck. Thank you, Avery, for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Days says, do you listen to any music? I've been listening to the album Ascension Sunrise, which one of the songs is playing right now. Roblox says, do you watch The Amazing Digital Circus? No. Ramon says, I noticed you're wearing a belt. Can you loosen it up, relax, and get comfortable? No, my belt feels fine right now. I mean, it's not actually that tight. Like, I'm already comfortable. Charlie says, do you like football? I do not. Thank you, a regular cow, for the party hat thing. Turbo says, is Darius the king or queen? King, I guess. Emerald says, what's something your fans did know about? I don't know what you're saying. Roblox says, W, thank you. Thank you, the king, for the preschool stars. Forrest says, do you like Hasman Hotel? No, I don't. Don't like it. Coop says, hey, did you watch the World Cup? No. Jesus says, do you have any squishies? No. Nicole says, do you like rock music? Yes, I do. Soph says, hi from Ireland. Also, do you watch The Amazing Digital Circus? No, I dislike The Amazing Digital Circus. Huz says, my favorite food is your fingers. Okay. Christina says, smile. Not right now. 1 second, please. Ethan says, did you like SpongeBob? Yeah, I enjoyed it. Musa says, you're not trans and pregnant. You're just a mentally challenged woman with a septum piercing. I condemn your chat message. David says, poop. Okay. Sneaker says, 1 second. Let me readjust myself. By the way, thank you, Selma, for the silly #1 dad thing. Sneaker says, are you a trans, lesbian, bisexual woman who is pregnant with triplets? No. Trey says, 67 God. Okay. Storm says, BF, hi, I miss my daughter. I don't want it anymore. What are you on about? Imagina says, Jesus is king. Okay. Tyler says, do you like Mimi brisket? I haven't tried that. Kitty says, how was your day? Pretty good. I'm looking for a place to put my arm. God says, do you like Oliver Tree? I haven't listened to his music. Game says, how was your day? It's been pretty good. Tra says buffering emoji number 1. Okay. Nicole says, what's your favorite movie? I like A Clockwork Orange. Storm says 67. Okay. UG says, what's your favorite movie? I just answered you. Robert says, how many men do you penetrate on a daily basis? 0. Thank you for the flow state thing, Mexican. Bomb super chats. If I send another, will you take a 5-minute break? No. That would be stupid of me to leave you guys hanging for a whole 5 minutes. Not gonna do that. Hunter says, do you believe in Jesus? I do not. Musa says, now I want to marry Sneaker Girl. Okay. Joey says, do you remember me? No. Kylan says, do you like football? No. Rian says, Glungus is coming back for revenge. Yeah, this isn't gonna end well. Okay. Bomb VR super chats. How about 30 seconds to a minute? Well, I don't need a break. I really only take breaks when I need to use the restroom, and I don't need to do that. Udi says, do you hump? No comment. T7 says, have you ever played the game Castle Crashers? I haven't. Jaden says, listen to Matrix. I've listened to the soundtrack. Ganja says, lol, he hates doing this. No. Pickle says, PC or Nan? PC or what? Cat says, pour water on your head. No. Wyatt says, sex. Alright. Thank you, Sefma, for the 6-7 abomination. Jaden says, take a drink. Remind me in 5 minutes. AJ says, Dad? I always thought you were a mother. Okay. Xander says, do you like Finnish cake? I don't know what that is. Bomb VR super chats. Have a good rest of your day. I'm going to sleep. Sweet dreams, Bomb VR. Thank you, Sefma, for the 6-7 abominations. Forrest says, do you listen to ICP? Don't know what that is. Blaze says, hello there. Hi, Blaze. Dude says, I'm not gay, but I want to pick your butthole hairs. Well, your dream will never become a reality. Melty says sex. Okay. Pokemon says hello. Hi. Shadow says hello, son. Hello, Shadow. Jen says insane clown posse. What is that? Banana says I moved to Brazil. Okay. Thank you, Guardian, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin, and Sefma for you know what. Otto says, tell us something interesting about yourself. Why don't you ask me an interesting question about myself? Aaron says, you are a good streamer. Thank you. Ethan says, bro, I know what you did last summer. No comment. Bomb VR super chats. First, how much money have you gotten in one stream? I don't know the most I've gotten in one stream. I literally don't. But I'm open to telling you that I've made $8,000 in total from this YouTube channel. I'm Not Bot says, do you love your subscribers? No, but I appreciate them. Trey says, this stew, this clue, this may give you the flu. Okay. Flynn says, now drink. Give me another 5 minutes. Thank you, Taco, for the stupid clock it thing. Zaim says, say, I hate happiness without the H. What is that? What are you trying to make me say? Just, is it like about me liking dick or something? I don't get it. David says, I am just saying poop and then number. Okay. Alone says, did you know that humans can walk? I did know. Yuv says, are you an atheist? I am an agnostic. L says, do you like Star Wars? No. Queen says, I hate school. Okay. Titanic says, can you give me a shout out? I've tried killing myself because of bullying. I'm sorry about that, and I hope you get better. Dree says, certificates of deposit or mutual funds? Neither. Promer2 says, the clocket is fierce, you chud. I think it's stupid looking. Well, Laputa says hi. Hello, Laputa. Void says, you like bread? I do. Thank you, Taco, for the flow state thing. Cat says, stand up. No. The best guy says something in a language I don't understand. Max says, do you remember me? No. Lincoln says, who you got winning the World Cup? I have Portugal. Fishing says hi. Hello, Fishing. Hud says, you are so honest. Okay. The Real says, I hope you have a good day. You too. Weird says, do you like Linkin Park? No. Leo says, what's an racial slur? What are you saying? Thank you, Lotta, for the preschool stars. AJ says, ICP Insane Clown Posse, a Juggalo band. What's a Juggalo band? I'm guessing they just make music. Or is that some kind of... Hudzer says, do you like hockey? I do not like it. Tenley says, do you think you're going to keep gifts on? I really want to. I have to think about it more. Thank you, Lotta, and Yaris Columbi for all of the stupid star stuff. Jay says, where are you from? USA. Alone says, I'm on Venus, my ass is burning. Okay. Lana says, hi, reminder, drink water. Remind me in 10 minutes. Thank you for the flow state thing. Janet. Someone says, did you watch Truman Show? I've seen it in the theaters. Crochet says, I'm Sigma God. Okay. Lil says, I am Steve. Thank you, Kathleen, for the stupid flow state thing. I Give Up says, I live on Pluto. Okay. The Real says, I like the thing in the background. Cool. Kosovo says, Albanian patrol or Mexican cocaine or I don't know, dude. Zeb says, did he? Did what? Alexi says, eat your water. In 10 minutes. AMI says, hi, daddy. Hello, Amy. Oni says, you look like Olive Tree with a good haircut. By the way, I like white nails on feet. Okay. Thank you, Lotta, for the stars. And by the way, do the GIFs ever obfuscate like the chat messages? Curvis says, hi. Hello, Curvis. Dede says, can I insert my dit in? No. Storm says, do you love shoving big balls into your juicy cheeks, daddy? No. Quinn says, so you goon, right? No comment. Thank you, Lotta, for the 70 stupid star stuff. Someone says, do you watch anime? I don't. Yor says, the way you respond to this is very endearing. Okay. Sub says, when did you start the clock? I like 2 hours ago. Thank you, Laura, for the flow state thing. BR says, my username is pronounced burn without the U. Okay. Logan says, what's up, pimp? Hello, Logan. Joe says, are you single? I don't disclose that. Stixie says, you're so nonchalant, dude. Okay. Thank you, Lotta, for the 100 stars. You reached 100. That's kind of cool to look at. Porma2 says, what's your life like as a sub 5? I'm sub 5 on the PSL thing. The Canadian says, Metroid or Zelda? Zelda. Rosie says, do you like lasagna? I do not. Thank you, Sepha, for the 6-7 abomination. And Savage for the this thing. I appreciate it. And Lurking for the red card. Thank you all for your stupid gifts. Patricia says, eat more water in 10 minutes. Just like S says, Don is not a sub 5. He's like a 7 who could easily look max up to a 9. Okay. I think I believe that a bit more than Porma2's rating. Canyon says, do you like my bike? Yes. Dolly says, hi. Hello, Dolly. Way the Zombie sent a Chuck E. Cheese coin. Thank you, Way. Lizzie says, do you know Cookie Run Kingdom? No, I don't. Ava says, what is your favorite food? Cheeseburgers. Kerr says, I drink markers. Okay. Thank you, Jamal, for the Sunshine Abomination. AJ says, Juggalo, psychopathic record label bands called Horrorcore, Black and White Face Clowns, Kinda Twisted Tis. Okay, so they actually make music. Yoon says, are you furry? I am not. Beg says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Yeah, rest in peace. Thank you, Porta, for the flow state thing, and Savage for the... I don't know what that is, but thank you. Way says, happy Father's Day, Daddy. Thank you. Ark says, do you know Over Tonight? I don't. Thank you, Blue Guy, for the 150 stars. Alex says, are you gay? No. Jan says, hi. Hello, Jan. Outdoor says, what's up, bruh? Hello. Outdoors. Freddy says, what pets do you have if you do have them? I have dogs. Finn says, bro, what do you mean 10 minutes? Drink now. Okay, I'll do that right now. 1 second. Thank you for telling me to, kind of force me to do it. Val says, what should I eat for dinner? Cheeseburgers. Sub says, did he know? Did he died? I did not. Wood says, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you care about Oliver Tree's death? Dude, I don't want to put that on a rating. That seems evil. Icon says, rate my profile picture. 1. Zeb says, do you like big gay balls? Not particularly. Storm says, can you shout out my blah 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 penises and asshole? What's that? Milan says, are you gay? No. Way says Lamau. Alright. Not says, who are we rating today? It's too soon to say because, like, I don't know who's going to be streaming in 2 hours. Ethan says, damn, brother, they are forcing you to drink. I mean, it's for my own good. Thank you, Hendrix, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin, and Portugas for the feces. Lucy says he. Okay. Elise says, you like Jesus? I don't believe in him. Random says, double it or give it to the next person. I think you said that wrong. Arun says W. Okay. Bryce says, I have no dad. I am sorry. Emma says, do you like Stray Kids? No. Thank you, Cam, for the 6-7 abomination. Scott says, can we raid the Luigi girl again? Possibly in the future. They are one of my candidates to raid in the future. I don't know about this stream, though. Thank you, Hendrix, for the stupid high-fiving thing. Knight says, what does goon mean? Why don't you look it up? Steel says, why don't you believe in it? Because, he never talks to me. Way says, rate my profile picture 1, Lamau. Maybe I should be a bit more, less harsh. Thank you, Taco, for the laughing disco abomination. Scooby says, stop gooning. Okay. GR says, are you dumb? Maybe somewhat. Johnny says, are you cool? I don't know. Undefined says, rate my profile picture, please. I like it. The first captain says, obligatory reminder that Don has a fan-run Discord, and you can get an invite if you add me. Same username. That is correct. Nico says, I love you. Thank you. Ryan says, show me your dick. No. Was says, are you gay? No. Titanic says, can you say a good thing about Titanic? I liked how they featured that fish aquarium in that movie. I thought that was cute. Gizzo says something I don't understand. M1 says, how big are eyeballs? You can see for yourself. Gianni says Ubu. Okay. Tornado says, which music do you like more, old school or new? New. Sefma says, I'm gooning to femboy furries right now. Alright. Cozy says, do you like e-bikes? No, I don't. Xbox says, is people able to die? Unfortunately. Storm says, Tiki Tiki Funk, bass boosted, sped up. Alright. Scooby says, I know you like dick in your ass. Incorrect. Zidane says, are you Gen Z? Possibly. Bryn says, rate my profile picture. 4. IY says, background. What about it? R7 says, did you watch the backrooms? No, but I kind of want to. Gnarly says, recite the quadratic formula by heart. I don't remember it. I remember it being pretty long, though. Like 2 times as long as the Pythagorean. Just like Super Chats. That's 2 aquarium references now. Don likes fish. I do, kind of. They are pretty cool. Way says, yeah, he's gay. On April 1st. Right. Thank you again, just like for the super chat. And thank you, MSA, for the 6-7 abomination. T4 says, do you like salmon? No. Durdon says, Bomba Clot. Okay. Levi says, rate my profile picture. It's a little too intense. I don't really like it. Livy, I'm sorry. Django says, Anakin or Obi-Wan? Obi-Wan. Skid says, are you black? No. I am says, how your day? Good. Kingston says, are you streaming on Mars or outside of your house? Or I'm streaming on Earth. Thank you, Gorilla, for the plastic flower. Mark says, how's your day? Solid. The Explosion says, can we see the menu, please? The menu of what? AJ says, Jesus is proven to exist. Lee Strobel, A Case for Christ. I know this is weird, but logic is not going to convince me to believe in God. I have to feel that God exists too. Scooby says, shut the fuck up, little neighbor. That would make for a boring stream. Clemens says, can you get more sleep next time? I got enough sleep. Chris says, yo, can you raid this guy? I don't want to take recommendations. I think I can do it myself. Way says, 1% battery Don. Okay. Justin super chats, I would like a cheeseburger. Burger, please. Ah, you've got the wrong place. This is not a fast food restaurant. Mister says, do you play Titanfall 2? No. Zyruvi says, do you have a reoccurring dream? I do not. I mean, besides actually being chased by tigers and lions, I don't. David says, do you watch the Epstein show? What is that? Nea says, did you watch World Cup 2020? No, I didn't. Deep says, do you like Warhammer? No. Gawk says, do you believe in Jesus? I don't. Amy says, I am Getuden cheeseburger. Okay. Someone says, do you play Minecraft? Yes, I do. Force says, ICP has made many viral songs like the Redneck one. Okay. Bralia says hi. Hello. Amory says, what would be the message to world before you die? If I was given that opportunity, I would be frozen and I would be so uncertain that I would end up saying nothing. Trista says, you were the best. Thank you. IW says, rate my profile picture. 0.5. Stupid says, you're cool. Thank you. Jen says, my brother loves ICP. His wedding cake topper was a juggalo. Okay. Fabian says, you this read wrong. I read it correctly. I am says, do you like mommy milkers? No comment. Victor says, ICP? OMG, insane clown posse. Okay. Colby says, furry femboy syndrome. Alright. Milo says, my birthday is upcoming. Happy early birthday. Dead says, shut the fuck up, you stupid fuck. Get a fucking life, kid. Alright. Ramon super chats, were you able to get unbanned from Warframe? If not, let me know. My uncle works there. I was not, but I don't have an interest in going back. But thank you. And that's crazy if somehow you're telling the truth. Roblox says KAR. Okay. Gold says, you are one of my favorite YouTubers. Thank you. Noah says, don't listen to haters. Okay. Bob says, Warframe is awe. I like the trading system a lot. AJ says, okay, you convinced me to eat a cheeseburger for dinner. Does mushroom Swiss count? Yeah, that counts. Brezzy says, it's my B-day, lil neighbor. Okay. Alex says, you are my favorite YouTuber. Thank you. I'm on fire says, say a joke. Sorry, no. Mr. October says, you should take away time every time you say okay or no comment. I don't view it as a bad thing, me saying that. The idea of the stream is to focus on your messages, not my responses. Xavier says, can you tell us a joke? No. Funny says, can you fuck my fucking ass? I'm not interested. Martin says, keep going, I'm almost there. I'll be streaming for another 2 hours, so you've got time. Have a nice day says, have a good day. You too. Chevket says, harder, daddy. Okay. Under says, give me mustard. No. Bob says, I joking. I've barely played Warframe. Do you like it? It's fun, kind of. I think the art style is kind of corny though. Like, Random says, what is the best Pringle flavor? I don't know. Gavin says, can you say 67? There you go. Chelsea says, remember me when we played furry roleplay together? No. Dino says, how's your day? Good. The Goat says, you are enough. Thank you. Mr. Dilly says, rate my profile picture. What am I looking at? I see a guy in a sports jersey, and I have a hard time figuring out what I'm looking at besides sports jersey. I will say, though, that I actually kind of like it. Even though I mostly don't know what I'm looking at, I think it looks cool. Dez says, raise my profile picture. No. Under says, why no mustard? What are you saying? Portrait says, are you gay? No. Dolphin says, IPS which? Okay. Max says, you're gay. No. Minion says, Mexican food or Chinese food? Mexican food. Wild says, if you could pick between $1 million or one superpower of your choice, superpower, it's not every day that would be revolutionary. AJ says, bacon, cheese, Pringles rule. Okay. Evil says, happy Pride Month, Don. Alright. Will says, are you straight? Yes. James super chats hamburger. Okay. Jen says, do you play games for money? No, but that may become true in a way because I may stream video games. TK says, rate my profile. Dude, I don't want to do this anymore. Ask me in like half an hour. Queen says, you look a bit mad. Are you alright? I'm alright. Natalie says, do you watch JJK? No. By the way, thank you again, Ramon, for your super chat. Joel says, yo. Hello, Joel. Football says, do you like soccer? No. Clemens says, you look tired though. I always look like that. Ezekiel says, hello. Hi. No Name says, hamburger, cheeseburger, big hamburger. Okay. Lil Pibble says, I like big dick with white stuff. Okay. Alright. Et says, yo bro, I'm atheist, but I think there might be a chance God exists. Then we are not the same. Cal says, are you high? No. Anastasia says, I'm walking my fish, and my dog is swimming, and my eating poop. Okay. Just like says, Don is actually his title, not his name. No comment. Undefined says, we love you, Don. Please drink some more water. I'll do that. 1 second, please. Cola says, let me get a sponsor, please. You are not real. Bob says, see ya, bro. Have a good day. Bye. Toby says, can you say Tobias, have a good day? No. Mr. Man says, I'm normal. Hi. Hello, normal person. Miller says, fuck me in the butt. No. Pernil says, where are you from? United States. Bobinator says, do you play VR? I do not. Black says, what's your favorite candy? Nerds gummy clusters. One Wheel says, are you gay? No. Harry says, say shout out Yera. I did. Orion says, hi bro. You good today, bro? And can you be my friend? Sorry, no. Levita says, do you know who Ronaldo is? Who doesn't? Diana says, which one would you pick? $20 million right now or $20 a minute? $20 a minute. I'm on Fire says, do you like the Amazing Digital Circus? I do not at all. Atlas says, do you take any breaks? Sometimes. Rarely. Vil says, what's your peak rank and siege? Platinum. Ambulance says, tickle my feet. No. Jonathan says, you're my favorite YouTuber. Do you play Fortnite? Occasionally. J4 says, A. Okay. AR says, my rigidity, Rue, dad hit me. I'm sorry. Cordy says, do you love BBC? No. M4 says, how are you so nonchalant? I don't know, man. 50 says, are you okay? I am. Retar says, do you like Croatia? I don't know much about it, but I heard that they have pretty beaches. AJ says, favorite actor or actress? Well, I like the actor Stephen Ogg's interviews. Thank you, Rob, for the flow state thing. Stinky says, do you know Splatoon? Yeah. Wender says, do you like furry femboys? No. Thank you, Jaden, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. T4 says, do you like Hasbin Hotel? I dislike it. Cloudy says hi. Hello, Cloudy. Mide says, what is your favorite game? Well, one of them is Absolute Insanity. I said that badly. I like the game Absolute Insanity. Rob says, hi, do you like my gift? Yeah, I did like your flow state, thank you. Alexander says, what's your favorite game? Minecraft. Bet says, I hate you. Okay. Danny says, hey bud. Hello, Danny. Wei says, are you in the files? No. Rayan says, hi dude, thanks for shout out. You're welcome. Thank you, Mercy, for the stupid sparkles thing. Matthew says, good morning from Carnadale, Queensland. Good morning. Thank you, Rob, for the disco ball abomination. Amy says, how old is this man? This man is at least an adult. Clemens says, keep the haters out, don't listen to them. I'm open to listening to the haters. Thank you again, Rob, for the disco ball abomination. Zachary says, have you ever said the N-word? No comment. Kat says, I have a rifle in my mouth. Do not do that. I think you should keep living. Wei says, ever play Portal? I want to. Thank you, Rob, for the third abomination. Ivan says, yo. Hello, Ivan. The King says, do you know who Dom Benitez is? I do know who that guy is. Candy says E. Okay. Dana says HDJ. Alright. Dion says, do you Discord mod? No. Paul super chats, what's your worst experience you've ever endured? I've been a pretty comfortable guy in my life, but I haven't broken any bones. I do remember I had a really bad toothache once, and it was, I wanted to do nothing but like just lay down and do nothing. That's how bad it was. 72 says, rate my profile picture. 7. Minion says, what is a raid? Search up Twitch raid, and that's what I do on YouTube. Thank you, Rob, for the Chuck E. Cheese coins, and Crystal for the star. Sandy says, do you like Renault? I don't know what that is. Vision says, can you shout me out? No. Dio says, you're kind of cute. Thank you. Cher says, can you please learn handstand? I'll do that one day. Wei says, dude, your last stream got 92,000 views. You're kind of goated. I mean, in terms of views, but that's only in the aspect of views. Maybe this is complete slop. Ethan says hi. Hello, Ethan. Toby says, we love you, bro. Thank you, Toby. Nevin says, you're the best. Thank you. AJ says, so what will be or was your first alcoholic adult drink? Renault. I don't have any favorite adult alcoholic drinks, and I don't remember what I had last. Mr. Frost says, do you play Zelda? I don't. JT says, do you play Angry Birds? No. Corrupt says, wave emoji. Hello, Corrupted. Nathine says, hi. Hello. Milo says, parasocial Don Benitez. Okay. Landon says, what's up? Hello, Landon. TJ says, race. I am Hispanic. Steelan says, would you eat cheeseburgers if they made you gay? I'd be wary of like such a character change. Like that seems weird, so I would be wary. Danielson super chats. Ricky Berwick makes $500 to $1,000 per stream. Get good. I am not on his level. That is true. Keon says, who are you willing to win for the World Cup? I want the United States. Cyber says, do you remember me from last stream? I do not. And I have seen a stream, and he does make that money, yeah. He has it so that every super chat has a robot that says it. Every super chat gets read by a robot, so that inclines people to super chat more, which is an interesting way to do the stream. Popular says NI. Okay. Apocla says, do you remember? Remember what? Glow says, do you goon to Michael Jackson? No comment. Alexander says L. Okay. Thank you, Frozen, for the disco ball abomination. Mr. Gion says hello. Hi. Reggie says age. I only say that I'm an adult. The Frog says poo. Okay. Falcon says, my teacher cursed out my dog and now he threw up in my bathroom. I'm sorry. Isaac says hello. Hello, Isaac. Skelly says, should I do my homework or watch this? Well, you could do a compromise and do homework while you listen to this. The Only says, do you like cheeseburgers? Yeah. Knife says, do you like orange juice? Yep. UG says W. Thank you. Mason says, play Siege with me, please. Sorry, no. Galaxy says, do you like Star Wars? No. Echo says H. Alright. Brandon says, Alaska? Represent. Okay. Dottie says, do you like corgis? I do not. Well, actually, they're pretty cute. Dylan says, when we will make our kids. I'm not reproducing with you. Jelvin says, you're like a speedrunner. Yeah, I do go through chat messages. Katie says, how big is your PP? I don't want to talk about my penis. Aiden says, do you watch the World Cup? I don't. Robert says, if you could have sex with 2 girls, but their ages combined made 35, what ages would you choose? Dude. No comment. Vision says, don't you disrespect MJ. Okay. Spider says hi. Hello, Spider. Zane says Pat. Okay. HY says, why do you look angry? That's just the way I look, dude. Haley says, do you have any dogs? Yeah. Cool says, do you like femboys because they look like girls, or do you... I don't have a fascination for femboys. Justin says, do you like schlongs? No. Thank you, Sop, for the preschool star. CJ says, have you ever almost caused a death? I mean, no. AJ says, the teacher or the dog? Too much like was bingo, the farmer or the dog? Dude, what are you saying? I don't know what you're saying. That says, why are you parasocial, Don Benitez? Because the reason why I'm successful is because of parasocial relationships. Player says, do you play Geometry Dash? I have before. Max says, how long have you been streaming for? Like 2 hours and a half. Danielle says, hello bro, how are you? I am good. Cannon says, can you give me some Robux? No. Muhammad says, rest in peace Oliver Tree. Yeah. Fire says, what's your favorite hobbies or activity to do off stream? I like to go on walks. Dak says, scream, hee hee. No. Bryson says, what do you main in Rainbow Six Siege? Blitz and Clash. Caleb says, my penis is 36 inches. Not possible. Milo says, In-N-Out or McDonald's? In-N-Out. Dan says, what's your favorite operator in Rainbow Six Siege? Well, besides Blitz and Clash, I also like Montaigne. Christino says, what's that behind you? A TV. Specifically, a fractal, if you're referring to the video. Jackson says, buh. Okay. XD says, unzip him. There. What? C-Boy says, rate my profile picture. 3. Alana says, hi. Hello, Alana. Sacred says, how many pickles can you fit up your butt? I'm not going to figure that out. Red says, what games do you play? Minecraft. W says, why did you rate my profile picture so low? Because it's not my style, and I think it looks a little too cheesy. Like it's trying too hard to be cool. HY says, how big is your forehead? You can see for yourself. It says, what country are you from? The United States. Composure says, you like big black men deep in you? No, I don't. Steve says, is there not more to life than this? What would you do without the internet? I probably would be a happier person. CJ says, talk if you're gay. I guess I'm gay. Honey says, rate my profile picture. 2. Tra says, what do you rate my profile picture? Dude, yeah. Rate my profile picture. Rate my profile picture. Can you... I'll just... Can you wait for like 5 minutes until I do another one? You guys... Vision says, oh my god. Thank you, Jaden, for the flow state thing. I appreciate it. Way the Zombie super chats $2 American. I appreciate it, Way the Zombie. And I also appreciate you being a reoccurring viewer and writing unique chat messages. Ash says, dogs or cats? Dogs. David says, what's your favorite game? I like Rainbow Six Siege. Etava says, Summa Luma Dumma Luma. Okay. Kason says, what's your favorite food? Cheeseburgers, dude. Josh super chats $1 American. Thank you, Josh. And thank you, Oakley, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Jet says, you like my profile picture? I think it's I mean, I like the simplicity. Like a lot of profile pictures, they're way too busy for some reason, but yours, I like the simplicity. Ramon says, energy drain just hit. Clap your hands and focus. I don't want to do that. Brayla says, do you like when people send you money? Yes. Min says, bruh. Okay. Thank you, Happy, for the preschool stars, and Oakley for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Steelan says, you'd be wary, but you didn't say no lol. Are worth being I don't know. Oh, to the cheeseburger hypothetical? Yeah, I guess I didn't say no, which is pretty interesting. Al says chocolate or vanilla? Vanilla. Thank you, Oakley, again for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Jen says, do you play Among Us? I don't. What says hi? Hello, what? By the way, Ramon, I ordered an item that should help me stay focused longer. Or rather, take me out of an energy drain. Like, something that can pull me out of, like, my half-asleepness. Pull me out of my energy drain. Silk says, fuck me, Daddy Don. No. Tweak says, LSD trip on stream. Yeah. Juju says, yay, you're still live. Hi. Hello, Juju. John says, cocaine. Okay. One Piece says, femboys. Alright. Omar says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Rest in peace. Min says, haha, Sigma. Okay. AJ says, someone said their teacher yelled at their dog and then threw up in the bathroom. Unclear who threw up. It is like the song Who Was Bingo the Farmer? Dude, I'm confused. Anxious says, do you like the amazing digital circus? No. Thank you, Mitch, for the stupid 100 thing. Dream says, if there were 100 penises on the wall, how many you choking on? Oh. You want me to say... you want me to say 0, which is like the joke. You want me to say 0. I know what you're trying to do. Danielle says, do you watch anime? I do not watch anime. By the way, 0 because I wouldn't suck any of them. Dark says, you need to sleep. No, I don't. Barry says, fuck. Okay. Kai says, do you do drugs? I don't. Era says, rate. I don't want to rate anymore. Alexander says, L. Okay. Thank you, Mitch, for the high five thing. Ramsey says, do you goon? No comment. Brian says, do you like storm chasing? It's pretty cool. Famous says, the word gay is so had, don't say it. I don't know what you're saying. Ray says, hamburger. Okay. Casual says, are you gay? No. Monkey says, I like surfing. Okay. Cat says, I'm gonna blow my brains into the ceiling. Do not do that. You will make it through whatever you're going through. Rebecca says, I got nothing to say, but stay safe, brother. Thank you. I will say, though, that your profile picture makes me feel unsafe. Jess says, what's your favorite activity except gaming? Video editing. I'm a bit of a computer guy, unfortunately. Skull says, would you suck a dick for $1 million? No. S says, do you support LGBTQ? Yeah. Yusuf says, what's the timer for? It's when I end the stream. Juju says the gifts are gay. Oakley, thank you for the gift. And the bear. You're saying you don't like them? I may disable them. Yolant says, what would you do if the world is ending? I would end the stream and do something more important. Thank you, the Rees, for the flow state thing. HY says, shout out HZN. No. Tross says, Minecraft or Siege? Minecraft. Good says, hello there. Hello, good. J Don't says, why do you do this? For money. Spider says, I'm subbed and liked. Thank you. Grape says, what type of content do you do? Thinking about subscribing. This is all I do. Thank you, the only, for the stupid flow state thing. Juju says, they're almost as gay as you. Okay. Okay. Well, I think you enjoy my streams, don't you? And I'm the main feature of my streams. So, do you enjoy GIFs? Tross says, bye-bye. Bye, Tross. Muhammad says, I do sex with my girlfriend. Okay. Thank you, Axel, for the 6-7 abomination. Big Boy says, do you ever touch grass? I do. Hunting says, can you turn the thing off in the back? Sorry, I like it too much. Noya says, gang. Okay. Random says, I'm subbing you, peak. Thank you. Thank you, Oakley, for the preschool stars. Cassie says, did you watch Toy Story 5? I haven't. Paul says, emojis. Okay. Alright. Bloxy says, if you had to choose SMT that will never get finished, what does SMT mean? Praise says, Jesus is king. Okay. Ale says, I'm I gay. I don't know you. Salem says, what's your favorite game? And I'll subscribe. Minecraft. Juju says, okay. The stars are cute or whatever. Okay. Yeah, they are cute. That's why I call them preschool stars. Jimmy says, why do you look so angry? I don't know, dude. Thank you, Oakley, for the cute stars. Top Hat says, hi bro, question. What do you do other than these streams? I scroll the internet and feel bad about doing it. Thank you, Juju, for the cute star. The cute stars. Top says, hi bro, question. What do you... I already read that. 72 says, why don't you like e-bikes? Because I just... well, if I ride a bike, I want to get exercise out of it. Way says, I would totally eat a dick for 1 million. Too much information? That isn't too much information for this stream. In this stream, we get crazy. Devin says, how much money would it take to suck a dick? No comment. Mickey says, what would you do if you were Mr. Beast? I don't know, man. Juju says, Lamal, you're welcome. I'm giving it a chance. Okay. Maybe you shouldn't, though. Maybe it is stupid. I don't know what I think. Thank you, Lund, for the flow state thing. Moy says, how much money do you make? I make, like $40 an hour from this. Brandon says, can we get a little shaky shake? No. I'm just a girl says, why do you look like Michael Jackson's son? Coincidence. Evan says, want to have sex with me? I'm good. Danielle says, have you been to SeaWorld? Yes. Juju says, it's not stupid. It's gay. Okay. Alright. Fork says, you're gay. Okay. Well, I think I'm the opposite. I think it's stupid, but not necessarily gay. I don't know why you're calling it gay. Danielle says, what ride? I don't remember rides from SeaWorld. Rusty says, can I tickle your toes in 3 a.m.? No. Alexander says, what's... I don't know what you're saying. Franzi says, if you had a friend who spoke to you in the same way that you sometimes speak to yourself, how long would you allow that person to be your friend? I mean, I am critical of myself, so I don't know. It may be for a really short time. It says 1 million or 1 second. $1 a second. The latter. Ale says, my bad. I meant to say, am I gay? I don't know you, man. Juju says, it's just fun to say. Okay. Love says, SMT means something. Oh, alright, I understand now. Big Back says, did you know Cat's Eye Stray Kids or Illits? I haven't listened to any of their music. Jay Don't says, what's your favorite outdoor activity? Walking. Ice says, you're fucking gay. Alright. Mike says, who is your favorite singer? I don't have a favorite singer. Danielle says, don't listen to the haters. Stay strong, bro. Thank you. Rant says, do you support LGBTQ? I do. AJ says, I mean, for 1 million? I guess whose dick matters, but I am already gay. Okay. X says, what time is it for you? It's in the PM right now. Juju says, Dawn is my favorite straight streamer. I like this chat message opposed to the other one you say. Emerus says, cats or dogs? Dogs. James says, hello. Hello, James. Steele says, would you marry a girl named Dawn Benitez? No. Iwana says, are you high? I am not. Gavin says, I hope all kindness come to you. I appreciate it. Cookie says, do you like men? Not in a romantic way. Tropic says, any tips from me? I just got cheated on. Hang out with friends and family. Jorge says, do you like horror games? No. It's Chloe says, do you like gay sex? I do not. T13 says, do you like when booty jiggle? No comment. I'm just a girl says I'm leaving now, bye. See ya. Brandon says $100 or $100 per month. Why would I choose the former? Alexander says, do you rub butts? No comment. Pat says, why do you call it an oven when UOF in the... I am lost. Juju says, hey, I've only called you gay like twice. Yeah, I guess it's only twice. Yeah, that's a point. T13 says, so yes. Yes what? Zaruvi says, if you love someone, does their name really matter? No. Frankie says, if an innocent person had to die to save 20 others, would you allow it? I mean, it depends on the situation. Rico super chats, any advice for someone wanting to get into live streaming? My number one advice is stream on YouTube and stream in this vertical format. Don't stream horizontal, stream vertical. That is my advice because you'll get way more viewers this way. Adam says you're gay as fuck. Alright. Banana says, are you broke? No. Juju says, Zaruvi, hi. Okay. I don't know says, why do you support LGBTQ+? Because I want to be caring and loving. Cassie says, how tall are you? I am 5'7". Hunter says, do you play Mini War? I don't play that. Casey says, I'm making a chocolate cake. Do you want some? No, thank you. Vin says, are you into transgenders? I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. Hunter says, everyone subscribe. Okay. John says, I like men. Okay. Milo says, rate my profile picture. 5. I see myself. That's cool. Birdie says, do you like lesbians doing with big Tyrones? I don't know, man. Colty says, would you suck a dick for $1 million? I wouldn't. Declan says, I eat cardboard. Okay. Thank you, De, for the cute star. Evan says, want to suck my cock? No. T13 says, yes, you like ass jiggle. Alright. Fox says, I changed my profile picture so people don't think I'm mean. Yeah, it makes you look friendly now. Thank you, De and Juju, for the stars. Anne says, horizontal format. That is what I don't want people to do. If you're gonna stream vertically. And whatever you do, do not stream on Twitch. Starting on there is impossible. Carter says, why? Why what? Daniel says, guys, stop calling him gay and stop saying gay shit. By the way, if you're being homophobic, Danielle, I condemn your chat message. Juju says, I shouldn't have talked so much shit. The stars are cute. Yeah, they are. Zeruvi says, if you could find the answer to one question about your past, present, or future, what would you ask? I would ask what I should dedicate my free time to. Or rather, like, what is my passion? Like, I really want to find out what my passion is. Like, is it video making? Is it something else? I would ask, like, what should I dedicate all of my time to? 407 says, who do you want to win the World Cup? The United States. Declan says, I love you, JK. Okay. Very says, favorite car. Cheap cars. Thank you, Joy and 407 for the stars and 100s. NRA says, Jesus loves you. Alright. Flamingo says, should I start live streaming? No. Juju says, I'm passionate about things, but I don't know what my passion is. I hope you find your main passion. Liz super chats, hello Don. How has Sunday been treating you? Every time I catch you, now I'm busy. Oh, that's unfortunate. And Sunday has been treating me well. And I hope it has for you too. Thank you for the super chat. Vin says, I would suck a dick for $1. Wow. Cookie, well, maybe it isn't far too off, considering that you have the Golden Gate Bridge in your profile picture. and I don't mean any offense to that. Cookie says, big booty Latinas. Okay. Kara says, are you depressed? No. Uncook says, how old are you? I'm an adult. Dan says, what's your favorite dollars bill? I like, I don't know, dude. Stephanie says, do you love furries? No. Just says, drink your water and skip the next comment. Remind me in 10 minutes. Real says, I'm 97. I don't believe you. Floor says, how do you get out if you're in a big hole with a rope and a friend? Dana says, do you vape or smoke? I do neither currently. F says, I cup. Alright. Someone says, you know Russian? I do not. That is why I said someone as opposed to your actual username. AF says, Alu Akbar. Okay. Alex Horn, bye. Super chats. Would you want to be an engineer? If so, what type? No. I imagine you're an engineer. Being hopeful that I want to be, but no, I don't. Not at all. Wei says, Twitch is a different breed of viewer, I think. Yeah, but the reason why I said not to stream on Twitch is because it's really hard to grow on there. It's only good if you have an established audience. 820 says, heya there, how are you? I'm good. Savon says, mathematics. Okay. Cookie says, do you like furry femboys? No. Juju says, what do you use to put the comments on the screen again? It's called live chat overlay, and you can, there's a link to it in the description of the stream. Frank says, Hua does day. Okay. Steelan says, if Rob Lowe Rob Lowe's, how many lows do you think Rob Lowe could rob? I don't know, dude. No Flex says, do you play Roblox? I do not. And by the way, I don't have any passion to be, as I said, I don't have any passion for that. What I do have passion for is the arts. Kara says, can I have a shout out? No. Kim says, do you play Fortnite? Sometimes. South says, Roblox is gay. Okay. Not says, should I vape or smoke? Smoke. Brian says, hello. That's it. Okay. Black says, bones down, shockers up. Whatever that means. He says, bro, are the bills that high? You look like you're on 3 hours of sleep and 2 Americanos. I think this is how I always look. Wrong says, do you get tired doing this? Only a little bit. I mean, it's not like I'm running a marathon or I'm sitting in a comfortable chair. Dunn says, how many times can you fart in 30 seconds? No comment. Hunter says R. Okay. It's Guy says, any tips on streaming? Pay attention to your chat messages. People like attention. Juju says, oh thanks, you're welcome. Beluga says, is spiritism real? I don't know what that is. I don't know says, what is the weirdest question you ever got by anybody? I don't know, dude, but I have gotten people talking about incest and bestiality. A-Line says, hi Don. Hello, A-Line. I don't know says, goon to me. No. Toby says, say Matthias is not blonde. No. Grape says, can you rate my profile picture and username, please? I give your profile picture a 0.1. Syed says, Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. Uncook says, rate my profile picture. 1. Actually 2. Colton says, hey, how are you? I'm good. Short says, how has YouTube not got on your ass yet? Because I don't think I'm violating any policies. Paddington says, when I'm alone, I watch furries dance around in peanut butter. Alright. Callie says, when will you have memberships? Like Kevin Yellow or Moon Person? Probably never. I don't really have a point to them. Kellen says, yo, who is better, Kalis or Steak? I don't know. I don't care. By the way, I don't really like the green names. I like everyone being on the same level, kind of. AJ says, video engineers exist. Okay, well, that sounds like a technical job. I like the creative aspect. Gordy says, a suggestion for you. You should make it so you can see people who send gifts in this chat system. I'll have to hire a guy to develop that. I probably will do that. Liz says, I drove almost 6 hours to visit my brother in San Fran. I'm getting dressed in the hotel to go see him and my nieces and nephews. Awesome. Liz, the traveling person, Taiwan, San Fran. Archer says, you like boys? I'm not a pedophile. Omar says, if you found a broken golden human statue, would you take the head or take it all? I would take it all. Minnesota Picker super chats, Don Benitez is king. Thank you. I appreciate you calling me king. And I am king. I could ban anyone I wanted. I could ban you, Minnesota Picker, right now. And exile you from the stream if I wanted to. Wei says, if you could tell your younger self what you'd be doing for a living, what would you say? Then he would be disappointed. Thank you, It's Winter, for the stupid star thing. POV says, what do you think of my profile picture? I'm looking at it and I don't even know what I'm seeing. Minnesota Picker says, except you won't, please. Yeah, I won't. Of course I won't. Jess says, hello Don, my anal opening is craving an entrance, a foreign object. How about yours? My foreign object is not interested. Zaruvi says, exile me. No, I don't want to. You'd be the last person to exile. Minnesota says, add a king. Thank you. Dunn says, do you play OSRS? I don't know what that is. Julia says, rate my profile picture. A 4. Jimmy says, could you beat Sam Hyde in a fight? Isn't he like 6'4"? I'm 5'7". I would get beat up. Rating says, what's your favorite game? Minecraft. T-Dude says, what is your reasoning for streaming like this? Because I think it's an interesting way to stream. Stephanie says, are you gay? No. Connor says, this dude was on my grid. Grinder? I'm not on Grinder. Thomas says, how do I make myself not scared of bull riding? I don't think you should make yourself not scared. That sounds scary and dangerous. Jess says, hello Don. Is your anal opening as big as your intelligence? Is this a question you've got before? No, I've never gotten the question. Fishing says, I love poop. I don't know if you do. Hungarian says, unlimited games but no bacon. I hate that question. Scar says, shoot dude, you're still doing this. You alright? I am. Tovalt says, favorite food? Cheeseburgers. Canel says, can you bounce for me? No. F says, iCup. Okay. Jude says, you like my profile picture? I don't want to sound cringe though. Too late. You're already cringe. But do I like it? No, I don't. Joss says, poop is low-key sexy as fuck. Okay. POV says, they are dogs, bro. You should frame it better. Like, it looks like their heads are like just, you gotta frame it better. Thank you, Connor, for the star thing. Noah says, Jesus loves you, brother. Thank you. Not says, what time do you goon in bed? No comment. Vision says, rate my profile picture. Dude, I don't want to rate anymore. Shane says, oh Poppy, please read this. There you go. Net says, do you like WWE? Not at all. Frankie says, how did Steve feel after spending 4 straight hours mining nothing but coal? Completely shafted. Okay. Eli says, can you play King Von? No. Kara says, my sister had a baby girl 6 days ago named Hope. Awesome. Allison says, I'm bored. Okay. User says, ban me please. I don't want to ban anyone. Joel says, 11 and 1 shower gel. That is suspicious. Zyruvi says, how I have to fail so you would exile me. I don't want to say. I could say, but I don't want to say. Eli says, because I don't want to influence other people into bad activity. Eli says, what are your thoughts on the fact that life will end for everyone eventually? There is no way to escape death and will never be. Well, I've gotten used to that idea. I'm not too bothered anymore. The shepherd says, do you believe in Jesus? I do not. Mr. Baba says, how big is your dick? I'm not going to disclose the length. POV says, I got you. Thanks for telling me. You're welcome. Anita says, what level of autism is this? I don't know. Cairo says, I goon to you. Okay. Dom says, men's 13-in-1 shampoo. That's intense. New Mexico super chats. Can you upgrade to Windows 12? That doesn't exist. And if it does exist, it's probably some virus. So, no. I'm not updating. Alexander says, do you eat boobs? No comment. Carnival says, my birthday was 2 days ago, but I missed your stream. Happy late birthday. Logan says Venus. Okay. Reggie says MJ on plus. No. Jess says hello again, Don. Can our anal opening work together for a better future? No comment. Max says, why does the thing behind looks like Jack's abstracting? I'm sorry. Savon says mathematics. Okay. Real says, it's my 69th birthday. Happy birthday. Julieta says hi. Hello. Dom says emojis. Okay. Taco says, what the? Okay. Grayson says, I'm conquesting it. Alright. Cormac says, do you watch anime? No, I don't. Not Mex says, do you watch The Amazing Digital Circus? No. Not at all. Dr. Leave says, you rocked on. Thank you. Mr. Quad says, Sanguinius held the Eternity Gate. Okay. Frankie says, damn, Don. Even Obsidian isn't as hard to crack as you. Okay. This paper says, I just took a shower. What type of shampoo do you use? I don't remember what it's called, but it has, like, masculine branding. Joe says, would you ever learn to backflip? Probably not. The Real says, did you see the Backrooms movie? No. Wrong says, you are manually breathing now. You got me. Gentle Sith super. Wait, is it gentle? Yeah, Gentle Sith super chats. If you wanted to live forever, why two either? What? Riza says balls itch. Okay. Jay says hi. Hello, Jay. Gia says, do you like seals? Yeah. Porma2 says, Zairuvi, say the N-word. Okay. King says, opinion on the boys. I'm not interested. By the way, I don't think I would want to live forever. But if, yeah, I don't know what exactly we were asking though. Zairuvi says, don't worry, I won't fail on you. Okay, awesome. You won't say the N-word? I'm glad to hear that. Shaq says, why do you goon too? What? The Worker says, do you watch JRE? When I'm doom scrolling and I find him in YouTube Shorts. King says, interests, video editing. Blood says, what would you do if a little blurry man crawled out of your screen and ran away behind your furniture? I would probably faint. AJ says, being a Highlander immortal might be interesting. What is that? Is it a Spyro reference? I don't know what that is. Raya says, do you know Slogo? No. Cookie says, how do you marinate a chicken? I don't know, dude. I just buy it at McDonald's. Hyun says, do you like Stray Kids? No. Just like says, if you had a tiny 6-inch clone of Hitler, would you torture it? I like that United States amendment that goes like, no cruel or unusual punishments. So I wouldn't do that. I'm not a sadist. Zairuvi says, not only about N-word, but about everything that's bad. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, Zairuvi, for being a good human being. Candy says, have you gotten hit by a toilet paper roll before? No. Nolan says, you like pigs? No, but I know someone in the chat that really likes pigs. Dave M, his name's Porma2. Dave M says, happy Father's Day to your dad, Don. Thank you. Short says, do you know Zairuvi? Not in real life, but they come to the stream often. Bropo says, what's your favorite snack / food? Cheeseburgers and zebra cakes. Oli says, Roblox or Rust? Rust. David says, how was your day? Okay. Reggie says, hope you live a nice long life. Thank you. Cray says, what do you think about Kanye? I have enjoyed listening to Twisted Fantasy. I don't know about him as a person, though. Wei says, Don once banned me for 10 years. I said hamburgers suck. Not true. Joel says, has Porma2 been here today? Yes. Loving says hi. Hello, Loving. Toasted, well, actually, Rise says, Logo is a YouTuber. Haven't heard of them. Hunter says, Kanye bad or no? Well, he has said Heil Hitler, and I condemn that a lot. I really don't like that, so if he still holds those views, then I dislike him. MY says, knock knock buddy. Okay. Not says, where do I dig my pet mouse? In your backyard. Ribbit says, what team are you cheering for in the World Cup? The United States. Thank you, Donut, for the preschool stars. Leo says, who we rating? I don't know yet. Becky says, nah, you don't know who Slogoman is. Yeah, I don't. PvP says, do you remember me? No. Hunter says, bro looks sleepy. Okay. Mem says, USA. Yeah, me too. Star says, hey, what's up again? Hello, Stars. Frankie says, careful, Don. If you smile any wider, you're going to trigger a block update. Okay. Thank you, Loving, for the flow state thing. That UG says, are you a ribbit? Log, I don't know what that is. Thank you, Ro, for the star. Yes says, I'm new to your channel. What do you do? I read chat messages. Cheesy says, you're chill AF, not gonna lie. Thank you. Thank you, Loving, for the plastic flower. Noah says, do you know the Shroud of Turin? I know it's something to do with the Bible. IN says, do you know who young Chris X is? No. User says Michael Jackson. Okay. Thank you, asshole, for the star. And Loving Day Fight. Cross says, Kanye apologized for the Nazi thing. Okay, that's good to hear. AJ says, Highlander was a Sean Connery, Christopher Lambert trilogy of films. Okay, that guy that played James Bond. Okay. Yojo says, do you love Michael Jackson? No. Thank you, Waffle. And Connie for the gifts. Especially you, Connie. That's like $2, I think. Thank you. Porma2 says, who's iRuby? I don't know. Who are they? Thank you, TNT, for the flow state thing. Erna says, I am new. What do I do? You have figured out what to do. You write messages. Ecliptic says 55 times saying, have a good time. Thank you. And thank you, Raw, for the disco ball abomination. Sydney says, I'm just trying to eat my ling-a-ding. Okay. Liz says, when did he turn on the gifts? Last stream was the first stream that I turned on gifts. The Real says, do you like your viewers? Some of them. Actually, in a way, all of them. All of them. Ye says, how did he get YouTube username? I use my keyboard. Zachary says, hi. Hello, Zachary. Sydney says, I'm just trying to eat my ling-a-ding. Okay. Thank you, user, for the stupid star stuff. AVR says, do you have the anal beads I ordered from you? You did not order that from me. Porma2 says, Logo Man is unk, like Quibble Cop. Oh, okay, I think I remember him. He was one of those Quibble Cop jelly kind of guys, which I remember when they were popular, disliking them. Connie says, I'm autism and dancing about it. Okay. JS says, do you like scooters? No. Sponge says SLSL. Okay. Thank you, The Great Wall, and Millie for the plastic flowers. Paisley says, happy pride to you. Okay. Monkey says, yo. Hi. Porma2 says, good. Nugget badge. I don't know what that means. Just says, exactly, correct. Jelly, Slogoman, and Quibble Cop were in a group. Oh, I know my YouTube history. Kevin says, what is the proudest moment in your life? I don't know, I'm sorry. Low-key says, do you play video games? No, I don't. Whoa, holy. That was a mistake. I do play video games. Zayden says 67. Okay. Thank you, AJ, for the sparkle thing. Frine says, it's been a while since I caught your stream. Happy to see you're doing well. I Appreciate it, and I hope you're doing well too. Zaruvi says, what song gives you goosebumps? Oh, I know the answer. But what is it called? It's like Ode to the Victims of Hiroshima. It's something like that. Porma2 says, I miss shapeshifting. Yeah, he was my most try-hard viewer, just writing a chat message every 5 seconds. Raul says, spell iCup. No. Chris says, do you play Geometry Dash? I do not. Thank you, Alan, for the plastic flower. I am the DJ says, are you in a relationship? I keep that private. Tayu says, bro, I found you 5 times in YouTube Shorts like bruh. That's what happens when you give me watch time. Joe says, what about a backwards roly-poly? I don't know what that looks like. Drizzle says, I'm shitting. Okay. Not says, my patient told me that he broke his bone in 2 places. And I say, just don't go to those places. Okay. Thank you, Khan, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. X says, hi. Hello, X. I'm the DJ says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Yeah, rest in peace. Thank you, Khan, again for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Shock says, do you like Transformers? No, I think it's corny. Josh says, who's your main Fortnite skin brother? For the vast majority of my Fortnite career, I've used the Black Knight skin. Ian says, greetings and salutations, Don. How is I doing today? I am doing splendid, thank you. And thank you, Squirrel, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Riley says, have you played Minecraft before? Yeah. Vin says, I fucked a dog once, and 9/11 was a inside job. No comment. U-Bolt says, I hope you have a nice day. You too. Roll says, do you smoke crack? No. Drizzle says, I'm shitting. Okay. Frankie says, keep smiling like that, and chat's going to think you found a vein of 8 diamonds. Okay. Fly says, Baba. Alright. Scream says, hi. Hello, Scream. Becky says, I like you more because you know the group of Slogo. Okay. I will say, though, if you didn't hear me before, that I thought their channel sucked back. Gentle, thank you again for your super chat. I appreciate it. Urbenza says, have you seen the Backrooms movie? I haven't. Charlie says, I fucked my pet bird. Okay. Pokemon says, whatever that is. Alright. Emmy says, why do people whoa, sorry about my pronunciation, be so mean to you sometimes? Because it can be amusing to be mean. Funk says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Yeah, rest in peace. I don't know says, I fucked my dog with no hesitation. No comment. Cyrus super chats, Cheeseborg. I'm at work. How long you stream? Well, the timer is locked, which means that the timer is no longer increasing. So I'm streaming for 1 hour, 16 minutes. Boo says, hi. Hello. 3 Row says, that background is low-key pulling me in. Okay. Melissa says, are you gay? No. Fyron says, I'm doing good. Any plans for Father's Day? Also, love the background. I don't really want to say, but I'm glad that you like the background. Tiv says, fuck. 67 is gay as shit. No comment. Thank you, Squirrel, for the star. Charles says, your opinion on the Amazing Digital Circus episode 9? I hate the show. Candy says, are you constipated? No. August says, what's your opinion on Oliver Tree's death? It's a tragedy. Cyrus super chats, happy birthday. Thank you. But is it my birthday? How would you know that? Thank you, Cyrus, for the super chat. Glizzy says, put it up my butt, daddy. No. Squirrel says, I fucked my girl until she busted. Alright. Jess says, hello again, Don. What if Venus was spelled with P, a P, instead of a V? Oh, penis? Okay. Blazer says, you good? I am. Leo says, would you believe in God if someone found a formula that supported the Holy Spirit's existence? No. I need to feel that God exists. Logic won't do it. Rise says, have you seen From? I haven't. Mega says, good boy. Okay. Chris says, do you listen to Tyler the Creator? I don't. Arav says, remember when I fucked you yesterday? I don't remember that. You must have drugged and raped me, which I hope is not true. Frog says, the only way I could do that was if you had to do a little more work. What? 3 says, do you play Team Fortress 2? I don't. AS says, 2 different types of comment sections. Yeah. TR says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Yeah, rest in peace. 10 says, you must have fucked a lot of people in that orgy yesterday. Maybe. AJ says, I thought you admitted your birthday was in June, just not the day or year. I do not remember that. Leo says, do you live in Australia? No. IRA says, hi. Hello, IRA. Candy says, it is your dog's goon day. Okay. Tornado says, have you ever cummed? No comment. Dora says, hi. Hello, Dora. Fly says, factory reset. Okay. Melon says, I broke my wrist. I'm sorry about that. Jordan says, God further bless me, and I will pray to the gods to give him a blessing. Okay. GT says, hi, my dog died. I'm sorry. Exhaust says, have you ever listened to Mick Bass's music? I haven't. Doges says, guys, join the light side. Stop saying weird shit. Okay. Blood says, do you like my profile picture? I do. I like the symmetry. Thank you, loser, for the 6-7 abomination. Cyrus Super Chats, did you know? No. What? I know that your last Super Chats are both 6-7. I know that you made the Super Chat 789. And I also know that my name is Don. Hunt says, know what? Classic. Okay. Dylan says, what's up? Hello, Dylan. Wild says, have a good day, you too. Jur says, hello, what do you do? I stream. Evie says, who do you want to win in the World Cup? My country, the United States. Wei says, ever been in a fight? I haven't. Pele says, why is 67 a fucking thing? Because it's catchy. Thank you, Bryce, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Yo Dizzler says, nobody cares until you're gone. Okay. Nash says, tell me a reason why you don't believe in God. Because the Holy Spirit hasn't touched my heart. The Jum says, name 2 Deltarune characters. Sans and Papyrus. Leo says, what are some of these comments, bruh? Yeah, crazy. Callie says, what the Sigma 67 Mango? Okay. Low-key says, what's your most asked question or statement? Well, how are you doing? How are you today? I get that a lot. Along with, are you gay? And do you remember me? Hudson says, Jesus loves you. Thank you. Mike says, balls. Okay. Keon says, dude, you're still streaming? I feel so bad. You've been on this for hours. Okay. What says opinion on Geometry Dash? It's a fun game. JL says, you like kids? Not in a romantic way. 10 says, do you remember that you're gay? I don't. Johnny says, is it pink? No comment. Rocky says, bro, go to sleep. Okay. Big Dog says, quacks. Okay. Dave says, do you like baseball? No. ID says, hi. Hello, ID. X says, plus what? Vin says, hi. My dog died, then I fucked it. Bestiality, necrophilia? I condemn your chat message. Random says, what's your favorite music artist? I like Nirvana. The First Captain says, I watch The Good Son. I haven't heard of that. Joe Dirt says, wow, I took a nap. Is this a dream? No. Doja says, would you rather be forced to play Roblox for 10 hours or watch paint dry for 24 hours? Obviously Roblox. AJ says, yeah, I think someone asked your zodiac and you said Gemini. I could be wrong. Did I really confirm my zodiac? I don't think I did. Hugo says, yo, what up, bro? Hello, Hugo. Alex says, what's your favorite cat breed? I don't know cat breeds. Don't know. Make says, E-O-U. Vowels. The Real says, I ate mystery berries from a tree. Okay. Fryron says, if you could grant yourself any supernatural power, what would you choose and why? I'd like to read minds because I want to understand humans better behind their facades. Meow says, do you play Minecraft? Yeah. Blood says, I've been here since the beginning of the stream, getting stoned and buzzed. Wow, you've been here for a while then. Thank you, the Rhett, for the pepper guy. Make says, do you love your mom /5 years kids? No comment. Adrian says, what's good, bro? Hello, Adrian. Ray says, what is your favorite soccer team? I don't know. Thank you again, Cyrus, for your super chat, and I do not know what you're referring to, so I can't say if I know or not. Frankie says, why do Endermen always look so stressed out? Because they have way too many moving blocks in their lives. Okay. Blazer says, is it football or soccer? I say soccer. South says, cats can drive too. 1 second, please. Sorry, I think there's something on my lip. Echoing says, day 2 of trying to get him to put this up there. I put it up there. Mr. Clean says, hello, Mr. Clean. Thank you, Juice World, for the disco ball abomination. JRB says, hi. Hello, JRB. Isa says, these comments are not the wind, bro. Okay. The Lazy says, did you ever consider connecting with God? Yes. Football says hello. Hello again, Football. 10 says, first stream with gifts. The last stream was the first stream. I love sports says poop. Okay. Delumi says, what's the meaning of life? To survive and reproduce. Sonic says, Ender drag alright. Okay. Grayson says, bro, not Mara's. I broke my arm in 2 places. Okay. Their first captain says, it's a movie from 1993 featuring Culkin McCauley, where he keeps trying to kill animals / his family and blames it on a kid. That's pretty weird. I'm thinking about killing this bird right here, this duck. That's what I'm thinking of doing. Thank you, 10, for the stupid duckling thing. Rocky says, why are people mean to you? God bless. I don't know. Base says, hee hee. Alright. Petro says, have you ever heard Oliver Tree has died? Yeah, I've heard about that. Rise says, my name is Rise. Say it like Reese. I'll try to remember that. I probably will fail, though. Thank you, 10, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. And Stylized Son for the feces. Luru says, I'm shitting bricks for Tom Pearl. Okay. X says, dot. Alright. Ne says, say neighbor. Okay. Cartel says, do you play chess? No. Leo says, these comments are weird, bruh. They are. Alex says, can you laugh down Helio? I don't feel like it. Thank you, 10, for the variety of gifts you're sending, and baseball for the pepper. Meow says, do you play mostly PvP in Minecraft? Not at all PvP. MTB says, why don't you ever laugh? Because I'm hard to make laugh. 10 says, there's all my gems. Oh yeah, I do remember you saying that, like, I have, like, so-and-so gems, and they have your name on it. Thank you, 10. Merc says, hi. Hello, Mercs. Bloodthirsty says, go home, you're stoned. No. Gerardo says, speak to him, thou, for he hears, and spirit with spirit can meet. Maybe I'll do that one day. Chris says, Darth Maul or Darth Vader? Darth Vader. Astral says, are you gay? No. Way of the Zombie says, I like 67 because it annoys some people, they're too rigid. I like that aspect of the meme. I haven't thought about that. 1 second, please. Sorry. Zarubi says, I just tried to find the song. Is it Threnody to the Victims of Hiroshima? Exactly, that is the song. Babob says, I'm staying up to watch you. You should go to sleep. Alex says, you can fly from Bangkok to Hong Kong with Emirates for $700. I don't have an interest in that. Thank you, Baseball, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Tony for the thumbs up thing. And Mikey for the plastic flower. Your girl says, I have a cat, do you? No. Hyper says, grab a drink. Remind me in 5. Tornado says, hey, sorry for that weird question. I don't mind weird questions. Thank you, Jacob, for the idolatry statue. I appreciate it. Meb says, Para, you're weird. Okay. Noir says, I like girls. Okay. And thank you again, No. Who was it? Jacob, for the Golden Idol trophy. Zeusy says, do you have a console? Yeah. X says, who is winning the World Cup 2026? Probably Portugal. X says, what comments have I said before? I don't remember. Army says, what are your hobbies? That would be video editing. Thank you, the first captain, for that abomination. Zach says, would you lick my dick? No. Trail says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Yeah, rest in peace. VX says, bro, you are so chill. Okay. By the way, thank you again, Jacob, for the idolatry trophy. That's my favorite gift, the goat trophy, because I like calling it the idolatry trophy, as in like the golden idol from the Bible. Lila says hi. Hello, Lila. Jace says Fev. Okay. Douglas says, will you ever need a mod? No. Race says, thanks for saying my name right, because most say it wrong. You're welcome. Leo says, subscribe if you're seeing this. Or don't, and maybe dislike too. Matteo says, what's your gender? Male. Giovanni says hi. Hello. Zusi says, which console do you have? A PS4 Pro. The first captain says, oh, I thought you were saying Dollar Tree trophy. Oh. That's a good name, but idolatry trophy. As in idolizing. Hyper says, it's Hyper, been a while. How are you, Don? I am good. And I remember your name. Noah says, favorite game? Minecraft. ST says, if you had to get an W bike, which would you get? An e-bike? I don't know the different kinds. HG says, Little St. James Island. Okay. Latchland says, you know, Matu nuts in your mouth? Okay. Luca says, hello, I am new. Hello, Luca. 10 says, I still think he says Dollar Tree trophy. Okay, maybe I should say, thank you for the golden idol. Maybe that is better. Because I want to reference the idol from the Bible. Zusi says, favorite game besides Minecraft? Rainbow Six Siege. Laker says, do you play Call of Duty? I do. Or Miranda says, oil. I'm not doing that. X says, can you check what comment have I said before? I probably could, but it takes too much work to do that. Way says, who is Oliver Tree? A musician. Mattress says, play Deltarune, you won't regret it. I think I would regret it. Gum says, hi. Hello, Gum. Pormatu says, Matu, pour my 2 balls in your dishwasher. Okay. Dishwasher, what? I don't know why you mentioned dishwasher. Mask says, which would win in a fight, a silverback gorilla or a lion? A lion. Steelan says, if Rob Lowe robbed Lowe's... Dude, you already asked me that. I don't know. Zig says, are you left-handed? No. Random says, do you watch One Piece? I don't. The Meyer says, what's your favorite NFL team? I don't have a favorite. And thank you again, Jacob Navante, for the Golden Idol trophy. Evie says, I almost got brain damage. Okay. Micro says, I like shitting bricks on my corgi's lap while I goon. Okay. Jace says, fun day. Alright. Villa says, would you date a trans girl? I will cross that bridge if and when I get there. The first captain says, your streaming neighbor is a cat. The camera is on its head as it traverses nature. Oh, that's really cool. It says, I don't like you. Okay. Rise says, what comments have Rise before? I don't know. I'm not gonna figure that out. Zayden says, do you have TikTok? I do. Also, thank you, David, for the preschool stars, and Andre for the sparkle thing. N4 says, please try Mechana Chameleon. No. Emerald says, what games you got in PS4? Rainbow Six Siege. That's all I remember. Black Ops 3. Petra says, what's your favorite color? Gray. Dan says, do you like Fugglers? No, I don't. Hunter says, Shrek in the Backrooms. Okay. Hunton says, do you like the beach? Yeah. By the way, if anyone has any funny or interesting nicknames for any of the gifts, feel free to let me know. Brielle says, grab a drink. Remind me in 5 minutes. Caleb says, Jesus loves you. Thank you. Thank you, Andre, for the plastic flower. Happy says, I eat grass. Okay. J Boog says, what's your favorite NFL team? Dude, I I don't know. Okay, Seahawks. How about that? Not says, do you think you can beat me in Rainbow Six Siege? I get the vibe that I can't. Thank you, H, for the star, and Andre for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. DL says, why does he like fugglers? How is he not banned off YouTube for saying that? That's not a homophobic slur. That's a kind of toy. Dan says, should I go to sleep? Yes. Thank you, Andre, for the preschool stars. Pick says, Zuzu for life. Okay. Kyle says, are you into scat? I am not. N4 says, do you have Steam? I do. Y2K says, be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Okay. Bombaclat says, who gonna win the World Cup? Portugal. OZ says, L Vape. Okay. Piego says, what Kowalski ninja do you like? When you say that, I think of the penguins from Madagascar. So I don't know. Wait, maybe you are talking about that. Are you? I don't know. Ariane says, why do golfers wear 2 pairs of pants? In case they get a hole in one. Alright. Tio says, play TF2 cutie. I should do that. Captain Stucca, super chats, 11 somethings. Thank you. I appreciate it, Stucca. Azura says, hi. Hello, Azura. Hyper says, it's been 5 minutes. Grab a drink. Okay. 1 second, please, as I take a swig of water. Yours says, does your background just repeat forever or change? It's the same video. It's an hour long on loop. Zen says, do you remember me? No. Says, what's your dream car? I don't care about fancy cars. P says, have you played Skyrim? I haven't. Jason says, Google stuff, anyone can do that. Yeah. Lol says, shout out, Lol plays VR. No. Captain says, how is my Lyra's Dawn the Comet speedrunner? I am pretty good. And the currency is Lyra's? Is that what you're saying? Thank you, Anna, for the flow state thing. Noah says hi. Hello, Noah. Angela says W stream. Thanks. Brilly says, what's your favorite game? Minecraft. Muhammad says, Donito is the cutest person to drink water. You make me uncomfortable. Hockey says hi. Hello, Hockey. Thank you, Coaching, for the Chuck E. Cheese gift. Jalen says, Daddy is at my house. Okay. Douglas says, yo, are we doing the raid today? Yes. Not says, I'm bricked. Alright. Tasty says, favorite snack, zebra cakes. Bombaclat says, drink water. I just drank some. Tomai says, what is the complete rank ordering of all agents you have known by the net valence of your total interaction history? I am not good at math, sorry. Mace says hi. Hello, Mace. Thank you, Jackson, for the stupid star. Not says, I love your shirt, man. Thank you. Life says, what is your favorite show / movie? Well, show, I enjoyed Pluribus. Hockey says, I love zebra cakes too. Yeah, they're pretty good. Mammy says, are you in a relationship? I keep that private, sorry. Pixel says, this guy is actually unemployed god. Alright. The first captain says, dang, that cat is making the owner money through gifts. Talk pets about paying rent. Are they getting anything out of gifting? Like, does someone like say thank you for the gift, or is it just like nothing's happening? Tony says, what's your favorite stream? I don't know. I don't really watch. Well, Ice Cream Man 22 is kind of funny sometimes. Thank you, Diamond King, for the flow state thing. Tristan says gay. Okay. Thank you, Angela, for the flow state things. Porma2 says nothing ever happens. Okay. Muhammad says complimenting you drinking water makes you uncomfortable. Dang, Donnie, I am sorry. It's okay. Laker says Uruguay or Cape Verde? Cape Verde. Thank you, Diamond, for the moldy Sunday. Landry says, what time is it? It is in the PM. The first captain says, nothing happens. They're fighting about it being AI, but I actually don't think so. It's too thorough. Okay. And that's interesting how people gift even though, like, nothing ever happens. Maradona says Diddy. Okay. Santa says, I thought Uruguay was your gay. Okay. Nova says, it's my birthday. I'm turning 62. Happy birthday. Blam says hi. Hello. Mr. Lamp says, I didn't notice you have long hair cause it's tucked backed. Yeah, I use my headset as a kind of makeshift hairband. DeGoat says, rate my profile picture. 1. Bombaclat says, what is your favorite food? Cheeseburgers. iShow says, yo, what's your favorite Madagascar penguin? I'm curious. I like the one that doesn't speak, the mute one. Max says, you like Skibidi Toilet? I do not. S says, buy a hair tie. That's a little too much. 0 says, Kowalski is motorbikes. ... Was Jesus a white suburban lady-style alcoholic? Because he was always trying to get wine drunk? I don't know. Dax says, ever listen to the rock band Queens? Yeah, it's hard to not listen to it. It's on the radio all the time. Raquel says, rate JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. 1. Top says, hello, sir. Hello. Duck says, rate my profile picture. 3. Roger says, how was your day? Good. Plumber 2 says, you're high-key Gregorio Cortez. I don't know that guy. I wonder who he is. KS says, ever sit on your nuts, man? Not that I can remember. Muhammad says, what was Don doing in 2020 quarantine? Well, one thing I remember doing is in March 2020, I went biking in the downtown of a populated city, and it was like empty. It was kind of eerie. Former 2 says, you ever watch Spy Kids? Yeah. I remember that quote about God. Dor says, hello. Hello, Dor. The first captain says, isn't Gregorio from JJ Baye? I don't know. Wutan says, what rank are you in Rainbow Six Siege? I'm unranked. Angel says, hi. Hello, Angel. Random says, how do you stream on YouTube? With OBS. Thank you, Diamond King, again for that Mole Sunday. Your boy says, would you suck it for $5? No. Just like says Don, can you say Custodia, please? There you go. Irio says, what's a tornado? It's a natural disaster. King says, do you love Reese's? No. Former 2 says, no. Gregorio is the father of Spy Kids. Okay. I forget who he is, but okay. Thank you, Grinds, for the stupid red card thing. I appreciate it. Mammy says, who is your favorite YouTuber? Salcy1. DeGoat says, why do you rate it 1? Because, well, one reason is because it's overdone. Like an iShow Speed, it's not original. Angel says, what's your favorite candy? Nerds, gummy clusters. Leo says, don't you get tired? Yeah. The first captain says, did Don watch Lazy Town? No. The only thing I've seen about it is when that meme got popular. We are number 1. Joe says, what about a cartwheel? I can't do that. Thank you, Kizzy, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. And Rayon for the star. Charmander says, can I have a shout out? No. Weston says, have you heard Aaron Ramsey curse? I don't know that guy. Wazen super chats, can you beat the Ender Dragon on Minecraft? I can. That's not hard. But have I before? I don't remember if I have. Former 2 says, rest in peace, Stefan Carlin, forever number 1. Yeah. Adrian says, have you played TF2? I haven't. Win says, do you have a favorite pet? No. Steven says, how do you raid? It's called Redirect on YouTube. So just look up Redirect and figure it out. Thank you, Kizzy, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin, and Protector for the makeup brush. Carbike says, yo, bro, what's up? Hello, Car. Random says, yo, glad to see you again. Hello, Random. DeGoat says, what are your thoughts on Oliver Tree? I'm sad that he died. Harrison says, how big is it? No comment. Thank you, Journey, for the silly flow state thing. Nolan says, what's your name? It's Don. By the way, does anyone have any nicknames I could give flow state gifts? Like funny nicknames or something? Techie says, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Yeah, rest in peace. Jeremy says, how do you kick the door? By kicking it. Muhammad says, Don is the ultimate NPC and I love it. Yeah. You know, I think in a way I kind of am an NPC streamer. Like those guys that say, ice cream, yum, yum, yum. Except that I say, okay, alright. You know. Jacob says, what are your thoughts on the Sweetie Fox Tung Tung Sahur cosplay? I haven't seen it. Bruce says, have you watched JJK? I haven't. No. Thank you, Decadence, for the 100 stuff. Random says, what is OBS? It's a recording and streaming software. Toby says, rate my dog. I give it a 3. A 5. He's kind of cute. Your boy says, you like SpongeBob? A little bit. Official says, yo, do you remember me? No. Zombie says, are you okay, twin? Yes. Lil says, Diddy. Okay. Leon says, would you rather own an annoying chicken or an annoying cow? An annoying chicken, because a cow is too big. MC says, you watch the World Cup? No. Hexo says, what can I do if I am an overthinker? Allow yourself to be more impulsive. Oscar says, what's your favorite game and why? Minecraft, because the possibilities are endless. AJ says, Gregorio is Antonio B. Who is your favorite US president of all time? Lincoln. Porma2 says, Don already has an annoying pig to deal with. Yeah. Sarah says 67. Okay. Bevo says chicken. Alright. Duck says, rate my profile picture 1. I'm sorry. I made it myself. That's cool though, but I personally am not into it. Aaron says, I shit myself. Sorry. T7 says, have you ever shoved 16,000 zucchinis up your ass? I haven't. Seth says, rate your papa. No comment. Mr. says, Netherlands #1. Okay. By the way, thank you again, Journey, for that flow state you sent a little bit ago. AJ says, rate my profile picture 7. AST says, who is your celebrity crush? I don't have one. Fyron says, I tend to call the little duckling in sunglasses fried chicken. Fried chicken. Is that a gift? Or is that's that's a good nickname if that's a gift. Scopez says, Zop something. Okay. Weston says, do you know the way? I do not. By the way, I think that is a gift. I think I got that earlier from a guy named 10. Emma says, hi. Hello, Emma. Sir says, do you watch anime? No, I don't. Cosmo says, I challenge Porma2 to a duel. Okay. Baby says, hi. Hello, baby. Karamon says, my dad thinks you're hot. All right. Nicholas says, are you gay? No. Hassan says, what is your 2 best games? Rainbow Siege and Minecraft. IT says, what's your age? I'm an adult. Your boy says, do you have a V card? No comment. Running says, people are talking so much, I'm never getting replied to. Well, you got lucky this time. Polar says, rip my dog. Oh, he's cute. Porma2 says, may thy tusk kink and shatter. Okay. The first captain says, I knew a family that kept a pig in their house as a pet, like a dog. Then they ate it. Not joking. Wow, that's an interesting story. MC says, what's your name? Don. Rocio says, racial slur. Okay. Weimer says, Weimer. Okay. Muhammad says, I heard there's a fan Discord. How can I get there? And is Ramon there? There should be a guy messaging in the chat explaining how. Weimer says, W man, thank you. Yoon says, rate my cat. He's cute. Chill says, would you rather be deaf or blind? Deaf. Maxwell says, hi daddy. Hello. Starliner says, I like your eyebrows. Thank you. Wutan says, rate my profile picture. I don't know, but cute bird. Lots of cute animals recently. And thank you, Diana, for your super chat earlier. Brecky says, aw man, I wish I could get called out. Now you have. Joe says, what about learning a cartwheel? I would be up for that. Just like super chats. Let's do what first captain said, but W Porma2. We should raise a pig and then eat it. That's pretty dark. I don't know about that. Are you saying specifically we should eat Porma2? Because I don't know about that either. T says, is your eye getting strained? Yeah. WH says, drink water. 1 second, please. Ol says, Britney Spears is coming to your house at 3 a.m. Not real. Irio says, what's the most cringy trend had seen? I don't know. The first captain says, Porma2 smokes, he wouldn't taste good. That makes sense. John says, do you like Pibble? No. Fev says, behind you. What's behind me? CJ says, are you Italian? No. Porma2 says, raising a pig into seniority and then eating it is an L idea. Fat contents in meat decline as animals age. Oh, it wouldn't be that good to eat? That is something I did not know. Unicorn says, where are you from? The United States. Brain says, have you ever vaped in your entire life? I don't want to answer that. Thank you, Journey, for the moldy Sunday. All that mold, thank you. Iker says, Garn something. Alright. Rise says, rate my profile picture. What a cute cat. Gaz says, do you know about Shadow the Colossus? I don't. Thank you, Mr. Hands, for the flow state thing. Porma2 says, I'm 20-year-old pig, so I'm basically pigged off the pink. Okay. Nanbot super chats. Will you consider a raid for Phoebe Ophi sometime? She's a good bean. Usually streams after midnight. Okay, I'll make a note of her. Phoebe Ophi. Puppet says, what's your favorite color? Gray. Preg says, Pregger0 says, okay. Moon says, how to breathe. You know how. The Ripper says, yo, is you could marry one person and never divorce, who would you marry? I don't know, dude. Thank you, Journey, for the feces. Roman says, hello, Dawn, the destroyer of dreams. Hello. And thank you again, Nanbot, for the super chat. And again, as I said, I made a note of her, so I will check them out and consider them to be rated. Atomic says, rate my profile picture. No. Alan says, I hate you cause you don't read my chat. I'm sorry. Voxel says hi. Hello, Voxel. Thank you, Emperor, for the feces. Justin says, bigger. Okay. Demon says, does your eyes hurt? No. Football says, name one country to win the World Cup. Portugal. Roblox says 500 cigarettes. Okay. Weimer says, guys, be nice. Alright. Swuggle says, please play Red Dead Redemption 2 on stream. Should I? Maybe I should. Muhammad says, what's that book in front of you and why is there a kid in blue there too? The book is the Screw Tape Letters and the kid is a kid from the Civil War. Ramon says Phoebe is pronounced Phoebe. Oh yeah, Phoebe. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Nanbot, for pronouncing your YouTuber wrong. Hunter says, what's your favorite breed of dog? Border Collie. Roger says, have you watched Berserker or read? I haven't. Thank you, Jeremy, for the good luck, have funs. Russell says, who's Bert Colby or LeBron? LeBron's a basketballer. Sweet says, my femboy likes you. Okay. Alan says, get a job. Alright. Porma2 says, Phoebe is a trans activist. Your chat probably won't take to her well, methinks. Oh, really? I mean, that's cool, but I guess the chat won't take it well, which makes me think that the raid may come off as more of a troll, so I don't know about raiding them anymore. The first captain says, I agree with Jacob Ramirez. I also accept the lightsaber duel. Okay. Thank you, Vivio, for the 6-7 abomination, and Vivos. Well, thank you, Vivos, and thank you, Essence, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Med says, can I get a shout out? No. Z says, what is your favorite number? 24. Iker says, Alan is gay, he needs a job. No comment. Weimer says, drink water. I just drank water. Thank you, Katsai, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. CEO says Stevie. Okay. Baby says, rate my profile picture. I like how clean it is. I give it a 6. Thank you, Riley, for the feces, and Lucas for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. M says hi. Hello, M. AJ says, I call the stay hydrated turtle Dawn Turtle. That's cute. Jacob says, the amazing digital circus isn't corny. It's the fandom. No, I think it's corny in of itself. Lucy says, what's your favorite movie? Eyes wide shut. Film says, what's your favorite Mario game? Mario. Super Mario Wii. Noting says, hi. Hello. Harris says, who are you? A human. Roman says, do you think making a rocket with 9 rocket engines is safe? It could break the sound barrier. I mean, I think we can figure out a way to make it safe. Nanbot super chats. Phoebe loves dunking on haters. She'd eat them up. Okay. Okay. I mean, okay, I guess I'll do it. Someone says hello. Hi. By the way, Nanbot, some people have their settings where I can't raid them, so I'm not sure yet, but I will consider them. The name says, how's your day today? Good. Mr. Blue says, rate my profile picture. 5. Someone says, yay. Okay. Zenix says, who is Phoebe? From what I've heard, a trans activist live streamer. Fyron says, my youngest calls the chili Hot Tots. Okay, that's another nickname. Thank you. Hot Tot. The first captain says, Dawn is also a trans activist. Remember? I am, but it's not really the theme of this channel, which I think it's the theme of their channel. God says, would initiate. Okay. Way of the Zombie says hi. Hello, Way of the Zombie. Nick says, Ronaldo or Messi, who's better? Messi. By the way, I also think he meant that that people were calling me that as like a joke. I do remember that, as in like raids. Joe says you support Trump. I do not provide my opinion on that. Nanbot super chats. Thank you for your consideration. Don't cut your hair. I won't cut it for another few months. And thank you for your super chat. Prime says, hey Don, remember me? No. Ashton says, are you Garrica with cheese? I don't know what that means. Mackenzie says, my brother put his dingling into a phone. Okay. Thank you, Grayson, for the floating heart thing. Ashton says, are you a Garrica with cheese? I don't know what that means. Rufina says, do you like One Piece? No. Senio says, do you like donuts? I don't. But I do like Chuck E. Cheese coins. Thank you, Kizzy. Pickle says, are you real? Yeah. Kinetic says, how did you start your YouTube career? By making videos. Gaming videos, that is. The first captain says, are you a Garrica with cheese? I don't know what that means. Kendall says, what is your name? Don. Exquisite says, who is Phoebe? A YouTuber streamer. Thank you, Lucas, for the GG easy. And Big Jack for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. AJ says, C.S. Lewis, you are a closet Christian after all. I'm not a Christian, but I have read the Screw Tape Letters. Als says, Yawo, you like Dawes. Okay. Platinum says, are you a Farina with cheese? Dude, I don't know what you guys are on about. Muhammad says, I'd rather raid a random unk than this so-called Phoebe. Well, okay. Ace says, will you listen to my music on YouTube? You make music? I wonder if it'd be suitable as background music to the stream. The Goat says, watch Death Note. No. Thank you, Rye, for the 15 Chuck E. Cheese coins. Wow. Chill says, I'm Guy. Okay. Jed says, are you a Garrica with cheese? I don't know what that means. Adam says, most important thing to you in life? Family and friends. And thank you again, Rye, for like the 30 or so Chuck E. Cheese coins. Mark says, hello, do you remember me? No. Russell says, rate my profile picture. It's cool, like it's a guy surfing, but I feel like it's a little too zoomed out. But it's cool. Muhammad says, are you a chess with Garrica? I don't know what that means. Adbal says, you like Cowboy Bebop? I don't know what that is. Galaxy says, do you watch horror movies? No. Thank you, Mike, for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. King says, hi. Hello, King. Maxwell says, who do you think will win the World Cup? Portugal, because some guy told me they have high odds. Jess says, hi, how are you? I'm good. Wei says, were you a raging stoner? No. Random says, does my dog look insane? Kind of. Jason says, do you remember Oopie Goopy Poopy Head? No. S says, how old are you? An adult. Jed says, are you Garrica cheese? I don't know what that means. 1 Hour Creek super chats. You remember me? Yes. You were that guy that wanted me to raid really bad last stream. I was on the cusp of extending the timer, but you were like, raid, raid. Lane says, is my profile picture good? No, it's the opposite of good. Pickle says, are you sure you're real? Yes. Thank you, Lurk, for the 100 thing. Christina says, what state you live? I keep that private. Adam says, please read my comment. I like and subbed. I don't care, but well, actually, I do care a little bit. Thank you. Fyron says, the press F gift can be called an F-bomb. Oh yeah, that's another good nickname. Thank you. Chill says, I'm Guy. Okay. Baby says, okay, alright. Way the Zombie says, gray is the best color to wear if you don't want to be noticed. The Gray Man. 1 Hour Creek super chats. Are we going to raid today? Yes. Thank you, Lurk, for the F-bomb. Grace says hi. Hello, Grace. Sean says, AI shit. This is not that. Ricky says, do you ever get annoyed from reading these? Yeah. Godall says, rate my profile picture. 3. AJ says, Karika is Bermuda grass sacred in India. It is? Or thank you, Hannah, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Joe says, rate my profile picture. Cute dog. Abar says wasp. Okay. Oddball says, why are you doing this? Money. Ray says, do you watch The Amazing Digital Circus? No. Amnesia says, you never fail me, Don. You never do. Glad to hear. G says, my brother legally changed his name to Corn P. Strange. Pregger says, I'm a pregnant Oreo. Okay. N4 says, big boy, come pick up your phone. No. 1 Hour Creek super chats. How do you make money doing this? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not too sure, but I do get money from this. Arvid says, give me a shout out. No. Thank you, the Helen Keller, for the flow state. Harrington says hello. Hi. Relatable says, can you say something? Zach, get off blocks fruits. Zach, get off that game. That game is stupid. Sky says hi. Hello, Sky. Camden says hi. Hello, Camden. Ducky says, rate my profile picture. I can't tell what it is. Na says, what is 50 plus 1? 51. Alio says, goon to MLP. I don't know what that is. Thank you, McGuire, for the press F thing. Pregger says, hey, baby. Hi. Slam says, dookie, cream cheese, stinkies, beef chungus. Okay. Gaming says, donor. Alright. Seb says, did you hang out with your dad today? No comment. Darwish says, how was your day? Good. Sabriz says, do you actually enjoy this? I do. The first captain says, today I tried bread filled with a cream and popping boba. It was bad. That sounds bad. Thank you, wowzers, for the press F. Silent says, rumple foreskin. Okay. Gothic says, hi. What is your background? It's a fractal Mandelbrot. You can find it in the description. Buffa says, did you stop increasing the time with super chats? Not been here for a while. I was increasing time earlier this stream, but the timer got so high that I was like, the timer's locked. It no longer increases. The Former 2 says, the first captain be like, bread busted in my mouth. Okay. Silent says, good Father's Day, but burgers sucked. Okay. Racket says hi. Hello, Racket. Brew says, do you eat cameras? I do not. Thank you, Maxwell, for the 100 thing. Logan says, rate my profile picture 1 to 10. The simplicity's cool. Just says, people just shouldn't be liked as people, you know? Just they don't ever have anything good to do. You get what I'm saying? No. Eyeglaze says, do you watch anime? I don't. Silent says, I'm sorry. How are you doing, Don? I'm doing fine. Calder says, I love your videos. Thank you. Super sent a Chuck E. Cheese coin. Thank you. Cap says, what's your favorite song? I like On a Plane by Nirvana. Gerardo says, you should change your name to Cornelius Vanderbilt. No, I shouldn't. Nothing says, sometimes I fart in jars for future use. Okay. Chris says hi. Hello, Chris. Arvid says, but you basically gave me a shout out by reading my message. That is true. Rise says, say my name correct. Sorry, I can't be bothered. Jaden says, are you Yowie? No. Yal says, you build like plane. I don't know what you're saying. The local says, ah, yeah, okay. Adam says, can you please say happy birthday to me? Happy birthday, Adam. Adam the stranger, I don't know. The first captain says, Porma 2, okay. Juliet says, how long have you been on stream? For like 4 hours. Chris says, hi. Hello, Chris. Super says, you look so cool. Never give up. Thank you. Locke says, nice posture, nerd. I gotta improve it. Ryan says, I'm eating cheese right now. Okay. Thank you, Amnesia, for the flow state thing. Dayton says, PlayStation or Xbox? PlayStation. Sonata says, is my profile picture good? It is not good. Gecko says, don't listen to the haters ever. Thank you. Maxwell says, do you like basketball? A little bit. Thank you, Ducky, for the flow state. Bonnier says, get a job, dude. Alright. Aura says, write my profile picture. I don't like it. 1 hour, Creek, super chats, flow state or gold coin. I like flow states more because they equal more money. But I like gold coins more in the way that I like calling them Chuck E. Cheese coins. Sky says, do you watch that mob? I don't know what that is. Caspian says, I gooned to this. Okay. Thank you, Sean and Stranger, for the 6-7 abominations. Dominic says, yo, games on your phone? I've got none. Just says, people just already read that. Porma 2 says, the varying stream schedule guarantees further exposure. Meta? I guess it does. It reaches different people. Yeah, I guess it does. The silent says, write my profile picture, I drew it. 1. I'm sorry, but 1. Ducky, thank you for all of the Chuck E. Cheese coins. You sent a lot. Logan says, hello, Chud. Hello. I am the Chud that thanks people for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Maxwell says, rate my profile picture. I don't know. Mystery says, why are you doing this? For Chuck E. Cheese coins, like from Call the Rule. Expired says, yeah, come get some friggin' what? Silent says, please rate my name. I mean, I like it for nostalgic purposes because it seems like a name I would see in like Black Ops a decade ago, but Mellow sent a flow state, thank you. Dur says 200 transfer confirmed. Okay. 6 says, hey, hello 6. Jim says, do you play games? Yeah. Sonata says, why is it not good? Because it's an overdone meme. Thank you, Mellow, for the 6-7 abomination. Car says, hi, hello Car. Ed says, I'm a finna bust. Okay. Jam says, is my profile picture good? It's freaky. A little too freaky. Lobotomy says, happy Father's Day, Dad, Papa. Your children miss you. Please come home, Papa. I don't know you. Thank you, Amnesia, for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. AJ says, not sure, but Kukrika might be a new touch grass meme. Is it? Yeah, it might be. The first captain says, if you drew your profile picture, you get at least 3 points. That seems like a good, is that what I've been doing? If it's not what I've been doing, that seems like a good way to do it. Blake says, what's your favorite hockey team? I don't know, dude. Ashley says, when do you think is the best moment to come out of the closet? I don't know. Maybe as soon as possible. Gaming says, Abraham Lincoln or John F. Kennedy? Lincoln. Gerardo says, thank you. You're welcome for whatever. Tal says, do you dare to do the Laffy Taffy dance? I don't know what that is, and I don't like dancing. Muhammad says, is NPC telling everyone their profile picture is zoomed out? Meanwhile, his profile picture is zoomed out too. Oh yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. I think mine works out zoomed out though. Yusuf says, do you play Minecraft? I do. Supreme says, would you play Deltarune? I would not. Lana says, you have the most beautiful lives. Thank you. Silent says, ass or ass cream. I don't know, man. Lobotomy says, I love you, Donald. Do you love me? I don't know you. You're a stranger. I do see your profile picture, but I don't feel comfortable making judgments on people's looks, if that's what you're asking. 1 second, please. I'm adjusting my headphone and my hair. There we go. Awesome. T3 says, rate my profile picture. I am not gonna do that. War says, can you be trusted with a loaded firearm? Well, I know Kermit can't. Fire says, rate my profile picture 1. Sonata says, how it an overdone meme? Because I see it too much. 5-star says, how was your Juneteenth? Pretty good. Caspian says, NS. Okay. Judy says, move your headphones off. And thank you for reading this comment. You're welcome. L says, are you gay? No. Jam says, you buying GTA 6. I'm considering it. Millie says, what's your Minecraft username? I'm not going to say, sorry. YV says, thingamajigs or thingamabobs? Thingamajigs. Rye says, do you like onions? Yeah. Little says, I hate memes even though I don't know what they are. Okay. Zoe says, are you tired? No. Jed says, are you a Greek with cheese? I don't know. Blue says, oh, I am ooming it so good. Okay. Dead says, you like my name? Dead bitch. I mean, I like how the initials are the same as my name, DB. Anyways, though, I mean, it's a fine name. Jaden says, rate my profile picture. I can't tell what I'm looking at. Thank you, Layla, for the gift. Gaming says, Abraham Lincoln or yourself? Myself, unfortunately. Maxi says, rate my profile picture 3. Swaggle says, please rate my... Dude, I mean, your profile picture isn't bad. I like how perfect it is, and like the framing, the circle. Forma2 says, we found him. It's DB Streamer. Okay. Harrison says, rate my profile picture. Dude, I don't want to rate anymore. Coconut says, you're so intertwining. Thank you. Thank you, Jaco, for the GG Easy. Jerry says, could humans be taxidermied? I don't want to know. River says, read if you're gay. I'm not gay. The first captain says, if you ever ban phrases, can it be profile picture followed by remember? I mean, I no, it won't be. I would feel too bad for the people that were typing that and not having their message read. Joker says, why don't you believe in God? Because he doesn't talk to me. Thank you, Jaco, for the stupid hand thing. Nacho says, do you remember me? No. Gaming says, yourself or ATF shooting dogs in every raid they did. I don't know, man. Porma2 says, do you remember my profile picture? Yeah. Muhammad says, Roblox is basically a grooming hub. Agree or disagree? I mean, isn't every game kind of like that? Thank you, Jaco, for the 6-7 abomination. Mufsa says, do you remember me? No. Owen says, why did you pick that background? Because it's a feast for your eyes. Drift says, do you support Trump? No comment. Higgins says, rate my profile picture. 6. Christine says, who has more depression, girls or boys? Boys. Thank you, Jaco, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Praise says, hi. Hello, Praise. Blue Guy says, I am Thrag. So good. Okay. Uzi says, do you remember me from the last raid stream? No. But speaking of raid, I don't know who I'm gonna raid yet. I probably should figure that out. Who am I gonna raid? Block says, change the background to Subway Surfer. No, that wouldn't fit. DeQuavia says, raid me. Sorry, no. Corey says, do you goon? No comment. Thank you, Adia, for the makeup brush thing. Rice Gamer super chats, I am Rice. I can see that. Amna says, hi. Hello, Amna. Raul says, is it football or soccer? I say soccer. Thank you, Adia, for the flow state thing. Nyla says, what does swagging mean? I don't know. Sonata says, do you remember me? No. Corey says, have you fuck? No comment. Fire says, what's your favorite planet in the way of how it looks? Saturn, absolutely. Millie says, do you play 2B2T or 6B6T? I've played 2B2T a bit. Sarab says, I just got onto this. Hello. Jesse says, favorite video game and movie? Minecraft and Eyes Wide Shut. Cole says, MJ or LeBron. Thank you, Julia, for the flow state thing. Sarah says, you like boobs? Biologically, yeah. Adia says 6'7". Okay. Hunter says, are you gay? No, I am not. N4 says, you look so beautiful in my profile picture. Okay. Keith says, do you like Kanye West? I like his music. Cam says, fuck you, mean biologically. I mean, my brain likes the appearance of them. Like, I'm sexually attracted to like those. Super chats, rate my profile picture. It's a cute dog. The spot on his face is particularly cute. Rice, super chat, support Rice. Okay. K says, what's behind you? A television. Playing a fractal. Deathlock, super chats. Conflict and war is the crucible in which we evolve. Okay. Is that a Tom Cruise movie reference? Lana says, remember, drink water. Thank you. The first captain says, support oats. No. Harrison says, rate my profile picture. No. Mr. says, how tall are you? I am 5'7". Francis says, do you have any life tips? Take frequent walks. Olive says, how are you still alive, Dawn? It's been days. Yeah, I don't know how I've been streaming this long. Thank you, Elvira and Star and HZ for the stars. Blue Guy says, I'm Vilterming. Okay. Corey says, you love man or woman? Woman. Jeff says, trans people just don't really matter. No comment. Zoe says, I only got 2 hours of sleep last night. Sorry. Hydro says, hi. Hello, Hydro. Velto says, you like pancakes? I do. Gerardo says, you like Kanye asada? Is that a food? Certain says, do you agree with Kanye West Twitter? No. Amir says, Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. AJ says, Body Worlds is a traveling exposition of human circulation, respiratory, and muscle or bones using taxidermy techniques. So it is possible. Phantom says, do you want to drink water yet? No. Judy says, Ronaldo? I'm a Ronald. Okay. Bro Noah says, are you vegan? I'm not. Landon says, W shirt. Thank you. Super says, I'm lesbian. Okay. Elizabeth says, hi, how are you? I'm good. The Silent says, I'd like to see you draw before calling me 1 to 10. I can't draw better than you. I will say that it's awesome that you made an original profile picture. I just maybe zoom it in a bit more. Rice Gamer super chats, how ask something. You know how. JS says, don't forget to bring a towel. What is that? That's a reference to something, but I don't remember. Lennon says, you have cheeks. Okay. King says, do you believe in God? I do not. James says, have you ever broke a bone? I haven't. Katie says 6'7". Okay. Jason says, what's your favorite dinosaur? Velociraptors. Isabella says, favorite music artist? I like Arcade Fire. Lumi says, biggest insight from doing this? I don't know. I mean, before I started streaming, I already had a good idea of what it would be like, and I was right, so. Porma2 says, that's a reference to something. Okay. Walmart says, do you goon to Sandy Cheeks? No comment. Grady says, do you like turtle and ramen? No. Doges says, no comment. Okay. Faded says, what would you rate yourself based on your own looks? I don't know, man. Muhammad says, do you believe humanoids or human-animal hybrids exist? Yes. You know, this is random, but Mr. Beast's wife streams on YouTube, and no offense, but she only gets like 70 viewers, and I inquired this exact question, and she said yes, and I think I agree with her. 2K says, how tall are you? 5'7". King says, rate my profile picture. 3. 1 second, please. I'm looking for a streamer to raid. Family says raid. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of right now, too. I could raid this epic Luigi person, which I've raided before. Bless says, rate my profile picture. 5. Grady says, rate my... I don't want to do this. Lurk says, what up, bro? Hello, Lurk. Echoing says, if you had to choose your mom or your therapist, if you have a schizophrenic act, well, a therapist is kind of a random person, so maybe I would choose my family member. VR says, do you think skinwalkers are real? No. Dark says, honestly, if we clone Tom Brady, I don't know what you're saying. The Soviet says, I drew my profile picture. Do you think it's cool? Sorry, I do not. I do not mess with that style. 1 second, please. Sonata says, you've read 3 of my comments. The fuck you mean you don't remember me? Sorry. I don't know. Maybe I have memory loss. Ramon says, bro, I emailed you some pics to rate. Let me know what you think. I'll check it out. Tiger says, rate my channel. Sorry, I've already made up my mind on who. Muhammad says, OMG, Mr. Beast's wife with 70 viewers said yes. Wow, such a life-changing response, Donito. Okay. Dr. Leave says, battle at the bulge. Okay. Gerardo says, thank you for your service. Okay. Liz says, if you don't mind me asking, how much do you actually receive from the gifts? I know from... I'm not exactly sure. It might be... I don't know. I think you can look it up easily. The first captain says, I think Don's read at least 6 of my comments. Okay. CPM says, are you that guy who reads people chat? Yeah. JS says 60%. Okay. Lee says, if you had to get shot, where would you get shot? In my left leg. Jelly says good night. Good night, Jelly. Callum says, hi. Hello, Callum. 1 second, please. I am doing something on my computer. It's that says shimmy shimmy ya or apple pie. Apple pie. Fancy says cow. Okay. Certain says there's a spider on your wall. I do not believe you. Dominic says hi. Hello, Dominic. Kinetic says, are you capable of smiling? I am. By the way, thank you again, Rice, for the super chat. Phoenix says, do you think I can reach 10,000? Yes. Onyx says, do you like chicken? I do. Cooper says, are you dog? No. Cooking says, what's your favorite sports team? I don't know, Lakers. Not says this is fake. This is real. Layla says, what's the purpose of the video behind you? To look interesting. I just wanted something for people to look at besides my face. Fancy says cowman. Okay. RPG says, what is something that most people learn too late in life, and why do you think it takes so long? I don't know. I'm not too good at life lessons. Andrad says, who are we rating today? Maybe a old man. Lee says, what's your favorite hobby? Video editing. Death says, Israel or Palestine? No comment. Thank you, Big Jack, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. One says, deh. Okay. Legan says, pre-recorded. No, it's not. Callum says, what's your favorite show/movie? I like Breaking Bad and Eyes Wide Shut. Prof says, is it not hard reading all these questions? It's not too hard. Forma2 says, is the old guy bald? I'm looking at him right now, and he is not bald. Keanu says 67 or 41. 67. The first captain says, the cat doesn't interact with chat, so we can't, but it would be funny if we all rated a cat. I think it'd be boring. Luca says, why are you always talking? Because that's what I do here. Not says this is fake. This is real. JS says, do not turn a TV sideways. Most do not vent out the side. I did not know that. Thank you. Michael says, let's go raid an old man, guys. Yeah, we're going to do that in a second. Lee says, what's your favorite food? The cheeseburger. Chris says, do you think you could make it to tacos on grief? I don't know what that means. Hunter says, you know Christian Puzzlezibit? I don't know what that is. AJ says, towel is either Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or Gooning. Oh, okay. Thank you, F, for the stupid stars. Gerardo says, thank you for all you do. Thank you for chatting. Fancy says, cowman is angry rar. Alright. Toasty says, does the old man have it coming? Does he know that he's gonna get raided? I don't think so. Porma2 says, nobody have a thought. Okay. JK says, 308 Negra Oriole Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Okay. Logan says, almost 10 minutes left. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Trail, for that Unk Alert thing. I appreciate it. Rye says, rate my profile picture. 1. Andrad says, stay hydrated. Thank you. Notham says, I already read that. Juju says, stupid stars. Quit being racist to the stars. I'm not being racist. I'm equally hateful of all the gifts. Like, thank you, Andrad, for this stupid turtle drinking water. Cam says, the guy that sent you email pics definitely sent some toes, maybe. Porma2 says, you should add the shop feature next time to the gifts and super chat. What would I sell though? Dom says, how's your day? Good. BR says, you are such a bundle of joy, you jobless chud. Thank you. The first captain says, Unk, more like Gramp, the way Don's describing it. Yeah, I would call him Gramp, yeah. Pormatu says, bragging rights, certificates, okay. Michael says, you could sell instant messages. That's what we're already doing. Dead says, have you ever played Stardew Valley? No. I played Terraria though. Niche says something I don't understand. Juju says toe picks, okay. Ramon super chats. Quarter, nickel, dime, penny. What are the size of them high beams? What are high beams? Is that a nickname for trousers or pants? Liz says, I'm off to meet my brother. Have a wonderful rest of your day, Don. See ya, Liz, and I hope your outing with your brother is good. Sport says, remember me? No. Ahmed says, I like fried chicken. Okay. Cool says, there's a spider on your wall. No, there's not. Western says, do you play Red Dead Redemption 2? I beat the story. Someone says, do you support LGBTQ? Yes, I do. 1 second, please, as I adjust my chair. Sport says, what's your thoughts on Bonnie Blue? I don't know, man. 3 says, respect, you are actually reading comments, not just faking it. Thank you. Olive says, Don is gonna have to hibernate for a few months to recover from the stream. No. I actually feel like I could go for another 5 hours, but I feel like that is not the right decision. Thank you, Captain, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. Thomas says, do you like me in a weird way? No. Hagen says, you will always this read wrong. I read it right. 1 says, receding hairline. I think it's not receding. The first captain says, nah, Don only hibernates in December. Maybe. I did stream less that month. Elo says, nice cut, thank you. Jonathan says, what is the greatest moments of your life? 1 second, please. I don't know, I'm sorry. Isaiah says, Palestine or Israel? No comment. VY says, can we do a Dar Man stream? No. Vade says, you the guy, thank you. Timothy says, I am the kidnapper that kidnapped you as a child. No, you're not. Owen says, rate my profile picture. 3. Jay says, rate my profile picture please, Don. I beg you for the love of God. I mean, I don't really. Looks a little corny. Gray says, when are we rating? It says right here. Hat says, what's the timer for it? It's how I monetize the stream. But what's important for you to know right now is when it's when I end the stream. Hayan says, how much water did you give your forehead? I don't know. Arjun says, you like King Von? I do not. SW says, I'm a cursor zombie. I don't know what that means. Dev says, you got kidnapped? No, I did not intend to say that I got kidnapped. Bread says, love your videos. Thank you. Sonata says, bro, treating a $100 like a penny. This is in pesos, not American dollars, so. Wrong says, you like the Beatles? Yeah. Mai says, my dog will bite you. Not as long as I stay away. Olive says, I missed the kidnapping arc. Okay. I only said one weird thing and then he thinks that. Cosmo says, rate my dog my profile picture. 5. Great says, you look like a big kiwi. Okay. Monkey says, do you like Gorilla Tag? No. Socrates says, if answering questions is your power, what are you without it? I'm a really boring streamer. The first captain says, I missed the crane fly arc. Yeah, that was pretty exciting. Chocolate says, wow. Okay. Kevin says, you like jazz? I do like jazz, guy. Preppy says, June 19th was my birthday. Alright. Alexander says, do you play Roblox? I don't. TN says, hi. Hello, TN. K says, yo. Hello, K. Muhammad says, there's this girl that seems like she's having a bad day. Dude, I've already made up my mind. Thank you, Jat, for the 6-7 abomination. And by the way, we are going to be rating a streamer in 5 minutes. And if you don't know what a raid is, it's basically like a Twitch raid, but on YouTube. And if you don't know what a Twitch raid is, how about you search that up? Monkey says, what's the cat's handle? I don't know. Thank you, Disgrace, for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Noah says, do you watch The Amazing Digital Circus? I don't. Nay says hi. Hello, Nay. Thank you, Jax, for the flow state thing. The first captain says, at Muhammad, you were wanting his server earlier, Adame. By the way, the first captain's Discord is the same as his YouTube username. Thank you, Ashley, for the flow state, and hello, Ashley. Pixel says, raid me. No. Toasty says, which comment would you want on a shirt? Something with the word parasocial on it. Thank you, Jat, for the flow state thing. Snada says, do you bite your toenails? I don't. Keon says, what type of cheese do you prefer? Just American. It's Shelly says, are you a Dandy's World fan? I am not. Tenley says, do you like Radiohead? I do. I like their album Kid A and OK Computer. I have yet to listen to their other stuff though, which I'm excited to do. And thank you, Anthony, for the Chuck E. Cheese coin. The Real says, are you new to YouTube? Well, I've only been streaming for like 9 months. Son says, Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. Mackenzie says, I pooped. Okay. By the way, when we do the raid, don't spam, be respectful, follow their chat rules. Angela says, poop emoji. Okay. Rylan says, you are gay. Incorrect. Gaming says, favorite song in school? I remember in PE, never mind. Porma2 says, Dawn said doot doo. I did? Okay. Desiree says, shut the fuck up. No. Daniel says, do you play Fortnite? I do sometimes. Thank you, Charlie, for the flow state thing. Mobility says, hi. Hello, Mobility. Joe says, would you rather the best hibachi or a gourmet meal by Gordon Ramsay? Ramsay. FaZe says, you like JJK? I do not. Still says a chew. Okay. Cheeseburger says, hi. Hello, Cheeseburger. By the way, in just 3 minutes, we are going to be rating a self-described homeless man living in the UK. GC says, can you raid? Dude, I've already made up my mind. ID says, you low-key funny, Unk. Thank you. The first captain says, I hated music class in elementary school. The teacher screamed. Oh, wow, that's horrible. Cinder, thank you for the press F thing. Fire says, what's the crane fly arc? I had multiple crane flies in my room, and I had to kill them. 3 says, rate my profile picture. I wish it was more original, but good album. Pawn says, hello. Hello, Pawns. AJ says, 5 hours more would kill me. Go for it. Peso, I'm not doing it. I don't feel like... it just seems wrong. Minnow says, you're really dedicated. Thank you. 1 says, I love LGBT. Okay. Logan says, can you remember my name and say at the end of the stream? No, that's stupid. Noah says, hi. Hello, Noah. Olive says, every stream adds to my ever-expanding Dawn lore document. Okay. Timothy says, who kidnapped you then? Nobody. Nobody. Thank you, Jesus, Cinder, and Laser for the Chuck E. Cheese coins. Jamie says, I have been here since it started. Okay. One Wheel says, you are gay. I am not gay. 1 second, please. Yep says, suck my toes. I'm not doing that. FaZe says, do you like anime? I don't. Lobotomize says, are you on Twitch and YouTube combined? Only YouTube. Jack says, some are odd and some are deranged. Stories that are very strange. Weird news. Okay. 1 says, eggplant or eggplant. May says, rate my profile picture. I give it a 4. CJ says, rate my profile. Dude, I don't want to do this anymore. Skolo says, what do you usually do when you're bored? I reach into my pocket and go on my phone. Candy says, hope you're blessed, bro. Stay safe. Thank you, Candy. Noodle says, why are you so monotone? Because that's the way my voice and personality is. Mason says, rate the video game R6. I give it a 7. James says, stinky Jew. I condemn your chat message. GC says, timer will end stream. That's correct. Aimer says, bye. Goodbye. Banana says, you are gay. Alright. Tag says, hi, bro. Hello. Cole says, favorite basketball player? Kobe. Kanye says, does boofing Fruit Loops make me gay? I don't know, dude. What I do know is that we are going to be rating a streamer in just 40 seconds. Stay tuned for that if you want. Murray says, do you watch Invincible? I don't. Kinetic says, 1 minute for real. Yeah. Grow says, H Jehovah Witness. Okay. Tenzu says, 67. Alright. Sammy says, do you play GTA? I don't. Ricky says, are you not bored of this? No. I manage somehow. Raul says, I like guys. You do you. The first captain says, goodbye, Stonefish. Goodbye, person that wants oats. Lobotomized says, love you, Don. Have a great day. You too. And this, again, we're going to be rating a streamer. So, Icy says, favorite movie. Eyes Wide Shut. Shub says, you play Metroid. I don't. Lemon says, stop farting eyeballs. Okay. Fuck says, wow, I made it before we rated. What's up, fuck off? Alright. In just a second, there is going to be a button at the bottom of the screen. Click that button to join the raid. We are all going to watch this new streamer. Click the button. If you don't see the button, I'll make a channel post in just a second. See you in the raid. Goodbye.